We are back! It is Ignite time here in EMEA, and it's a little bit different. We're starting off with a preseason, we're starting off with some new teams, some old teams, and what better way to bring in all this new stuff with the same cast as you had last year. Let's start off by introducing your casters for today. I am your host, Tetcher, and I'm joined by the wonderful talent of Got Moxie and Ryan Central. Starting with you, Moxie. New season, new everything. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm so excited. Not only do we have a new season, we have a new hero, we've also got a whole bunch of changes. Like, the most impactful change since the launch of the game has been made with the alt generation, which means that, oh boy, Tetcher, are a lot of teams having to adapt to an entirely new way of play.
Can I
Do
be
you want
that
to go
guy?
into that one a bit more, Ryan?
I mean, I could, but I thought that you would start with this. Welcome to the best region in the world, objectively, going into this. And we've got until what, like the end of stage 1 into the mid-season finals where that could be contested. So we're going to be saying this for a few months before America's really get annoyed. But yeah, it really feels like this balance patch is like at the perfect time. We sort of knew the devs from like after Ignite were like, okay, we want to try some stuff, buff a lot of things, throw stuff for the wall, see what sticks. This feels like the perfect kind of change, and it seems from what teams are saying and how they're acting, it is a vast, eclectic meta that we're about to dive into.
And dive is going to be one of those key words. We saw it a little bit in the MRC leading up to this, which is how some of our teams made it into this preseason. But we're starting to still see it a little bit more. But let's start off with those patch notes, with the patch itself. The key factor. Ultimate Charge has been basically universally nerfed across the board. Moxie, why is that so important for how this game's going to be played from now on?
I mean, it means we're going to be seeing a whole lot of neutral, as well as for things like the dive compositions. You can soft dive, but it's more going to be to force cooldowns, and potentially you can actually move from a soft dive into a hard dive in the same hit, as opposed to having to soft dive in, force the ultimate, get out, stabilize, and come back again. Something else that is going to put a lot of pressure on is the strategists. Like, if you have the team who loses one of their strategists early, say something like a Gambit mirror occurs after the ban draft, right? One of those Gambits goes down early, the other team instantly gets such a lead in terms of getting to build that first Raging Roll flush, and they'll just pop it instantly.
But before we head into those games and start to see the consequences, the rippling effect of this most recent patch, we got to talk about what you can see in-game if you want to head in right now, because we have to do our due diligences here. Starting off with the Cloak and Dagger Daring Duo costume. Remember, danger never walks alone. Traveling through the Dark Force can be disquieting, but with double the trouble with the Cloak and Dagger's Daring Duo costume first appearing in the Marvel Rivals Infinity comic, which you can, of course, read yourself and see a little bit of behind-the-scenes Rivals lore, but it is available as of yesterday in-game, so make sure to jump in there. And also, you can see more teasers in those Rival Infinity comics.
It's a good skin and a good, like, meta, I suppose, for, like, sometimes we, like, show skins and we're like, this is beautiful. We're not going to see it in play, though. I think at least you get sort of like 3 for the price of 1 with the flight mode. That all of the skins we're about to show came out last night, so you have at the very least, a few weeks, pretty much probably as long as the preseason is going to be, before they're going to be out of options. But of course, a good mix. 3 characters, some of which we'll see more than others, but Moxie, I think it's like we got a chance to like cast a little bit of magic in esports. Yep. And one of the players we're going to highlight today is certainly going to be like maybe a connoisseur on it, but it is also like Star-Lord, Namor do have a seat at the table when it comes to duelist options, so it would not surprise me in the slightest that we see some of the flashy flight mode skins from the World Tour Volume 2 today even.
Yeah, and I mean, if you don't want to go for the flight mode cosmetics, you can also pick your free costume to be one of the ones that you missed out on. But speaking about missing, cosmetics just don't miss. Captain America's Brett Hendrick, the Star costume, is going to be up next. And you know what? We're Brits. We don't know an awful lot about the side of the American football teams, but this is insanely clean as a skin and very, very fitting to give Captain America, because he is just going to be right charging into those backlines and playing as disruptive as possible this meta.
I love a little bit of hand egg. Make some noise for ESU's very own sports legend. I'm loving the college-themed skins we're getting all across the game right now, so it is great to see. Also available as of yesterday, so you can head into game right now and pick that up for yourself. But with our due diligences out the way, we can start talking about what's going to be coming up today. We have so many best of threes coming up for you, and they are competing right now for those high-ranked positions so that they can be prepared for when the main season starts up. And Ryan, we have so many good matchups here, but we also have two groups. Some of these teams won't face each other for a while.
Yeah, I mean, that's similar to sort of how things worked last year as well, that we would have groups going into playoffs. But I think the key thing here is that it's round robin. We don't have this like GSL broadcast where like if you lose 2 games, you're out, which some teams just had like really hard matchups and surprise teams that they ran into and lose this bracket. So you can't really gauge their performance. Here we have the group stage over the next 2 weeks. Everybody will play everybody else within their group, and then top 4 will make playoffs for a chance of like the prize pullers will sort of go over bragging rights. Seeding also going into stage 1, but I think more than anything, as we look into like partnership teams and the ones that were invited along, whether the orgs are going to be a little bit of like panicking when it comes to like, did we pick up the right team and stuff. This is a great litmus test, and that's why there's like 50,000 USD total in prize pool for this. This really is just the appetizer before we really get stuck in for stage 1, mid-season finals, and then stage 2 and beyond.
Nothing says prepare for the main season like not only getting a high level seed so that you can try and avoid some of those top teams heading into the main Ignite stage for a little bit, but also getting a little bit of change. 16,000 for first place split between your team is going to give you a lot of security. It's going to give you a lot of ability to focus on that practice and really continue to prove why EMEA is the region to watch. A solid startup, and of course prize money going all the way down to 12th place. And we have our new map pool. Moxie, what's there to look out for here?
Well, it's sort of like a return of the old, isn't it? Because we have the return of Shin Shibuya. And I mean, this is going to be such a curveball for a lot of these teams to have to deal with. Like, Angela, I think, is going to be seeing a lot of play both on the defense and the offense. But as always, if Shin Shibuya is in play, so is Doctor Strange. There's going to be such a heavy reliance on the teleport coming on through from the attacker side because it's still incredibly defense favored.
Yeah, there's a big focus, I suppose, on like for Shin Shibuya. The last time that we saw it in like the sort of tier 1 level was the Invitational, which was over a year ago now. But it would be the first time that we see Shin Shibuya with the Ignite draft system, and we'll touch on that. If you remember it, you remember it. If you don't, we'll definitely like gloss over the main pain points. But it is like the meta, I suppose, and how that's going to shift. There's more options there. And also, we get to see Museum of Contemplation, which we did see a little bit more in MRC, but like I said, some characters are very, very good on this map, and now you can maybe have it one-sided on your team and not the enemy. What kind of ideas are we going to start to see to, most importantly, break past that like infamous second point?
Not just infamous second point, infamous third and first as well. Like, that's the thing about it. Shin Shibuya, you can get full held or you can get held on both of the 2 remaining parts of the map. So it'll be interesting because I'm sure we're going to have certain teams who, the moment it got announced Shin Shibuya was back in the pool, just went to the drawing board and wanted to be the one to crack the code so that if they did have to pick a convergence map, they could take someone to Shin Shibuya and have a composition ready to go that people weren't quite prepared for.
And Ryan mentioned it earlier, this is our Ignite pick and lock ban and lock system. This is not the same as your ranks. This is not the same as MRC. This is the Ignite system. When you ban something or protect something, it is only one-sided. If you were to ban Torch in that first position, you would ban it for your opponents and still have it available to pick for yourself. If you are to save that Human Torch, your opponents can no longer ban it. So you could, in theory, end up with one-sided characters, something that can be huge when actually not just trying to draft around the meta, but draft around your opponents. Ryan, you're the one who brought up this system. What is there to really look out for in this compared to MRC outside of those one-sided picks?
I think it's like the sort of first ban. So like we'll see a stage where like both teams ban at the same time. They don't get to see what each other's banning. They're both revealed. So it's a lot of times you might see like we're both banning Gambit, we're both banning Elsa, we're both banning Mantis. And then you might see like, okay, one team's actually banned out the Gambit, one team's banned out the Elsa. there's going to be a big shift there on how you decide it. But I think the main thing is like, sure, very strong characters like Elsa are going to be taken out. And whilst Gambit has been pulled back a little bit in how powerful he is, and obviously the ultimate nerfs as well with generating them, it still feels like he enables a lot of composition. So taking him out affects not only just him, but like 3 or 4 different characters that might not see the light of day because they don't have the Gambit to support them, right?
Speaking of supports, we should mention it very quickly. These players will be playing on the previous patch. This is before the hotfix onto characters like that White Fox. So White Fox can still be played. It is the release patch for White Fox, but it's before they get the tail adjustments after coming out of that ultimate. Just so we're on the same page. So if you jump into game and see a White Fox ultimate not immediately burn all their cooldowns after coming out of that ultimate, that's why. Just so we're all on the same page here. But it has affected a couple other heroes. We'll have to see what does stand out. Moxie, what are some of the heroes that we're potentially expecting to see? Who are, Ryan already mentioned potentially the Gambit, who are some other game-changing heroes?
I mean, Jeff is still around. Dive is very much the flavor of the month currently, and Venom is one of the main proponents of it. So having the Jeff, having those symbiotic shenanigan team-ups to be able to enable greater sustain is going to go a very long way. But so too is the start of Vanguard that we didn't really get to see all that much of last year. Hulk has started making his way into the meta, and I am so excited because some of these players, they've already got experience getting to play the Hulk, so that would elevate their ability to jump onto these compositions a little bit faster than some of the rest of the teams, in my opinion.
And speaking of teams, let's talk about it. Welcome to your new Ignite teams. There are some familiar names here, of course. Na'Vi and VP, our former world champions, plural. Both the world champions we've ever had, both sitting, waiting for some of this newer blood to come on in. But also, we have some newer teams via the guest and partner system. And we also have our qualified teams. Rad, Alter, and Crownfall all had to fight for their spot in this Ignite preseason.
And there was a lot of twists and turns too.
I mean, I think everyone was expecting Linux, but something that I really wanted to talk about very quickly was that the MLC teams are actually going to have a little bit of an advantage because they got to play with Gambit. Like, MLC being on the universal ban draft meant that Gambit actually got through much more frequently in comparison to what it would get through in terms of scrims, and we didn't even get to see Gambit in the Ignite.
We are getting ready to head into our first series. We'll be talking about what matchups we have coming up after we break down the groups. You can see it. We have, of course, split up Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. Do not fear. They will get to play against each other soon. But there is going to be a little bit of time before we have to do that. You can see we've also split up our MRC teams a little. This is based on the way the teams were invited, the way they qualified, but once again, they are playing for their seeding, playing for their setup, heading on into this first setup. So, looking over here, Ryan, which of these groups stands out? What's exciting to you looking at these two groups?
Ooh, I think you've got like the red teams in Group B for the most part as well. Like, it's not only seeing some of the invited teams that are just fresh faces that we've not really seen play in, for example, Ignite last year, but also some returning faces like Shikigami, Fire Red, being prime teams that we saw actively involved, Peps as well. But like Vision, Reason sort of maybe flirt with the idea of putting into games Pulsar too. It really does feel like you've got like a good mix of like new and old here. I still think that there's a lot more surprises in Group B. It's harder to call, and for each of these cases, it's top 4 out of the group is going to make playoffs. Obviously, we're going to talk about predictions because that's something that everybody can have a pop at and get prized for it as well if they come out on top. But I think Group B is, in particular, very difficult to get right.
It does look scary, but you mentioned predictions, and here we are. These are the predictions based on the in-game system. You can head on in to the esports event tab right now, and you might still have some time for the other ones. I believe the EMEA ones are closed because we're starting, like, right now, but you might be able to fit in some of your predictions for the other regions and potentially get yourself some units out of it. And interesting to see here, we do have our expected setups of Na'Vi and Virtus Pro at the top, but maybe not by as much as we'd expect, Moxie.
Yeah, I thought Virtus Pro for sure would be seeing pretty much everyone jump on the train of Virtus Pro are going to be able to be the top of their group. Because not only, like you said, are they the champions coming through from Atlanta, but literally everything that they played in Atlanta has now actually circled back into meta because the Psylocke just got buffed. So Sparker stocks just shot through the roof. You still have to worry about Phi being the best Daredevil as well. So it's going to be pick your poison in terms of the ban draft against Virtus Pro, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing that pop up a little bit later on.
And here are the predictions for the other regions, so you can get in a little bit ahead. Sentinels doing very well in previous times, but of course we've had some massive roster changes. A couple of our EMEA players are experimenting over in the Americas, and a couple of the American players, particularly on Na'Vi, we have Terra now, have made their way over to EMEA themselves. But some other notable ones here, Gen G getting outpaced by Kanga in these predictions. And of course, definitely worth noting, OUG, who have yet to lose an MRC or an Ignite that they have played in China, are once again at a 47% prediction rate for finishing first in China.
I also think that there's the element of like, yeah, we saw OUG playing at grand finals and not making it out of groups, but they did have substitutes playing in, so it's like, I'm not even counting that as like, OUG might be the best team in the world. We've yet to see them at like full force now, so yeah, natural like favorites, and it's good to sort of see the other regions. Also, what's going to happen with like Pacific, with the Oceanic and Pacific regions kind of combining and then going into like playoffs. That'll be a lot of fun to watch, and then Americas later. But yeah, I'm very excited to see how today is going to go, because there's so much like stress that's going to go in, especially for like new teams like Alter Esports qualifying from MRC. Your first opponent's Na'Vi. It really is just a case of like, okay, let's get that official under our belt and see how we do.
Let's start from bottom and work our way up. We'll be ending today with Heretics versus Pep, so raise those French flags in the chat, and there's Spanish flags. So we're going to have a little bit of a European battle right at the end of the day. Virtus Pro will be seeing action today versus the MRC qualifiers of Crownfall. Shikigami and Pulsar, along with Vision and Reason, could be very important matches for their groups to see who could make it through to the playoffs. But like Ryan said, Na'Vi versus Alter Esports will be how we're starting. Moxie, what games stand out for you?
I mean, like you said, I think the Vision versus Reason is likely to be the closest matchup of today. And especially when it comes to just like the predictions going forward for a lot of these teams, if they do want to be at the top of their groups, it goes without saying that these matches that they have today do have to be like 3-0 sweeps. Na'Vi, Heretics, Shikigami, they're all sort of like around the top, could be the top of Group A, and there's constant debate between Na'Vi and Heretics who's going to be able to come out ahead. So for both of these two teams, I think it's really important that their first match is a strong performance.
You've also got to bear in mind that in those predictions, like you said, Heretics were there, Na'Vi was there. Alter have a lot of faith. The crowd are behind them. They actually came in second. But let's talk about our teams for this first matchup here. Two of those teams that were in the top 3 predictions, starting off with Na'Vi. Some changes coming into the new season, Moxie. There's some names here that are definitely worth pointing out.
Yeah, I mean, there's one major change that Na'Vi made, and it was grabbing Terra from the side of America. Terra actually came through, played with Na'Vi for MRC. The team did very, very well, despite having to go through the lower bracket because they missed out on one of the upper bracket matches, and they won the whole thing. But I think, like, for me, for Na'Vi, on paper, they should be doing extraordinarily well. It's just to see how well they gel together as a team, especially in a meta which is all about coordinating with your players.
And then we look over at the other side, coming through from the Marvel Rivals Championship. Ryan, we covered them a little bit. We all covered them a bit, us three together. This is Alter. Tell us about them. For people who are seeing them for the first time who didn't watch MRC, what's there to know?
So they came through MRC, they came through the upper bracket as well to qualify from like one of the main spots out of the 3 that was available. And, you know, it really is like a rough test. You're going up against world champions for the mid-season final, second place at grand finals, and a team that has something to prove. But at the very least for Alter, if today is like a rough start, you get it out the way early, you can take a lot of lessons from it on how Na'Vi look at the meta and try to copy it and build off of it yourself, so that these main qualifying games for playoffs are a little bit more available and later than you. So it really is just a case of get the big game out of the way first. I think the main thing that I would say, and sorry for like Alter Esports for saying this, I think their side of the bracket to qualify from MRC was a lot easier than the side that we saw Rad and Lunex have to play on, for example. It really did feel like they were very clean in how they played those games, but I'm really wanting to see how they addressed like the Ignite system, like how they want to play with this kind of draft, but also how players like Team Captain, who has been playing since the Invitational and hasn't been in Tier 1 since, how he fares playing at this level against a team like Na'Vi that have played pretty much every single Tier 1 tournament that we've seen since last February.
We're going to be finding out very soon. These are best of threes all the way out through today. And we're starting off as usual, as we do in Ignite, with domination, starting off on Celestial Husk. This is something we did see alter. As Moxie mentioned, they've had practice with the Gambit, but also with the Vanguard pool. And it might not be the player you expect who's really excelled on that. Monarch has really shown what they can do here.
I mean, Monarch just played every role that we got to see them on. They were on Vanguard, they were on Duelist, they actually turned their hat to Strategist as well, getting to play things like the Mantis. So for sure, a player to keep your eye out on, as their Vanguard pool was absolutely exceptional. Whoops too on the Elsa. A lot of this team was able to just really play off of the identities of those two specific heroes, making it through the ban draft in MRC. Is, again, we talk about it, MRC universal. If one side gets Elsa, the other team also gets it, so teams were more than happy to let both of them go through. I don't think we're going to be getting to see the same reliances this time, though. So the big question for me for Alter Esports is actually about their newest player, Z-Cube, who they've brought in because Z-Cube was from the American side of things last year and played a whole lot of Hulk. So it definitely feels like they were already getting ready to jump ship and play a little bit more of the Hulk dive compositions that we're going to be getting to see a whole lot of.
This does also mean this is going to be the matchup of the American imports with Terra versus Z-Cube, and we'll see potentially who comes out and also who, of course, gets to show in, as it looks like we're going to be getting ready to head into that game very shortly, meaning that it is time to ignite the battle. We're heading on in for Na'Vi versus Alter, and this is our first game. They're fighting for prize money, they're fighting for seeding, and they're fighting for pride. Who's going to be coming out on top, guys? First map, Celestial Husk. What are you on the lookout for in the draft?
I think it's a case of whether we're going to see the White Fox or not for Fate, because like after the most recent hotfix, you might have seen it a little bit more, but we are playing not on the stuff that we saw with like the recent changes to White Fox. Saying that though, you've got Fate. Fate has been really keen on experimenting with new strategists. That feels like one major thing to keep an eye on for.
Moxie, what are you also on the lookout for?
I think, like Ryan said, Na'Vi not only was Fate one of those staple strategists who stood out last year, it was also the innovation that Na'Vi brought to the table. They were behind a lot of comps that really became mainstream. They were one of the first teams to really start taking advantage of the Jeff compositions, and I feel like Na'Vi are going to be feeling something very similar as we head into this 2026 year of the Marvel Rivals Ignite season. They're not going to be wanting to sort of like stick to meta that's been established by other teams. They're going to be looking to make their own and be so good at it, they force others to try to use theirs instead.
Countdown has begun, meaning we are going to be heading in. I'll chime in if needed, but take it away, Ryan and Moxie, as we head on into the draft.
Thank you, Thatcher. So this is probably like the main question, I suppose, is which is the biggest bad, which is the biggest Avengers level threat that you're going to be banning out first? And both teams deciding to take out the Elsa, a protection over onto the Gambit means it has to be a little bit different. I'm wondering here, like, so yeah, like the trying to get one-sided Gambit might be a keen thing, but both teams have protected it, meaning that we are going to see it in action.
Yeah, and I mean, now potentially we have to see a Loki mirror ban come through from the side of Alter, as you don't want to allow Na'Vi to have two casts of Raging Row Flush, plus the fact that the Ultimate Generation got nerfed means that there is much more value placed on the value of Regeneration Domain, which is literally ultimate level at the cost of a cooldown. So not surprised to see that Loki is going to be the next ban lock coming on through from Alter. We do still have Star-Lord in play as well, and while the duration of Raging Row Flush got nerfed, the team-up power that it has to synergize with Galactic Legend as well as Rogue remains as strong as ever, and Rogue will actually be the next Vanguard target coming on through from Alter before Na'Vi managed to secure one-sided Vanguard Deadpool.
Seems very like quick on these decisions as well. Like both teams wanted to lock in this stuff pretty early, but we are seeing like deviations here. Maybe there's a chance to try to take out something alongside Psylocke has been buffed recently, and with the mention of Dive, her stocks go up massively. Not going to see it in action, at least for Na'Vi today. Is it going to be Alter Esports that decide to try to one-side it? It's looking like they're going to highlight and go over the Rogue, so that Vanguard line is going to be a little bit different. But what's the likely character that might pair with the Deadpool Vanguard for Na'Vi and then for Alter Esports? I guess we'll sort of see depending on what Na'Vi go for last here.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to have to see, as they're going to ban out the Daredevil last. So if Alter do want to have any element of dive, they're not going to be able to have the Daredevil to match Jerkies, and it feels like Na'Vi are actually going to be leaning into that dive angle. They were able to get the Vanguard Deadpool, but they've also got Trust Me on that Venom. And while Jerky won't be able to go with the Psylocke, there's still plenty of duelists who can keep up with the tempo that a dive composition brings to the table. What I really want to see is how Alter Esports tried to use Team Captain on the Rogue. He was really, really good on the Rogue in the Marvel Rivals Championship, but Heartbreaker value has also skyrocketed because being able to take your opponent's ultimate charge from 100% down to 80 is a huge change in comparison to what it was before.
It's gone from Heartbreaker being a bit of a tiff to an absolute, like, relationship destroyer potentially with that. And for that reason, like, you might see a little bit more of the characters that do beast up the speed of, like, getting these ultimates. But right now, it's Na'Vi back for a new season. First place finish at the first international event that we saw, second place at the grand finals. They've made some big upgrades to their firepower. We'll see just how this team does against Alter Esports that are probably the underdogs in this one, it's fair to say, but at least they have some more recent practice with the MRC.
Okay, well, Na'Vi had the option to go for Fate on the White Fox, but he's instead going to go for the Jav 2-player up with both the Deadpool and also that Venom, as it will be them rolling out on Dive, having to just adjust to where Alter Esports decide to send Z-Cube Strange Portal, and it looks like they're just going to try and take themselves up onto that high ground, make it a little bit harder for the Dive to come up against them, while dropping the Strange on to be able to keep control of that point, so that Na'Vi can't just pick up the first control of it and then start cycling their players' lives with the higher mobility.
Because you have got more divey compositions, there's more chance of a player being isolated, so jumping in might be good. But here, Na'Vi were keen and aware of it. The brawl and the fight is about to start. Na'Vi not quite getting progression onto the point before Alter Esports have forced them back. But the first elimination coming in against Jerky means that the Daredevil is going to be out just for the time being. And we are just watching Team Captain holding his own up against Trust Me, that's had to use that resilience in order to survive a bit longer. But no eliminations come in before Rajaro's actually able to get up the banhammer.
Yeah, Rajaro gets the first ultimate online as Deadpool does not have to worry about those universal changes. It's just a 1-minute cooldown on the ultimate. Jerky's also back in the mix as well and putting up the pressure on that backline together with Trust Me. So this time we're not going to be getting to see Alter's backline survive the dive, and no one, Ryan, had actually picked up the point the whole time. So Na'Vi being able to pick it up now, plus having that first cast of Raging Roll Flush, means that the next time Alter Esports walk through one of these chokes, they're about to get absolutely tempo-rolled by a dive team that decides to take first turn.
Yeah, it's in hand for level 1. Croc and Terra is 90% away from having a Galactic Legend. That seems like the most common combination that you're going to run in and use, and it's whether the strategists on either side of Alter Esports are going to be prepared for it at this rate. Z-Cube, after using the portal play for Dr. Strange, is going to stay on it, and Trust Me has been taken out, so it is a 5v6 currently that Na'Vi need to be holding onto. They might be able to catch Terra that was trying to go in for the offensive, but there's the combination. Even a player down, the combination is just too good, and you're seeing the elimination feed fill up with the royal blue colors that is Na'Vi.
Oh, it's more painful than that, Ryan. Alter tried to use Raging Royal Flush to live it. Hatro goes down with the ultimate active. So now when they try to play this retake with Whoops' Galactic Legend, it's not synergizing with the Raging Royal Flush. And you can see Na'Vi, they know they don't have to have as much respect as they would if the Gambit ultimate were there to superpower it. In fact, if they just hold close at these chokes and force Exo into using that invisible boundary, it will be static and off point, and Na'Vi can fully disengage it.
Seems very, like, out of character to use it in that case. You have got a lot that could work with it now, but now Monarch has the Dance of the Butterflies. Heartbreaker is going to be used, as well as the invisible boundary to force a fight on the objective. Aya Agamotto actually clears out and is able to get a pick onto Terra. but trust me, he's managed to trade it. Still going in hard. He has to go in at pretty low health, but he's got the resilience in order to survive this bit more. He's brought the fight back to the objective, which is nearing towards completion for Na'Vi. And whilst Alter Esports trying to fight on it, it's forced out a lot of ultimates, but there's not much time for Alter Esports to contest this one.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing the Galactic Legend come through, but Monarch's already down, so no Dance of the Butterflies to overlap that damage. And it seems like it's just going to be Na'Vi closing things up now.
Seems to be the case. Na'Vi now taking out everybody one at a time. It was a bit of a rough start to begin with, but a pause has come in. We do have these for any disconnects, any issues that is happening for the teams for Ignite. But it's looking like this point is at least done. And I mean, first game of casting with the new change. I think we're going to sort of go back to us for a second. It really is a case of how much the ultimates are really necessary. One mess up of Royal Flush decided that whole point, it looked like.
Yeah, and I mean, even when Alter Esports had so many of the ultimates that they burned in the next fight, they used Invisible Boundary, they used Heartbreaker, Eye of Agamotto, and they started getting eliminations, but crucially, they didn't manage to clear both Rojaro on the Deadpool and Trust Me on the Venom. So both of those Vanguards, with the help of Fate, just lived on the point, refused to give up the cap, and by the time that Alter Esports were actually ready to try and take those Vanguards down, Na'Vi's whole team were back, and they didn't even have to give up any temporary point control. They could just keep funneling themselves to that front line and continue playing it to the point that we get to OT, and Alter Esports currently have a Strange holding down the front line, Z-Cube at half health, which means that no portal potential as well, Ryan, for Alter Esports to refresh their players and keep this overtime going, potentially for Monarch to turn the tide with that Dance of the Butterflies. So this very much is round done.
Yeah, we do sort of finish it out in the end. I'm very curious too, because obviously one of the changes that came in with the ult charge rate being increased for a lot of characters, Deadpool also got nerfed with his ultimates. There's more of a cooldown before you can start building up charge after using the various ultimates that he has across the different roles. But it still feels like his charge rate getting the ultimate first in a fight is incredible. And so for maps like this, having a one-sided Deadpool as a Vanguard is incredibly important, because Rojaro was the first to get his ultimate, and he's going to outpace literally everybody right now.
Yeah, especially because you just slap it on a strategist, right? And that allows level 1 Crook to massively outpace Hatro in terms of building up that first Raging Royal Flush. And as we saw, Na'Vi being able to literally just send out that Gambit ultimate alongside Terra's Galactic Legend caught Alter Esports when they tried to go for the Gambit Mirror, but just didn't have anything to be able to also synergize with the ultimate aggressively. Speaking about aggressive, we're going to be seeing Z-Cube yet again go for this teleport, but it looks much more aggressive this time. Instead of taking high ground and being a little bit more neutral to try to rotate to bunker beneath the point to make yourself a little bit harder to dive, they might try and jump onto someone from Na'Vi's end and force out that Raging Royal Flush that level 1 Crook has to try and kite it.
He's used it actually very quickly as the offensive has come in. You've got Dance of the Butterflies that's used in response from Monarch, but it has found very little. Everybody's cleaned up. It's a complete team wipe from Na'Vi just off of the Royal Flush. Anything else, Terra's actually held onto the Galactic Legend. It was just the dive was so good from Rojaro. Yeah.
If you look at Alter Esports' ultimate economy, right? They didn't have Gambit ultimate. They also did not have Invisible Boundary. So Terra actually holding onto Galactic Legend now puts a lot more pressure onto Exo's ultimate and allows Na'Vi to use the Starlord ultimate in the next engagement when Alter still don't have that defense. As we can see, Fate and Trust Me already wrapping all the way around the back. They've got symbiotic shenanigans to give themselves a little bit more staying power, but they're also turning the attention to allow the Venom in and open up the space for Jerky to come through with Let the Devil Out, which Alter Esports have no answer to.
The fight is coming hard from Team Captain, able to find a pick at least onto one of the duelists and taking the fight onto the objective. But there's the Galactic Legend ringing through just after the Banhammer. The Cherokee is not going to be too far out of the fight either, that has used to let the devil out. And now finally there is a pick at the end of it for Terra, able to sort of clean up the fight. Level 1 Crook is going to go in and be on the offensive too. It's a meta that really does suit Na'Vi's playstyle in all of these cases. And Alter Esports, even though the fight started off in favor for them, it was short-lived and no progression on the objective at all from them.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Esports are actually going to swap off of the Invisible Woman and put Exo over to the Cloak and Dagger instead. So no Force Physics, no Invisible Boundary, but you do get those 2 charges of Terror Cave to try and just slam onto Trust Me when the Venom shows up. As Na'Vi being a little bit more committal in terms of how they're playing the dive. Not so much the soft dive, especially with Team Captain looking for those grabs on the Rogue, as they're going to be trying to make a play with this engagement off the Heartbreaker, I would imagine. Fate's the only thing on Na'Vi's end, which is going to allow them to be able to live and kite out as Level 1 Crook's a little bit away from the Raging Royal Flush to survive.
It's been pulled back a little bit. It is just Fate with the It's Jeff in hand for the team, but Level 1 Crook, because he used that Royal Flush so early, he is going to have it as it hits 99%. Heartbreaker built up very quickly again from Team Captain, and now you do have a Galactic Legend used on the other side. Royal Flush is used to try and counter it, but that alongside the Dance of the Butterflies is enough to actually take out Jerky. He seems to be the only one that's actually going down from Na'Vi. The strategists are doing such a good job at surviving. Other than Jeff, he tries to go for the grab on to pull people off the objective on the side, but he gets taken out as he's in transit. Now you've got Terra that's actually found that fight up against Exo, and so you're missing some of the backline at the very least, but now more picks starting to go in favor of Ultra Esports. If it wasn't for Rajaro actually using the Banhammer, wins the fight on the point cleanly. Trust Me is about to come in after just giving a little bit of time for the respite, and Ultra Esports can't get anything on the board for this first domination. Na'Vi showing that they really like the dive is the new thing again.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi, they love running the dive, they love running the Venom, they absolutely adore the Jeff strategies, so it very much is a very strong meta for them. And also, like, the synergy that we were getting to see coming through from the team was really, really good. Level 1 Crook is going to be picking up the MVP, the first of many, I am sure, as he's been looking incredibly comfortable on the Gambit, but everyone from Na'Vi, in terms of how you wanted to play the dive, they were all playing it absolutely perfectly. Like, Trust Me, Faye, even that we were getting to see Jerky on that Daredevil just going in, disrupting Ultra Esports, splitting the team's attention. One person would get grabbed, but it would be traded by 2 players finding a greater, higher priority elimination. Heck, they even used Let the Devil Out to just force out the Raging Royal Flush from Hatro and then kite it, making sure that Level 1 Crook was able to hold on to the full charge of his ultimate, and we got to see that Galactic Legend that we talked about being used to clear Ultra Esports from being able to get the point flip. So the moment that the Rogue ultimate was done, Na'Vi get to answer back, and there's very little Ultra Esports have to be able to react to it.
I think it's pretty telling too that like the 2 protects that come in, like, sure, both teams have access to the Gambit, but then you've got the one-sided Deadpool Vanguard. Neither of those 2 players got eliminated once. Rajaro not going down 19-0 and then 20-0 for Level 1 Crook. So it's not only a case of being able to play the draft very well for Na'Vi, it's the fact of, like, if these characters are like win conditions, these characters are literally Thanos before Thanos gets added into this game, they know how to make sure that they get effective use out of it, which goes a long way.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of teams try to go for a prioritization of one-sided Vanguard Deadpool. Because, like, as we talked about, right, Banhammer as an ultimate is so impactful at being able to just tempo roll these fights early on. But not just that, his neutral kit is insanely strong. We were seeing every single time we look from Rajaro's POV, he's jumping someone on Ultra Esports, he's lobbing down that magical unicorn shield to be able to block LOS off of the strategists, being able to keep the heals going to them, and they're just down in about 2 seconds. You see them there, and it's literally a Houdini magic trick. You blink, you miss it, that player is gone.
Talking about, I'm back by the way, we're talking about the Vanguard Deadpool. You're also seeing the fact that it does team up so well with the Jeff. A double Jeff team up coming in that was prevented from the side of Ultra. They did not go for that side, meaning that they could have done it. None of the tools were removed from them. They could have gone for that Symbiotic Shenanigans and the Toy Box team up for the massive amounts of extra healing, but they stuck with the Gambit and the Cloak to just try and get the burst healing in exchange. But it didn't work out. Moxie already brought it up really great of just how quickly Na'Vi were able to cycle through ults and take people out before stuff even finished from the side of Ultra, especially in that first round where we saw the Gambit get taken out right as Raging Royal Flush comes out, losing the cooldown and obviously the life. That's game number 1, meaning that we're going to be getting ready for map number 2 very shortly, meaning that it now comes down to Ultra Esports to choose Convoy or Convergence. It's not like MRC, where you can pick multiple of the same map type in a row. Ryan, what do you think could be the change of fortune for Ulta here?
Ooh, I remember Ultra Esports being very keen on like playing a bit of Museum, or at least being not averse to playing it. I think some teams try to throw it in as a curveball for MRC because it's like, hey, it's the new map, let's see if you're prepared. And Ultra were like, yeah, we're prepared, we know what we're doing. Most teams, I think, kind of went to the like comfort picks of like Central Park, Midtown. But like you mentioned, because MRC meant that you could pick the same game mode over and over, there was a lot of domination to go through.
We're going to be heading into a break to see before we find out exactly where Ultra are going to be taking us for map number 2. So don't go anywhere. It will be very quick. And when we come back, it will be the continuation off with Na'Vi taking a 1-0 in our first best of 3 of the day. And Ultra have chosen to take us to the Museum of Contemplation, Moxie.
Yeah, a little bit concerned because there's a lot of flank routes, right? Dive is still really, really strong in this, so I would honestly expect to see a big change up in terms of the ban draft. We were sort of hypothesizing how exactly Alta could approach the ban draft in the break that we just had, and I think like really going for the Jeff or potentially the Vanguard Deadpool would open up a lot of options for Alta Esports, because not going to lie, there were some fights there, especially on the first round of Husk, that Alta Esports should have been able to finish off and translate into a point flip, but they just weren't able to clean through the stall sustain of things like that Vanguard Deadpool and finally finish off the fight.
Right, we brought up something interesting earlier in the fact that Ulta have had more time to play in officials with stuff like the Gambit. They've also had more time to play on Museum of Contemplation. This will be Na'Vi's first official match on Museum of Contemplation. Could that experience be a game changer?
I would have said so if we went into MRC into this with none of the changes that we got from the patch. Like the old generation means that stuff like the Adam triple strategist, kind of like hold line, things like Magneto were really good on this like map route. They're not going to be as played much because it's like they rely a lot on like ultimate coordination and also just get ran over by a lot of the characters that we saw on Celestial Husk on both sides, right? So maybe you still see stuff like D'Angela, like that was a good pick to just be really annoying, use the barriers that you can move through but you can't shoot through, to just get in and out of these engagements. But it's also like the draft system, right? It's like whether Na'Vi feel that there's some characters that they might be able to try to isolate away from Ultra Esports to have themselves. I think it is going to be like more of what we just saw from Celestial Husk, really, but there might be a chance to see the likes of Wolverine and stuff again, but because the way the game has changed so much, I don't know if like Ultra Esports are going to be as on the ball as on this as Na'Vi.
We'll be having to find out, so we'll be getting ready to head into that game as soon as possible. Let's talk about some of the other heroes that could be very influential and some that maybe aren't as much. If we have a look at last stage, for example, this is a map where spawn holds and delays were quite popular. This could bring in heroes like Groot. Why aren't we seeing that so much now? Let's start with Moxie.
I mean, the thing with like the Groot or when you try to run a triple Vanguard line is that even if you don't manage to find the eliminations, what you're doing is you're throwing out so many high health pools into characters who scale so quickly if they start stacking up the damage. So like previously on MRT, a lot of teams would be running the Elsa or the Deadpool. So if you literally just threw out triple Vanguard lines in front of them, give it a good 20 seconds, Elsa was at max levels of instinct and popping off those advances literally every 2 seconds. So that was one of the reasons why a lot of teams stepped away from those kinds of strategies.
And going into what we just mentioned there, the Elsa, but we've also talked about the characters that might be trying to bring in bans for Ulta, and that's going to make it more difficult for it, isn't it, right? They have these high priority picks that are almost in every single ban phase. Gambit, Elsa, they still seem to be quite high up in a lot of these teams' priorities, but suddenly target bans start to have to come in.
Yeah, and it's like, how well prepared are you for your opponent? For Na'Vi, you haven't had to show anything for quite some time. They got to see Ultra Esports play. Like, yeah, there's the roster move of like Z-Cube coming in, so it's a little bit different, but you have more like recent data over on what Ultra Esports were doing, especially on maps like this, to know kind of what to take out. But I think it's also an element of like how well they think on their feet, realistically, for like Na'Vi. Like a lot of the characters that they are just very strong on are when they go off of the beaten path. And if people go, oh, what are Na'Vi going to try to run meta-wise, draft-wise? it's very hard to replicate. That's what Virtus Pro did incredibly well last year. Like, they sort of found a way to play the game that was hard for teams to just copy and paste themselves because it relied a lot on coordination and execution. Na'Vi is sort of the same. I don't think we're going to see anything too wild out here. It feels that what we just saw is in line with what they would want to continue on here.
The question is, do we see those target bans? You see, the Contemplation is our second map. This is a convoy, meaning the last map of the series, I believe, has to be Convergence. If we get to that point, Alta have to break through the first barrier, though, which is making it out the spawn door. Even with dive-heavy compositions, that's still a potentially quite difficult feat, as Alta will be starting on attack.
It shows as well.
Yeah, like, it's a rough one. Like, maybe they have a strategy where they want to be able to go ham with damage boost. When it comes to being able to break these spawn hordes, like, we're still getting to see a lot of Storm. I know they did remove the team up between Storm and Jeff, which a lot of teams actually relied quite heavily on being used to break the free holds with those Adam Res compositions, but Storm damage boost stacked with things like the Mantis or just a Punisher in that neutral can be incredibly strong at breaking a defensive hold.
Also for Convoy, no more Jeff Nado. Just full stop. This is the first time that we're going to see it in action, so like a very easy thing to just clean up house when you have got these like big health targets. You don't have that option anymore, but I think it's like everything Moxie said. If a Deadpool Vanguard could just churn out his ultimate as quick as a Moon Knight could beforehand, you don't want to give them the chance.
We've lost Jeff Nado, but we do now have Adam leaving a healing flying point behind him if he teams up with Storm, but losing all that ult charge suddenly makes the Karmic Revival a little bit rougher, meaning another thing in favor of those big hefty spawn holds has been taken away, which once again leads us back to dive. Something we've talked about the Venom, we've talked about all the other character Deadpools as well. Could we see, if they do get targeted out, Na'Vi move over to the Captain America, the Hulk, all these other dive vanguards that are so effective, the Thor even, a personal favourite of our colleague Leg Day.
Shout out to Leg Day, yeah. He's back next week. We put him in the cool box, but he's going to be like, as well as like the new talent that we're adding to EMEA, which, you know, we've leveled up, I think. And I just think for Na'Vi, I think whilst we're sort of waiting for the teams to get like into game as well, it really is a case of like Terra is such a big signing for them, but is he going to fit with the style of like Na'Vi, this very like heavy led approach from Trust Me? A lot of players have outright said that like they've clashed with that system in the past before. I wonder how Terra's going to do with it across the season.
I think they were aware of that, right? Because some teams in the off-season, like Virtus Pro, we did not hear hide or hair of. Na'Vi entered literally everything they could, even to the point of going and playing in American tournaments, because they just wanted to be able to get reps and build that team synergy as quickly as they possibly could. And getting to see how they formulated those dives on Celestial Husk, I'd say that they're not having communication issues.
We'll have to see how that continues, though, as it looks like our teams have said that they are prepared. So we're going to be heading on in very shortly to the Museum of Contemplation. And we're once again going to really emphasize here that this is going to come down to how Alta adjust in the draft. So many things that Na'Vi were using really empowered their composition. And Alta, even if it's not for themselves, if they are able to force Na'Vi to show more strategies, that could be huge, and it is a huge risk of playing first, which unfortunately is outside of their control. Let's start with it, Ryan. If we do you think Alta should go in for these target bans, or are they just going to try and flip it completely, stick with the same bans and just adjust their composition?
Oh, that's a tricky thing, because I think there's an element of like, if you have a general game plan of how to approach this, you don't want to just completely U-turn on it. Like, they'll have a good idea on what Na'Vi would want to play, just of the buffs and nerfs alone, and what characters that they want to be picking and playing. It really does feel a little bit for like Alta, it's like getting used to the system. You've got some players that were on Paradox in Stage 2 of last year in Ignite that did get to play on this Ignite system, but there's some players that like, this is the first time that they've got a chance. It's getting used to it and seeing exactly what Na'Vi do and trying to learn from it.
Getting ready to head back in. Will they learn? Will they adjust? Will they target ban the Deadpool or the Venom or even the Jeff, as we're going to be heading in to Museum of Contemplation very shortly? Reminded these are best out of threes, meaning that it could feasibly be over quite quickly if Na'Vi are able to take this as a 2-0. Alta, for their debut, they are really going to want to try and take us to a map number 3 here, Moxie.
Yeah, I imagine in terms of the ban draft, it's still going to be Elsa instant ban for both of those teams. But I think we all really want to see an adaptation, like remove the Vanguard Deadpool, or at least don't allow Na'Vi to have it one-sidedly, as them being able to just lead the charge with those initial ban hammers allowed them to set up so much tempo, as there it is indeed. There goes the instant ban onto the Elsa. Now, do Alter Esports go for something different than the Gambit? No, Gambit is still the first save, which does put a lot of focus on a low-key ban coming over from Navi's side. Now, do Na'Vi go for the Gambit mirror, or do they want to prioritize the Vanguard Deadpool, anticipating Alter pushing it out instead?
I think that this first part of the draft is just going to be the same, not only for like these two teams if we do see a third map, but potentially for a lot more. It's just, okay, this is like what is just generally strong at the moment to build around. Now we're going to get a lot more like specific, I suppose. And here it's like Alter Esports.
Please.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to maybe still commit to the Rogue, but I think the other side of it as well is for like Na'Vi, like Rogue is strong. No doubt Na'Vi's Vanguard line can play Rogue, albeit we haven't seen that much of it because we only saw them play MRC. And even then I think Juriki was Vanguarding on it. It is just more like they're going to be like, so what? They're going to go for the Deadpool Vanguard again, so that's going to be one-sided. So Alter Esports trying to stick to their guns, feeling that the Rogue value one-sided and the Psylocke one-sided is going to be enough.
Yeah, that's exact same ban line that we had on the first map. So Alter Esports probably thinking that by changing the scenery of a Museum of Contemplation, they'll be able to change the outcome of the composition that they run into. Team captain is going to go for that save onto his own Rogue as well, so we'll get to see a very similar sort of outcome of Alter Esports composition, I'm sure, in anticipation of these dives trying to come on through with those grabs, locking down those dive players, as Na'Vi are going to be able to secure two one-sided Vanguards, one-sided Venom and one-sided Deadpool Vanguard. They've also still got the Jeff if they want to go for it, but we could potentially see that White Fox as well come through, as getting to play those long stretches of sightlines, having as well that teleport to be able to just jump in with your team, or if you're coming under pressure from a dive on Alter's side, being able to TP out of it after baiting your position initially could be a really strong way of burning out the time.
I was also seeing Terra hover over the Black Panther. It is worth adding too that Terra isn't playing on 100 ping this tournament like he was in Season 5. He is in Europe, and that is an even more terrifying prospect with how well coordinated this team is. But for Alter Esports, for a lot of players like Team Captain that haven't played since the Invitational, at least at like this level, this is like a very new system for them. And then for Na'Vi, when they were rad beforehand, they were the team that really worked out how to use this Ignite draft system and break it first. That's how they were able to get such a big win over Virtus Pro to qualify for the mid-season finals, but then to go and win the tournament. So it really is like teams that are very new to this sort of system versus Na'Vi, who kind of wrote the book on how to play it.
Oh, we're getting a mix-up, though. Terra is actually going to be locking the Namor, which is going to be putting a lot of pressure onto Whoops. As Alter Esports, if they're able to get the Gambit Starlord ultimates at the same time, they will win the Gambit Mirror ultimate off. As Jurkius is going to be playing that Daredevil, trying to intercept Alter Esports' flanking routes to give his backline the opportunity of adjusting or potentially hitting Alters first before they can decide to make an aggressive play.
Yeah, Jurki's job is just keep an eye on where exactly Monarch is going to try and be in for the dive, and it's the backline of Exo that's actually taken out, not with the team up of White Fox, just in their own right, wanted to see if they could go for something a little bit more high tempo and go in for the engagement. Seems that Na'Vi have held off on this defense. It's not the big and burly kind of compositions that we're used to seeing on Convoy, even back at Season 6 MRC, but Na'Vi is still holding a lot of space.
I mean, it's poke, though, at the moment from Alter Esports. Like, both of these teams, they're making trades. Rajara's already got the first ultimate ready to go, which I'm sure is about to be slapped onto Hatro on that Gambit. As Alter Esports, the way that they break this corner is with the Gambit Starlord, which is why we're just seeing Trust Me continue to go put pressure on the backline with those dives. And when everyone's looking at the Venom, it frees the attention from the rest of Navi's composition on these front lines, and one elimination snowballs very quickly into a near full team wipe.
It's a very quick on of Proteus too from Terra. And it's nice to see, actually, we sort of mentioned it a little bit in MRC, nice to see the Namor not stuck in a forced friendship with Hela. He's able to stand on his own 2 feet, has the iframes in order to survive if he gets dove on himself, but obviously a lot of power to keep the fight away from him. So Alter Esports looking to maybe like deliberate the composition, try to reset, albeit they haven't really made too much space. It's just past this like first corner, and the Horde of Proteus is coming into the area in the room. Hatro is the one that's taken out, and you would imagine this is an easy cleanup for Na'Vi off the back of the banhammer being used too.
That was such a huge catch coming through from Terra's Horde of Proteus. I think it stunned up 4 out of 6 players on the side of Alter Esports, who, by the way, have abandoned this attempted dive coming through. Monarch is now on the Namor to try and take chunks out of Trust Me and Jerky, as Fate's just going to be able to hold pretty aggressively close to Alter Esports composition, has the Isjaf to bail out if he goes a little bit too low, but at the moment, ideally, you're just setting up Trust Me to go in, pull attention, take off time, potentially force out an ultimate, and allow Na'Vi to be able to build Jerky's own ultimate up to synergize with level 1 Crook when we get the Gambit ult mirror.
Right now, there's only 90 seconds left for Alter Esports to push this a little bit further. Heartbreaker and Royal Flush are going to be the combination that's used in tandem. The lovers, newlyweds are going to try and fight in with the addition of the Galactic Legend. But it is looking like it's only going to be Trust Me that goes down. A really good disengage, actually, from Na'Vi to not lose too many people. And even Crook's able to get a pick onto his counterpart on the other side. Even 2, so both the strategists for Alter Esports are down in this engagement. There are still people from Na'Vi dropping, but at the very least, they're buying time and they're buying control of this objective.
I mean, Na'Vi are just, going to hold on this corner. Alter Esports, the plan for them was use Raging Royal Flush, step 1. Step 2, use Team Captain's Heartbreaker, cannonball into Na'Vi's line so that Jerky's ultimate gets drained away, and then win stage 3 with one-sided Galactic Legend, shredding through Na'Vi's players. The problem is, Na'Vi sent half of their team to occupy Alter Esports' whole back line, so no one was actually able to walk forward alongside the Rogue and make the damage actually stick, converting into eliminations. So now, with 30 seconds left, Na'Vi still have 2 ultimates to be able to play, and Alter Esports have at least 3 fights before they get a checkpoint.
It might be a little bit too much for Trust Me to hold, but every pick that we see Alter Esports get is traded on the other side from the strategists for the most part. Able to put in a lot of hits. The Horde of Proteus connected onto a couple more. Is it going to be the follow-up from Rajaro? It is going to force out the Eternal Bond from the Cloak and Dagger, and Monarch has found that pick onto Jerky. A disengage has to come in, and Na'Vi trying to group up together for a final fight before the end of this checkpoint.
But what's the win condition for Alter Esports? You're relying on Meteor M, which Na'Vi are just going to be able to intercept off of the Deadpool, potentially off of the Blessing of the Deep coming on through from Terra, as Na'Vi just send the dive yet again to put the pressure on the back line. Team Captain, without that Cloak and Dagger healing, is about to get melted down by Terra in the Namor 1v1, and we get Jerky just getting all of the heal sustain with Fate's ultimate to give him all of the confidence to take that fight fully outnumbered against Alter Esports' back line, while the rest of the team clears the objective. Alter Esports tried to change the script by going to Museum of Contemplation, but it was the same problems they faced on Celestial Husk. Na'Vi got the same composition and got to do the same tricks, split the team's attention, and win both pockets of fights.
And this isn't just like a new sort of meta thing that's happening, and it's not even to do with like the Ignite, like one-sided draft system either. We were seeing it a lot in like the recent MRC of just there are too many not problematic characters, but for some of these teams that came from MRC, it was like, okay, we want to take out these characters to stop Gambit compositions, but then they get kind of run over by something else. They try and adjust to get rid of the Gambit composition and what they struggled with, and then a third composition comes in that they can't deal with. It really feels like Alter Esports, respect to them, like keeping the rules the same for the draft, that they want to have some follow through. Maybe it is a comfort pick for Team Captain that he feels like he's going to perform, and the team's going to perform better off the back of the Rogue, because you want to run the Magneto, you're going to want to run the team up with the Gambit. But for like Na'Vi, they just have so many ways to adjust this. You can't get rid of the Jeff, you can't get rid of even stuff like the Daredevil without leaving something else egregious open.
Well, we talked about the adjustments we would likely see on Convoy to the defensive team compositions, and we can see no Adam, no Triple. This is literally just 2-2-2. You're going to try and have an anchor core with Z-Cube on that mag, looking to give a little bit more peel to the backline with the Bulwarks when they get pressured out by this dive. As Jerky, he's out of the spawn room with it. I think we actually are going to see the Spider-Man alongside Fate getting to show us our first White Fox coming on through in the Ignite preseason. But level 1 Crook is the first of all, and that's a great opening pick for Alter Esports.
It might actually be the first Spider-Man that we've seen in EMEA Ignite as well, to be honest. So it is very, like, an interesting mix for Na'Vi, but it's to be expected. They've been sort of rolling their way through this game, and there's a lot of merit to how good Spider-Man is at the moment, especially when Dive seems to be the name of this game. There have been a couple of picks that have gone against Terra in the end, but Juriki has managed to fall into the backline that has just been absolutely hounded by every single member of Natus Sincere. The Banhammer's early in for Rajara. He's going to try and go in for the fight, and it's a bit of more of a scramble. Ultra Esports trying to create some space with this Namor, just shooting from distance, but now they have so much time to work with.
I mean, so much map space too. Like, Ultra Esports, because it's Dive, they've had to bunker up inside the small room, but that means that we're down to potentially one last fight for Na'Vi to be able to close out this map. Trust me, goes in, soft dives, tries to base some of those resources and clear the space for Jerky, but he does still go down, as did Terra, who actually swapped onto the Black Panther. So Ultra Esports have been able to weather the storm of the Panther and the Spider-Man. They'll be able to have that respect in that regards, at least. Terra goes to the Namor, Jerky the Daredevil, and Na'Vi get one good fight push with this Raging Row flush, although it will be matched by Hatro, as Ultra Esports taking so much damage have been able to build up quite a nest egg of strategist ults.
You got the Royal Flush Banhammer being used from Na'Vi, maybe wanting to put an end to this and make sure that this first game is a quick and easy one. You've even got the Kamiho dedicated in from Fate. But he gets sort of taken down, forced back at least, and the fight is a really good look, actually, of where this Dive is trying to counter from Ultra Esports, but how the fight is completely split. The Daredevil from Juriki cleaning up shop, a Galactic Legend. It might be a little bit of a short story here over on the side of Whoops. The damage that he did in MRC isn't going to matter in comparison to this freight train of Na'Vi looking to close it out. There's one last fight, a couple more players in. The portal play dedicated within it's Jeff to try and grab whoever they can, pull it back into the spawn of Ultra Esports, but now it's just if they can get the numbers on board. Now they even dedicated a Banhammer. They're not going to try and regroup. Despite 30 seconds that this fight has been going on for, you can see just how messy it is, who the calls are going on. Trust Me goes down again, and actually we're seeing Monarch show up on the Adam Warlock, get taken out. He's got the life cocoon, that means that he's going to be able to try and contest this one, but there's just more fuel to the fire that is Na'Vi. Let the devil out has created that space, and Na'Vi, after full holding Ultra Esports, win out 2-0 in their first series.
Oh, Na'Vi are looking so comfortable with this Vanguard Deadpool. Like, Rajara is adjusting absolutely perfectly. Like, that whole last push, when we have the Strange TP, when we have the It's Jeff levels of one-sided sustain, not surprised that he picks up the MVP because he just does not go down. In fact, he picks up 2 once Soul Bond has won its course. And I'm sure in the future, a lot of these teams are going to be looking at that ban draft and thinking, is it worth going for that one-sided Vanguard Deadpool target that Na'Vi have been looking as a win condition? Because both times we saw in the 2 maps that they played, Rajara was a crucial part of the composition.
I'm pretty sure, let me just double check real quick of how many eliminations went against the backline. So for both Crook and Fate, they went down a total of 4 times across 2 series.
Yeah.
And that's crazy with how offensive they are being, and also just like how little sustenance they need from each other. You saw, like, from the bird's eye view of some of those fights, how split they were, and how level 1 Crook can survive with maybe 2 of his players up against a full dive from Ultra Esports. So it's not only the fact that they're not being eliminated, it's the fact that they're able to actually win out. It's call an ambulance, but not for me, for both of these guys individually in their own sort of ecosphere of playing strategist.
Yeah, but that also, like, it goes back to what Na'Vi's whole team is doing, because there were moments at our Museum of Contemplation where we were following Na'Vi's strategist POV, and they were just pushing cut because the rest of their team, like, Trust Me's going in, soft diving, drawing all of the attention. Ultra Esports have to try and peel that back line, which means that those resources, which could be used aggressively to chase down eliminations onto Na'Vi, they're having to be used defensively instead.
We also saw some adjustments there. We saw some attempts at trying to mix it up, but Na'Vi with their defensive setup on that early round was just so hard to deal with. You mentioned Trust Me causing the distraction. Rajaro keeping up with the duelists in terms of damage done and final hits in that second round. 7 final hits, which is the same as Terra, which is just wild to see. And you can see why, as Boxy mentioned earlier, that one-sided Deadpool is causing so many issues. And Na'Vi, former world champions and runners-up from the global finals at the end of the year. A very solid first performance, and they enter into Ignite with their first win on the board. But we have more games coming up for you, including one that we are very excited for. I believe it is Reason versus Vision next, which is one we have been talking about. Could be very important for the placements in that group. So don't go anywhere. We're going to head into a break while we get the players ready, and we'll be, I don't know American football terms, but we have our first win of the day with Na'Vi taking the first series, and now we're heading on into Vision versus Reason. And this is a game that we have all been quite excited about because it could have pretty significant group consequences, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, Group B, I think a lot of us are looking at Crownfall, Vision, and Reason, and trying to work out between the three of them who is going to be able to qualify into the next stages. So this matchup is going to be very impactful when it comes to allowing these teams that chance.
And Ryan, we're heading on into it. This is going to be a pretty rough run, but we don't have a lot of experience seeing these teams in MRC, as they are both qualified teams via the guest invite system, meaning that we have to go on our previous experience. But there are some big names in here. We'll be diving into it more when we actually dive into the teams. But the fact is, all of these players basically have either high-level Ignite experience or high-level MRC experience. Let's actually start with Moxie here as we have a look at Vision first. This is a team with some high names from the Middle East, including the most prolific Middle East player in a lot of those Middle East specific tournaments, Saturn.
Yeah, previously the Lions, actually, we got to see a little bit more of this team in MLC Season 5, where they really did impress. Coming out of that season, there were two teams that I think we all expected to see get picked up, and that was Lions and Chopped. They have unfortunately, however, lost two of their players in Wealthy and X9, and I really want to see how they adapt into a more mobility-based meta, because back in MLC, they were really leaning into the mag and the Groot. So already not seeing Teller on the starting lineup does suggest that they're moving away from those sort of staple comps.
Also moving away from domination as well. This was a team that when they played in MRC, they just were domination, kings of the hill. But obviously that's then you can just keep picking Hell's Heaven into Krakoa and stuff. Here you are forced to play the more macro-centric maps, which could be a bit of a struggle. And also, Moxie mentioned, the roster changes. You've got a coach of Dennis that was helping him that's now with FlyQuest across overseas, up against a team that has a lot of experience for Reason Gaming. The main ones being not only players from Insomnia, you've got the Forever Pasuo and Nocta that have played pretty much since Stage 1 consistently across these teams, but you have also got the recent addition of DRP on the bench, but also Ballas. And I think the really interesting thing about this Reason team, up until we saw Ballas and DRP be added in as substitutes, is this team was going to build around Simba. We have not seen Simba play at all in MRC. We've not seen him play at all in Ignite. He hasn't played a competitive game on a team in this fashion. He was just that good. He seemed to really resonate with Reason, and it was the ace in the hole. But now that they've got Ballas in, it's okay, do you have this young prodigy that you want to play around and build around in the Psylocke meta? Or do you want to go for Ballas that has more proven history of playing this across the last couple of years?
Ballas is a newer name on the scene, at least from Stage 1. They started in the MRCs and have really their stock has just gone up and up and up and up and up. And they are a huge get for this team coming into these Ignite matchups. And so is DRP. You mentioned it earlier, Moxie. Loon X, a team that was expected to do quite well, did not make it through MRC. Suddenly, you have a top tank player, not only top 3 in Europe from Stage 2, but also went to the World Championships, went to Atlanta to sub in for OUG. So not only do you have one of the best tank players in Europe, you have all that experience. How much of a difference can that make for a team?
I mean, it makes a lot of difference, right? Especially because, as we said, these are very recent adjustments to Reason Gaming's whole roster. So when you're slotting in things like a Duelist and a Vanguard this close to officials, it's all about adapting and synergizing very, very quickly. So DRP already having that experience, previously playing with Chopped. Chopped unfortunately not able to qualify into Atlanta, then got picked up to be a player for OUG, means that DRP is already accustomed to very quickly fitting into teams, as well as the hero pool that he's able to lean onto, right? We talked about it being a very dive-orientated meta. DRP is one of those players who can opt to play into those dives, and alongside Ballas, I'm sure if Psylocke is not banned out, it's going to be Psylocke or Star-Lord that Ballas will be playing.
We'll have to see where they choose to adjust into that. Our first map, as you can all see here, is going to be the Hellfire Gala. We're starting off on Krakoa. I'm very excited for that. I just finished up the Powers of X and the House of X on Marvel Unlimited, so just finished reading the founding of Krakoa. Brilliant, 100% recommend. But it is a pretty interesting map when it comes to flexibility, as all the points on this map have very different strategies. While we're not seeing him in the meta as much, Adam Warlock was a great example that you brought up way back in Stage 1, Moxie, of on one point, he's brilliant. He can hide under the map, get a full revive, go for a portal, get everyone. On another map, there's like maybe one room he can hide in, and that does echo out through some of the other heroes. You can see potentially very different compositions just from point to point.
Yeah, Cradle is a great example of how it changes, right? Both Cradle and Grove are very good maps potentially for crossfires like the Hela, the Namor, the Phoenix, since you can play open space, but you can also bunker up inside one of those small rooms or get to play for the high ground control. Dive is predominant pretty much everywhere, however, so I feel like it's going to be a lot of these teams like leaning into those dive playstyles, potentially full dive, potentially a little bit of a split where you have an Anchor Vanguard looking to just keep point control so that you don't literally have the team bait the dive while prioritizing this being an objective-based map, just holding the objective.
I do actually want to bring something up here. Obviously, we'll see if this adjusts as we go in, but currently, Reason have all three of their duelists in the lobby. They have Nocta, Ballas, and Simba all in the lobby together, which could be interesting. Could someone be flexing? Could this be something that they've been experimenting with and hiding from us?
I will also say it is a Friday, so it is like 3 p.m., like 4 p.m. in Europe, so like there may be still people at work, so people are still like making their way back, and that was a very, very quick first series. So I think that's the other good side of it as well, with like picking up these players. I think the question is for Reason, like if it is a case of like more strategy as opposed to like substituting people in because of unavailability, because we've had that as well, like previous stages of Ignite. It's like, do you make those like hard decisions now and just gamble on it being the right decision? Because if you make harsh decisions and it goes wrong, especially in a game like this that you feel if Reason lose it, that's a big, big hit to their chances of like qualifying for playoffs, which is a big hit to how Reason are going to feel about the chances of this team doing well going into stage 1. Or do you try to go, well, we've practiced with this. If we need to change it, we're going to do it slowly over the round robin stage of this groups. Both of their pros and cons, but it is a real test of like the leadership of Reason, whether they want to go for the fast and quick change or whether they want to play it out and see how it goes.
I absolutely cast a curse that Seijiro has just joined and has taken the place of Simba. So complete cast a curse onto that point, but it does now mean that our lobby is full, meaning that once the players are bathroomed up, watered up, and make sure to hydrate everybody, then we'll be heading on into our first map of this best of 3. Reminder that all of these games are best of 3 for now until we get further into the playoffs. So this could, in theory, like we've said before, be over quite quickly. It's a lot less forgiving. There's less chance for adjustments. But we saw the first series, and everyone will have been watching that. Everyone will have been trying to learn from that with stuff like the priority onto the Vanguard Deadpool. Moxie, do you think people are going to start to adjust that early, or is it still feel-out time?
I mean, it's still sort of feel-out time for a lot of teams, right? It's day 1, we've only had 1 match. That's not, if you have a plan for a specific team that you're going up against, and coaches do. Like, I think one thing we're really going to see because of how much is meta this season, ban draft is going to differ massively from team to team based on your opponent and based on the map. And if we do see a sort of movement away into just one specific draft line, it's not going to come halfway through day 1. It's going to take a little bit of time, but teams want to feel it out and want to scrim it themselves to see if they can fit it into their playstyle.
100%. And that's happened every just in esports. The group stages where a lot of these different ideas come in. By playoffs, they've all basically gone into one rough idea to see how it goes. So there's a chance to experiment, but this is just a brutal first game for both these teams to get it wrong.
There's so little room for error, so little room for forgiveness, and with so much on the line, those seeding points, though that prize money, it's all very important as we start to get ready to head into our main series for Ignite and start to get ready to head into our first map very shortly from our Ignite preseason games here for EMEA. Reminder that I believe America start this week as well, so make sure to stick around once we are done, and Pacific will be starting very soon as well. That will be coming up in the future. Make sure to follow all the socials for Marvel Rivals, including Rivals Esports on Twitter, to make sure that you can stay up to date. And of course, look in game! We have a tab now so that you can jump on in and see the games as they are live, and make sure to get those predictions in for any of the regions that still have the predictions open, and try and get yourself some free units and see the teams you like. If there are partner teams, potentially get yourself a little bit of a shirt for your favorite Vanguard Deadpool friend in your life. We're getting ready to head into Krakoa. It's Reason Gaming versus Vision Esports. Take it away, Ryan Central and God Moxon.
Thank you, Thatcher. I mean, this is a really scary game for both these teams. I think Reason is probably on paper like the team that's expected to do better because they have the more experience, so they've made some pretty good roster changes. But you're up against domination experts of Vision with how they played before. Elsa, still not seen the action today. I wonder if it's going to be the same sort of trail of like the protection of the Gambit and getting rid of the Loki. Deadpool Vanguard is actually going to be first choice for Vision.
Yeah, I'm honestly A-okay with this. I think on Domination especially, being able to get Banhammer online instantly puts so much pressure on the other team's backline that Reason Gaming, they're going to jump on that instantly. They see, okay, that save slot, it's not going to be Gambit, he's susceptible to banning, and they sweep him out. So it looks like we're actually going to have two different identities, very similar to that last series, except this time it's going to be one-sided Vanguard Deadpool against one-sided Gambit on the team of Reason Gaming, although Vision have not yet gone for the ban, or rather, there we go, yeah, ban onto the Loki. Now, is it going to be ban on Vanguard Deadpool, or are they going to let it, yeah, there we go. Just before Reason get that next save slot, which would have freed up Wade Wilson so that Vision weren't allowed to target him.
I think you were a little bit worried of like, oh, are they actually going to ban it out? Are they going to go for something else? I mean, they just want to make sure that the Loki is off, and it is something that like Reason Gaming would have to adjust to if they want to make sure that it's not going to be one-sided in the hands of Vision Esports.
Oh,
Invisible
absolutely.
Woman is actually going to be protected too, so yeah, I feel like if this Loki, it's a good protection potentially for Vision if they can get a hold of it, but it's also like how well Loki plays into dive as well. It really puts a lot of pressure onto the backlines.
Ooh, there's the respect onto Ballas's Psylocke. This was a player who even last year when Psylocke was nerfed and not full meta was still catching the stray bans towards that duelist, but it does mean that Reason still have access to the Daredevil if they want to be able to play that dive, as Vision will secure themselves the Jeff the Landshark before Reason can ban that out. So I feel like we're still going to be seeing dive, given the fact that Vision went for the save onto Jeff. Going for a ban onto the Venom now is actually very high value from Reason's opinion, because it removes out the symbiotic shenanigans and means that if you do go for a dive Vanguard, it's one that Jeff is still going to be able to help with things like the bubbles, but not going to be able to turn the tempo into a potential brawl state time with the symbiotic shenanigans.
There is so much here that's actually just one-sided. On one team, you've got a one-sided Gambit, Daredevil, and a Venom, and then a one-sided Loki, Deadpool, Vanguard, and a Psylocke. So very different to how we saw the last draft, where it was like maybe one character, like the archetype was different of how you'd adjust to these compositions. Now it's a pretty free and open thing, looking a little bit more at some of the choices. But as a reminder, Vision Esports surprised us, at least the core of these players did, with their performance of domination and a third place finish at MRC back in January of this year. Reason Gaming played mostly under Insomnia and finished like 9th to 12th. It was a disappointing run from them, but they've been consistently strong in Ignite. It really is a case of like how well they do up against a team that loves these like King of the Hill maps. If they get the win, they're going to feel a lot better. If not, there might be a bit more pressure on the new roster changes the Reason Gaming have done.
Feeling a little bit worried for Seijiro on that invisible woman. I mean, reason it looks like we're going to be having an anchor core split come through, so they can still play the dive, but okay, no, swapping off of the Invis, going for that Gambit for the Star-Lord with that Galactic Legend synergy, as leaving Invis woman up would allow Vision to jump on that backline when she is much more isolated, as we actually have two schools of dive. Undiveable backline for Vision Esports, with Satam actually coming through on that Psylocke, and Rex playing the rocket to give the teleport iframe for Zerx, as Xvader on the Angela is going to be clearing out Reason's engagement and allowing Vision to take a lot more map control. But Ryan, look at what Reason are doing. They've got the mag, they're putting their back to the point so that when it unlocks, Vision are forced to walk into them.
It's a bit hard to uproot this kind of composition for Reason Gaming, and it's looking very much on the precipice of being taken from them first. Vision Esports have to dip their toes in the water to make sure that it's not going to go across, especially these ultimates being built up. But the range of the Jeff with the heal and the damage cleave is actually enough to get the pick off in the end. BR back means that it is going to be a short intermission for Satam over on his Psylocke, and the Bandhammer is coming from Gainer. It's one-sided. He's found that first pick right onto Seijiro, the main focus of the obscenities that are thrown his way. And whilst all of this has happened, Vision Esports jumped off the point enough that Reason Gaming were able to take it.
I mean, they actually got it originally before the Banhammer even came through, as Forever was able to get the grab onto Gainer and stop the Deadpool from contesting it. As Vision now face one of their problems. Where do the eliminations come from? They've got the dive, they've got a lot of map space, but the damage individually is just not enough to be able to overcome Reason Gaming sustainability, especially now that KitKat has the It's Jeff to be able to give the team even higher sustain.
Battle in the air so far is now the amplifier is going to be used. It's Jeff. Now that everybody's grouped up onto the point, if it's going to be able to grab a few more people, it's going to try and sustain those first as the Galactic Legend rings true alongside the amplifier to clean up house. In the end, for Vision Esports, able to actually take the objective, but 50% progression made for Reason Gaming just off of that moment that Vision Esports got off the objective. That could be costly in the end, because it was costly with ults.
They finally have the damage potential to be able to break through the health points of Reason Gaming sustainability with the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, giving a very helping hand, and now they can actually dive. Reason have to go past them. They can't just play to brawl out on point. Down to the butterflies comes through from Satam, instantly homing onto Seijiro before the Gambit has Raging Roll Flush, and the moment that that strategist falls, Reason Gaming have to abandon this fight, and Vision are going to look to get as much value as they can out of it. Lengthen out the eliminations, stall out Reason Gaming's next push so that you can start shoring up your resources and walk away with a whole lot more point percentage, because when Reason Gaming walk forward, they should win this fight.
So much for Reason Gaming to work with. You feel like there's going to be a lot of focus that goes on to Ballast to try and orchestrate it over on the Daredevil. We're getting that information. Royal Flush is going to be used first to just apply a springboard as the Galactic Legend is going to be used in tow. A combination and bulwarks needed for any mitigation that goes onto the targets into the air. But this has been a good fight for Vision Esports. They've actually managed to peel their way back and be pretty safe. No eliminations came off of the back of Nocta trying to fly into the sky, and even gets taken down from the counterattack that comes in with the Heaven's Retribution. Let the Devil Out is going to be used, trying to hunt down Satam. But this is really good from how Vision have actually pulled this fight apart from Reason Gaming. They've taken back control of the objective, but not a lot of eliminations went the way of Reason considering the ultimates used.
Yeah, I mean, Reason used everything that they had available. Vision do lose the time a little bit late. Rex's BRB already got popped as well, so they're going to just bank up a little bit of time, bank up some point percentage, and try to walk forward with the Cosmic Yawn Amplified Galactic Legend combo. That should be able to sweep them back this point, as we can see Nocta just controlling those off angles, making sure that Xvader on that Angela can't get through and start disrupting the back line. If he wants to be able to hit a strategist, he has to get past the bounces of the Daredevil and Star-Lord first.
Real bodies on the point for Reason Gaming. It's hard for Vision Esports to actually uproot and isolate these fights, and Ballas is actually tried to pull onto the vanguards that are diving into the backline. Zerk seeing if he can keep this fight going, has the portal to completely get off the objective if he wants to, but it means that there's going to be one less party to fight as overtime is being hit. You've got the HGF used to try to sustain out of this Galactic Legend. It doesn't have the Gambit Royal Flush to try to support it as much as it possibly can, but a Ban Hammer will work wonders for Gainer. Able to at least take out DRP that's on that Vanguard frontline as Magneto. He cleans up house, but for Reason Gaming, you do have a lot of ultimates about to be ready and a little bit of time to work with.
but do you get the opportunity to build them? Because look at how close Vision Esports are already holding. Trevor's actually going on to the Angela because I think they're reading the room. They know that Vision Esports are going to walk with their ultimates before Reason get the opportunity to shore up theirs. So the Angela has to get past the team and actually onto the point to be able to contest it to hit into OT. Because the moment Vision see Reason, they're just going to go absolutely ham. We get Satam using Dance of the Butterflies because the team's too split, which catches Kit Kat. Now you're just relying on Soul Gambit healing, and that's not going to be enough to sustain the team when we get to the Brawl tempo on the actual point. Cosmic and Amplifier comes on through from Rex, but it's too late to save Gainer. Noctis Galactic Legend gets the support of Sejuris Raging Roll Flush, and this might be enough. The It's Jets carrying 2 off the board. QB with 2 off the field, off the cliff they go, and Reason get trades, but Vision puts Gainer onto the Strange, try to teleport back in, and should be able to refresh their players too.
You got the portal has been thrown in for Vision Esports to get the players back into action. How Nocta was able to survive for that long is crazy, but it's provided an opportunity for Reason. But Vision held on to the point long enough that they were able to take first. Close in the end for Reason Gaming. Vision Esports just the ultimate advantage right at the end, worked dividends, and that first pick that went straight onto KitKat put Reason on the back foot instantly.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the moment Vision saw the point percentage deficit, knew that they had the ultimate economy. Like, Reason had the time. If Vision left them to their devices, Reason would have played the long game. They would have built up Raging Roll Flush. They would have had Nocta get ready to come through with the Galactic Legend, and you would just walk forward onto point when Vision Esports literally had nothing to be able to stand up to it. So very good adaptability coming on through from Vision. Really good as well ult tracking on their side, which I think was one of my worries coming into this season with the changes we talked about, right? In terms of the ult generation, it's not just when the ultimates get to be used, it's also for the players inside the actual game having to actually keep track of where those percentages are going to be each fight.
Speaking of the players in the actual game, we do have a quick pause, which is why we are back on us. We'll be continuing as soon as we are able. But you mentioned it perfectly, Moxie. The ability for these teams to be forced to actually really think about when they're going to use these ultimates and not get punished when they do, because it's a very good idea right now to just immediately turn your attention and to just try and target down someone if you see, for example, let's say a Raging Royal Flush or an Invisible Barrier, because especially an Invisible Barrier, if you can take out that Invis woman, you can have a very good time about it. Either way, Vision able to take a solid lead, at least for the start here, and this is a bit of a closer matchup, which is exactly what we were hoping for, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, for Domination especially, it feels like this is going to be the best game mode for Vision. It might taper off, but we honestly don't know. We don't know, like, where they've started to put a lot of that focus and stuff. It really does feel like they're clean in these fights, but I think it's not the Lions players that are surprising me on Domination, it's Gainer. Like that Deadpool Vanguard, it's not only the fact that like he builds up his ultimate so quickly, but it seems to be always like you hear the banhammer go off, eliminations immediately showing up. Like how much value it seems to just instantly get from a Vanguard ultimate when some of the, say, Galactic Legends that we got, a full duration goes out, not one pick. A bunch of damage done, but the way that teams disengage means that there's no value. It seems to be always value off of a banhammer when it's used.
Not just that, but it's like decimating one-sided Gambit. Like, if you're going for the ban draft and one team is making away with one-sided Gambit, the other is making away with a one-sided Vanguard Deadpool, that's your win condition, right? That's what you're building your composition around. When you have that Gambit ready to go with your team, that's the fight that you should be able to win. Even if you don't find eliminations, it should be picking yourself up so much of that space. So Vision Esports being able to utilize the banhammer coming on through from Gainer's ultimate and put the pressure onto Seijiro on the Gambit to fell him early, which then domino effects on the charge of Raging Roll Flush and forces Nocta to have to hold his ultimate as well, waiting for it to be able to sync up, massively impacts the timing that Reason have to be able to play not just one fight, but multiple.
Talked about it here with the fact that the Vanguard Deadpool does seem to be marking, especially the Gambit, but it was one-sided bans on both sides. We'll see how they're able to adjust as we head on back over to YouTube.
I think one thing that I'm also like looking at is it was KitKat that was on the Jeff last time, right? Seijiro
Yes.
was over on, so It's the first time that we have seen like a protect one-sided actually being switched around. Probably to do with a point like Jeff being able to throw people off the side of the map. But here you have Seijiro that's on the Invisible Woman. That was also protected in the hands of Reason Gaming. Now they get to actually use both of them together.
Yeah, Seijiro should be able to help keep DRP anchoring onto this point, as well as being a little bit more of a bobber for Xpada on that Angela to have to deal with, as they do have Heaven's Retribution ready to go, and Reason Gaming do not have a good way of sustaining into it, but Forever makes the first move, marking out the other Angela, finding the elimination, and denying Vision Esports that engagement option that they were relying on.
Seeing if they can actually pull away Gainer that's jumped straight back onto the objective, actually trying to play off of this little corner, the tree trunk providing some support from Vision Esports as they're doing similar to before. Banhammer's early, but the Heaven's Retribution is in hand. Meteor M, audacious from DRP, not quite able to connect onto this many moving flying targets, but a Galactic Legend is going to have a little bit more aid when it comes to locking on. It's actually the frontline Vanguards are able to get the picks, but now it's starting to clean up. Vision Esports looking to take the objective first. Reason Gaming can't quite do the same as they did on the last point, taking it early and forcing out a lot more fights and ults.
Yeah, Banhammer forced out Meteor M so that Reason could actually live the Deadpool ultimate with their Gambit up, but that just meant that Zerx just had to play the waiting game. Meteor M done, free Galactic Legend, free elimination, and free first point cap. Now you get the opportunity of holding close for KitKat to be able to go in with that Raging Roll Flush, and you can just kite it out if Reason go too fast.
Gonna have another pause as well that's coming through, yeah. It could be all sorts of different stuff, but it's jarring for both teams. Worth adding.
Yes.
What do you think about Bella swapping over actually onto this Daredevil to be able to read out where Vision Esports are going to be playing from? But I would imagine also going to put more pressure on the Rocket and the Jeff. Because like at the moment, QB and Rex have kind of just been living rent-free.
It's a good question. The vision is definitely going to be helpful. You can adjust that way, like you say, with the extra scouting, but also Ballas is someone who we've seen play a lot of Psylocke. They're very much used to flanking and trying to make people's days just a little bit more difficult. So it could give them the ability to, like you say, just mark a little bit better onto the members of Vision who are currently, like you say, running a little bit freer, and team up with the Angela to really ruin someone's day before they get a chance to react.
We've sort of said a lot of it in like previous metas of like with Elsa, with Jean Grey and Phoenix, like if you have got a Vanguard frontline that is very good at diving and taking attention, those characters can often just get completely ignored and just have open range to do damage without any form of stress. They're just left completely open and they can output a lot of damage. Psylocke is sort of the same, so just having Daredevil to just be like, I know exactly where the Psylocke is in most cases, shows that even if you do have these like really successful dives from the team with the Psylocke, in this case Vision, you're still going to know where that's going to come in, just of where that Psylocke is going to try and posture from. And obviously if they've got eyes on them, they need to be a little bit more reserved in their approach, which means a lot of the time they're not doing a lot, which means that they're not building up their ultimates either. It might just take you out of the game completely if a Daredevil is good at calling you out. The problem is for Ballas, you've been on this team like 3 days, really. So it's like, how well are you going to be coordinated? Are you going to sort of talk over and free people? Do you talk enough? Because there's a lot of players that will play duelists who won't say a word. We know how good Sparker is at that, for example. But for Ballas, I don't know him well enough to know if he's a very vocal player or if he's more reserved. But you can't be reserved playing Daredevil.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the problem, right? When you're bringing a player freshly onto a team and you're putting them on a hero who needs to communicate with the rest of the team. Like, Icebreaker, just throw them out of the window. You have to get just right in, roll the sleeves up, and start combing like absolutely crazy, because that's what you're going to be relying on, understanding when Vision are looking for these hits. Because as we saw on the previous one, right, on Carousel, they played to close dive hit when Reason were walking out of those bunkers into the more open space, which dive properly flourishes on too. So Ballas having that extra information to bring to the table is going to be massively needed, especially when it comes to marking Satam, because Satam on the Psylocke, Dance of the Butterfly, has only been picking up one elimination each time, but each time that it has, it's been hitting a crucial aspect of Reason's composition, to the point that once the Psylocke ult hits, they know, okay, we've lost one person super early, this fight's done, we're not going to try and draw it out, we're not going to give up more point percentage, worse ultimate economy, we're just going to call it and try to regroup.
And is there something I want to bring up here? This is something that we were talking about a little bit a couple of weeks ago in like the preparation for this. The Invisible Woman for Reason Gaming used to be a pretty solid character for trying to help deal with the Psylocke, because you've just put down Guardian Barrier, but that got nerfed. We're going to be heading back in. Take it away, Moxie and Ryan.
I mean, already he's just thrown straight into the battle. I think it's a Heaven's Retribution, and the recently buffed Cleave that comes in from the Axis for Forever, taking this moment after the pause. It's a flip of the script of what we just saw on the first point of Krakoa. Some progression made for Vision Esports, but Reason Gaming now taking a hold after not even that much when it comes to ultimate dedication, just the Vanguard's using, and also the Royal Flush, I guess.
I mean, this is the true test for Reason, right? Now that you've been able to establish your position on point, you can play to anchor with the mags. Azure has the invisible boundary, although granted, QB with the HJF could potentially just eat through that ultimate and deny anyone the safe space of hiding in it, as we're going to see Nocta just go through, break that TP so that Zerx loses one of the iframes and hit from behind. Cosmic Ion Amplifier is forced in reaction to the sudden amounts of damage, and Seijuro goes for such an aggressive invisible boundary, locking Vision's backline fully down with the slow so that they can't run out of it. Cosmic Ion Amplifier gets broken, the healing removed, and Reason start finding the eliminations, although Vision Esports, they're still actually present in the fight. They turned around from the front line and dealt with the dive from behind.
It's a real showing of some of these EMEA teams that can play a player down and still find success. It's a big dedication to go for the Banhammer from Gainer, but he has found so much value off of it consistently. Yeah, and Amplifier was also used from Rex. It was a nice play for Reason Gaming. I love the invisible boundary to sort of break up the fight, and then as it ends, the Galactic Legend cleans up on either side of it. So Reason Gaming have to give up some of the space. They matched up on progression, and Vision Esports now seeing if they can sort of hold that like aggressive, firm positioning, but it's whether or not Gainer does actually get a lot of this like hot press. The Angela is coming in to try and dive, but nobody from Vision Esports can counter dive whilst the attention is split.
Let the Devilite comes on through from Ballas, right on top of QB, forcing the Jeff to come on through from that backline. Doesn't want to go for the eat since the uppy has the Meteor M, so goes through the safety of cover instead.
It out.
As we get, well, it wasn't just that, it was also the Galactic Legend coming on through, which now means that Forever is going to be able to clean up onto the other Angela. Ballas finds the elimination onto the Psylocke, and Reason should be able to find that flip and hold the point still, which is really good news for them because that allows them to go for a very aggressive Raging Royal Flush. When Vision Esports try to walk forward, they can't rely on the engagement of Heaven's Retribution, since the Gambit ultimate would free everyone on the side of Reason. It would snare up.
You've got also the invisible boundary that's very close to being available. Got so much out of that Meteor M. A good spot with it, eating up the Zerx ultimate, making sure that some of that damage isn't allowed to come through. Gainer not quite able to start up a Banhammer's form again, but the Royal Flush used early actually from KitKat. Heaven's Retribution trying to go in for the dive. There's not really that much time to work with, and you've already lost half the team in the backline whilst you were trying to posture up for this final fight. Vision Esports have absolutely nothing, and the worst part is, Moxie, is that if Reason Gaming take this now, they have a Galactic Legend and an invisible boundary to go into point 3.
Well, not just that, I think they're actually going to be forced into using it, but no! Forever goes to the spawn and cancels the strange TP. What a play from the Angela. Vision denied the teleport recontest, and that means that Reason get to hold on to the exact ultimates that you just listed for first fight on Cradle.
It's such a forward-thinking play.
Nocta!
No!
There is no way we just heard what we heard. It's gone.
30 seconds.
I think the org has to change their name from Reason Gaming to there is no reason in the history of the world, the multiverse or whatever, for Nocta to have done. It was so like, this team is so smart to be able to do this. And then they're like, let's make it interesting. Let me do the funniest thing ever. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to in Rivals, right? Even if you're planning on swapping heroes, you still carry over 50% ultimate charge.
No.
Well, I mean, Reason at least won't have heard the sound cue of the ultimate since it went off in their spawn. So they're going to think that the Star-Lord has ultimate, but I mean, it does mean that he resets now to keep pace with KitKat. Maybe that was the play for Reason, but I don't know. I think I would have been more comfortable holding Galactic Legend and waiting for Kit Kat's ult to come online, as you now have nothing except stacking manpower to deal with the Dance of the Butterflies.
This could be damning for Reason Gaming. It's not only like potentially losing this map, but that's a tilter going into 2 and 3 if we get that far. Vision Esports, they don't realize quite what's happened yet, but they're probably getting a good inclination that, like, where is the Star-Lord ultimate? And they're able to build up theirs a little bit faster reserves.
Oh, they're going to be able to close hold the choke too, which means the Sejour is going to be forced into using Invisible Boundary in choke and off objective. They can't even get past the TP to be able to use it on point from the rotation. There it is. This is why Vision held up so close. Force the Invisible Boundary, disengage. They do lose the Angela, and it was out of distance of the BRB, which means that Reason, they think that this is still winnable, Ryan. They're committing.
They have to. They're going for the fight and amplify to just aid some of the damage, but the Galactic Legend is going to clean up house. Reason Gaming haven't really managed to get anything onto the board here. They've had to build everything up from scratch, but it just feels like they're not in the server right now, Moxie. Like they're not really making a fight of this.
I mean, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier plus Deadpool damage, it just shreds for Reason's defenses the moment they don't have Invisible Boundary to rely back onto. The last does have Let the Devil out. It's going to be used to punish Vision Esports close holding yet again. But the Daredevil's taking so much damage and no one drops on the side of Vision since QB gets to use the It's Jeff. Xperia does go down outside of the heal AoE though, and Reason once again just walk towards Vision Esports and try to push them out. But Ryan, so far, no point flip is reliant finally on the Galactic Legend we've been waiting for. I'm sure Vision Esports have been waiting for, and that will finally be them picking up first point cap on Cradle.
77% on the side of Vision Esports. You got to say better late than never at this point. You got DRP that's actually built up the Meteor and maybe sort of looking for what Zerx is going to have with his own Galactic Legend, but that's a while away. You want to see if these fights are going to go in, and even Cube's not got the It's Jeff anytime soon. You don't want to hold on to it for the sake of holding on to it, so Heaven's Retribution is going to be used first from Forever. That has really been the linchpin of keeping these fights even in the end. Kit Kat does go down in this fight, but Nocta is able to trade. The Dance of the Butterflies is going to start to clean up the objective, so it's looking like it's only going to be a third progression made for Reason Gaming, as Vision Esports well past 2/3, looking to get to 99% unless Reason Gaming could put something very quick together.
Yeah, it's really good play coming on through from Satan. Again, ult tracking perfectly on point. Go for the commitment of Dance to the Butterflies. Sejour does not have Invisible Boundary to be able to heal through it. Now you were able to win that fight. You can go for a really close hold with Gainer coming on through the Banhammer and forcing Reason to take even more time clearing out the Deadpool before they can move on to point for the Teleporter, which means that Kit Kat is denied getting to utilize the Raging Royal Flush until overtime, and Vision Esports can simply kite it out. Rex does fall the first though for Vision, which means no Rocket BRB, and they should actually lose point control, but the amount of point percentage that they have to work against Reason, they're perfectly fine with that flip.
Yeah, he's still held onto this Meteor M since. And so this is an area for Reason Gaming. They don't really have any other opportunities to hold this, but they've been in this position a lot to try to go for these forward holes and just keep resetting Vision Esports. They know that playing back and passive on the objective is just going to allow Vision Esports to farm up these ultimates and go on for a big hit and a big fight in the end. Again, is going to be, I think, the main thing that is the catalyst of chances for Vision Esports. Ballas, if he can get a pick, he's going to reset the timer a little bit, and Heaven's Retribution is going to be used on the other side from Xperia. It's not actually led to any picks, and you've got the Invisible Boundary and the Let the Devil Out used. Now things are going to get a little bit more stressful for Vision Esports as they're losing numbers. They have a Galactic Legend and the An Amplify very soon, and I guess the good thing is you forced out some big strategist ultimates on the other side.
I mean, DRP is still holding the Meteor M to be able to absorb Zerx's Galactic Legend and potentially one-shot the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but that just means that Kyubi could get a huge It's Jeff off unless Noctis saves the Galactic Legend. Galactic Legend, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, there's the Meteor M in response we were expecting from DRP, so no eliminations just yet, but Meteor M gets broken, and Reason don't have the opportunity to kite their backline into a position to live. Kit Kat is down, Sejour has fallen, Vision Esports have denied the sustainability for Reason. It falls to Nocta to stall out the time in OT for the Strange TP to come on through, but he just can't commit. That Galactic Legend, he's got to float onto the point while relying on the mag to stabilize. The DRP is down. They get through the strange portal just in time. QB's not able to get the eat off. The strange TP blocked the line of sight for it, but Vision still have the majority of players, and Reason don't have any way of stabilizing.
Oh, the Dance of the Butterfly should be the thing that cleans up. How's Vision Esports able to win out in a pretty grueling domination game on Krakoa? But the talking point has to be like the Nocturne. Clearly like a fat finger, but it's what that does to the team. I'd say that if there was a map type that Vision was expected to win in this series, it would be this one. But when you have like a mistake as deep as that, it's whether you could just get that tilt out of your system and go into map 2.
Yeah, I mean, especially Star-Lord Gambit, right? You have Star-Lord Gambit. You have to play for Galactic Legend, Raging Royal Flush win conditions.
There's no other ultimate
Vision...
that is that bad at losing than that ultimate right then.
Yeah, like Vision Esports, like they have Rex on the Rocket, which is the reason why we saw like Ballas on the Daredevil multiple times for Reason's first engagement. Daredevil was tasked with going hunting down the Rocket, so if Reason found an elimination, it wasn't chalked off by BRB kicking in and Vision getting to bring that player back, which is why we're going to be seeing a whole lot of Rocket in a dive favored meta, because it means that you literally trade a full successful dive, potentially even trades onto some of those dive heroes with the kicking in of that BRB, so you can continue taking those fights, still up players.
I mean, we sort of expected the series to be close. Closer at least than some of these like first matchups, which can be the team with a lot of experience versus like the new introductees of Ignite, just full stop. This one is at least giving us like that close series. You would expect that this is going to go to a full free mapper. Reason Gaming, like the Insomnia team that makes up this core, and as well as the introduction of like DRP and Ballas, have a very good like macro on playing like just payload maps, whether it is going to be Convergence or Convoy. It's how they sort of work in that place.
How they work in that place was very entertaining. Like, obviously, we did see a little bit of like bounce around for the teams. We talked about the ultimate. We might come back to it in the future, but overall, the fact is that was still close. While Vision were able to take control, Reason were able to fight back, get a pretty significant amount of charge. It's just the delay on the objective. That Galactic Legend was a good delay tactic, but at that point, you've staggered too many people in that final fight. It's very hard to deal with. As such, Vision now sit at 1-0 over Reason, and we're going to be looking for a map number 2. But, Moxie, you've been talking about it all day today. Another one-sided Deadpool win.
And another MVP for that Vanguard Deadpool 2. Like, Vision Esports, honestly, what impressed me the most is that they just moved to such an aggressive dive composition away from the very, granted, aggressive group mag compositions, but much more static in how they played. And Gainer has gone a long way, it feels like, in allowing Vision to explore those options because of, like, holding super close against Reason, understanding that they were playing with that mag, they were playing with the invis. Potentially on Cradle, you can actually just teleport, even if you're playing into a retake, you can go through a little bit down your choke into that teleport, bounce yourself onto point, and try to force the dive to have to come into you so that you sustain it, you get to turn it into brawl tempo, and the dive potential falls off. Vision say, no, we're going to scrap all of those plans because we're going to hold in front of the TP even more aggressively than you see some teams set up to do, so that the mag, the invis, can't walk past, and all of those ultimates are forced on the choke instead of on the point instead.
Ryan, with all those abilities focused onto the choke point, Reason unable to step up. But the fact is, they took round 2. Let's go back in time and let's build up Reason as they are still in. This is a best out of 3. They can bring themselves back. Is there anything you'd like to see them change, or is it just the minutiae? Is it the play style that they just need to lock up a bit more?
I think it really, I don't want to keep coming back to it, but I think it's just like with how that second point ended and like everything that Reason had going into third, it felt like they had really set themselves up, how that fight had gone on, that they were making team fights work without being super costly, not over relying on like Star-Lord plays, and you do have the Royal Flush combo on the side of Reason. I think like looking at like compositions, and I think the thing that surprised me is like we're still seeing at like Zootopia, like Rocket and Jeff even when there's no access to Gambit, the Rocket and Jeff looked really good in just surviving, playing for the dive. There was a lot of really good success out of Yan Amplifiers in various moments, whether it was defensively, offensively, in a response to an ultimate combination or against the opponent. It seemed that Rex had pretty much everything covered as the Rocket, which was surprising, I guess, when you're going up against the Gambit.
And we'll see if they do have it covered for one more time, potentially, as we're going to be heading to a quick break. And when we come back, it'll be map number 2 of Reason. See the Vision, if not for what reason, as currently Vision sit 1-0 up versus Reason Gaming in our second series of the day. And Reason have chosen to take us to Midtown in the Empire of Eternal Night. We're going back to another convoy here, and they've chosen to start on attack.
Yeah,
I think ban draft though, like Vanguard Deadpool, please don't let it be one-sided. I feel like this is just gonna be my ask for every ban draft today. It feels like, or at least if you're going for the one-sided gambit, you have to clean up the ult fights. Like we saw the separation, like we talked about, right? There's the unfortunate occurrence of the spawn ult one time, but there was also the ult synergy that they used to try and clear space to play into retake on Carousel, and they just mistimed it. Like they went so early, they didn't get eliminations, they didn't even get point flip off of the back of it. So I really want to see them hone in on addressing the ultimates when they should be properly used.
I'm a little bit like worried, I suppose, of like moving into here, because if you just have a rough start on this one, you're like full held, and it's sort of similar to how like the last series was with Navi and Alterite. It does feel like, for Reason, from talking to them a little bit before, it's like they know where like Vision's bread is buttered, the domination is to go to. If this was MRC, we see Reason win on this map, Vision would take us to another domination and hope that it plays out the same way. They don't get that choice. So if we go to a third map, it is going to something that is a lot more like team orientated, objective orientated. And whilst this Vision esports team is like impressing and looking much improved, even players like Gainer that have been playing in tier 1 for quite some time, it's like they need to get better at how they play around these objectives, especially in a dive-centric meta.
We'll see if they'll be able to do so. Once again, Midtown, traditionally a map that very much leaned itself heavily towards those big triple Vanguard, triple strategist setups, but as we've already mentioned, those, while still possible, have fallen a little bit out of favor in favor of these 2-2-2 with heavy dives, or splitting the team up into 2 strike squads to try and really break up your opponent's defenses. We're going to be getting ready to head on in the moment the players are ready, but let's start with Moxie. Is there anything particularly different you think we might be seeing on this map?
Well, I mean, there's definitely something different we're going to be seeing. Kit Kat has been taken off Reason, and Simba is actually being fielded, which strikes me immediately as there's a composition that they want to play, which is tied to Simba's presence, and it's also tied to this specific map. As yes, we talked about, you know, the Adam stall strategies, but you also see a little bit of hit scan come through onto Midtown as well. So potentially we get some counter dive properly with like the Hela, the Namor, the Phoenix potentially.
I mean, who's going to be like playing the strategist then? Because like, I don't think like we have seen more duelists be flexible players anyway. Like Jerky is somebody that's like picking up more Vanguard than strategist, but I can't imagine putting Balas or Nocta on strategist. Maybe Simba. Like Simba, I think was more brought in as like a duelist with like his stuff like Psylocke. But if he is flexible enough, it might just work in these cases. But like, maybe it's just a Hail Mary triple duelist composition. Probably not likely. Out of all of the triple Vanguard strategist compositions, I think triple duelist is probably not high on that list. Who knows?
Statistically not, in fact. In terms of actual just statistics across all of Ignite and Ranked, most triple duelist compositions are very successful, with the exception of like general Ranked, where a lot of people just like playing duelists, so you will see single Vanguard, triple duelists, and then double strategists to fill that out.
Yeah, I'm the single
exactly
Vanguard.
Sure
yeah, I know.
I
knew and feel it.
Well, we have seen triple duelists on Midtown on attack to be able to spawn break, actually. Remember, like, there used to be the meta where you would run, like, one Mantis, a Storm, a Punisher, a Moon Knight, a Squirrel
just
Girl, and you would just slam all of the damage into the small rooms back when Penny Rocket Bunker used to be the go-to defense on this map.
I mean, my argument to that would be like, for one, again, we sort of mentioned it before, like there's no Jeff Nado now, so Storm stocks have gone down massively, especially on this map where it was probably seen the most, maybe Yggdrasil, but also like, would you change up your team's like roles to like try to break first? That would be, if it is that for whatever reason, that would be 200 IQ. But I imagine it's probably something else in case. Like, we don't know what the pauses would cause. Maybe it's like Shejura's having a struggle in time, so somebody else needs to fill in. We don't know. But the main point, I guess, is that, like, it's a very peculiar change that I can't imagine that Vision were expecting to run into.
Well, we'll see if they are ready for it, as we're going to be getting ready to head into Midtown once we are in the lobby and stabilized. Either way, this is going to be it for Reason. They have to win this. They have to keep themselves in this if they want to start off the season well. Whereas Vision, all they have to do is to repeat a similar performance as they did have a very solid first round. It's going to be Vision on defense, Reason on attack, and we're getting ready to head into Midtown.
I have a quick question, Moxie, before we actually get into... So, like, choosing attack first, we saw Alter Esports do it as well. Is that to just make sure that, like, you're the ones that are, like, setting the pace realistically, as opposed to the mental of, like, if you're defending and you get full pushed, it's going to be hard to go and attack then?
Some teams are, like, very aggressive, and they prefer determining the tempo themselves, right? Like you said, it could be, like, a demotivating factor, but I feel like there's actually more value going for defense, just because if you full hold against the enemy team, you can just like stop the scaling of Deadpool very, very quickly. As speaking about the Deadpool, I imagine we're going to see it first saved on the side of Vision Esports, and we now run into the problem. If Reason use the instant ban on Deadpool, Elsa gets through, or Gambit gets through. So it's sort of like a Sophie's choice of instant bans, as we see Reason continue the Elsa, but Vision actually mix things up. They're going to go for the Gambit, as they've spotted out that Reason's whole composition identity was tied to Gambit value, but that does free up the Elsa save from the side of Reason, so we do actually get to see her hunt on the streets of Midtown at least once today.
I mean, you're giving a team that has 3 duelists, realistically. Like, and like Balas, Simba, you're giving them Elsa. It's a risk, but you're right. Like, maybe it is just something to try to, like, throw them through a loop, really, because Gambit, it's not only, like, his individual strength, but how he synergizes across multiple, like, characters and compositions. Everything else mostly going to be the same, a one-sided Gambit versus a one-sided Elsa, but low-key is not going to be allowed from either team.
I mean, not only that, but how often do you think teams are actually getting access to Elsa in scrims? If she's the go-to instant ban, not only are you pushing them out of the comfort zone, you're also probably pushing them onto a composition that they've had very little scrim time. The only way I would imagine you would get away with it would be if you went into a scrim with the agreement of, hey, can you leave Elsa open? We want to be able to practice it. As Vision have spotted the substitution, and I really like this. If it would have been a Reason going for a triple strat line by bringing one of their duelists in, who would they have been playing? Well, probably Mantis, which means that Vision, despite already taking out the Loki, remove the Mantis as well.
So you got to protect here. That could be something along the lines of, like, yeah, one-sided Deadpool. It's not really going to be a ban on the Daredevil. You're going to try and isolate maybe some of the other strategists full stop because you've already taken out 3. But Magneto's going to be removed from the equation too. So less comfort, I suppose, for DRP, but that's not really the... DRP's got so much more flexible with the characters that he's playing. He has hovered over the Emma Frost, and I think out of all of the Vanguards that he plays, how likely is it that we see that one? I think Angela or something would be, and Venom as well, would be more on par.
I mean, would you run the Emma if you're on attack of Midtown and you're anticipating something like a dive? Potentially, since you can literally have the Emma get to play on the objective itself. Vision, even if they do go for dive, would have to commit at some point to the objective, allowing the Emma to play within her distance and go for things like the Carbon Crush, because that's sort of the fall off, the mortality of the Emma Frost, right? She's not a threat level when she's in a different era of the fight, and so many heroes in Rivals can just outpace her. They can take a fight in an entirely different position, and by the time the Emma gets into a distance to be able to help out, they're already gone. Like the Venom, the Angela. If you're really good at playing your mobility and soft dives, you should never be getting caught out by a Carbon Crush.
So we're starting off already with a pause, I think, on the side of, like, Vision. I think I'm just sort of looking for, like, again, we saw, like, in the last game that there was just this, like, maybe one or two, like, non-mirrored characters, but here there's just, like, a boatload. You've got Elsa, Daredevil, and Deadpool Vanguard on the side available for Reason Gaming, and then on the other, like, Vision have Mantis. They protected Rogue, but it wasn't banned out, so it's not one-sided. They lost Mag, they lost Gambit even. It's, like, a weird mix, I think, for both these teams to try to adjust to each other.
Yeah, and I mean,
on both sides was Loki.
Yeah. It's still a problem.
He's always going to be a problem, okay? Like, Loki is one of, if not the best strategists. Some would argue even more problematic than the Gambit, given the fact of regeneration domain. And he can be Gambit with his ultimate. But something to very quickly touch on as well is that Mantis ban has also impacted Reason's ability to play the Ultron and the Mantis in a triple strat line. Like, you'll get the Ultron, but you won't get the Mantis to play alongside it. So Rage of Ultron, I feel like, is going to be running afoul of Meteor M in the same capacity we saw Galactic Legend previously.
Getting ready to head back into the game very shortly, it seems. Just waiting for the remainder of the players to confirm that we are good to go. But we have seen one-sided Deadpool. This time, though, finally on Reason Gaming's side. See if they can pressure the backline. So far, Deadpool Vanguard has a 100% win rate in terms of the games we have played today. We'll see if that continues. So does White Fox, ironically, but we've only seen her in one game. So we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, what's the general thing? Because again, we're not playing on the most recent like patch that we saw in game until next week. How much like White Fox are we expected to see? Because I imagine the answer would be more if we were on the most recent patch, but we're seeing, spitterings of it, I suppose.
I mean, she's still quite easy to punish, plus the ultimate is very easy to shut down in coordinated play. You can freeze it, you can Jeff eat it, you can rogue grab it, you can Emma Carbon Crush it. Like, there's a whole bunch of CC that you can basically do that just removes her from getting to play inside that Kumiho form. So I imagine, especially with the fact that like the teleport for the Sanctuary, very easy to jump on the Fox once it's on the 12-second cooldown and punish in the same way that all heroes who are linked to one teleport as their sole mobility tool is.
Looks like we're just sorting out what's going on here for these games so that we can jump on in for our second map in this series. Vision holding 1-0 up with some very different compositions, as we've already mentioned, losing quite a few of the tools that they utilized in that last game. Now we're going up against Reason, who are going to be having the option to play something very different to try and bring themselves back into this series. Or will we be heading to that next series right away, or will that map number 3 be materializing before us? We'll have to see once we're finally able to get into the game.
I like how disruptive these drafts have been in this series. Like, it really does feel like it's just trying to make sure that the teams are... But I felt like for Navi and for Alter Esports, it was like, okay, we have these kind of compositions we're expected to lean towards. These are like our most practiced. We're going to keep going with them, even if the maps don't go our way. Here it feels like you're like, we don't know how much you've scrimmed. And in the case of like Reason, you got 2 new players. We're going to try and put you on compositions that you've never actually had the chance of practicing on this map in particular. So it really is a case of like flying by the seat of your pants. For Vision, I think that's just the chaotic kind of playstyle that they want. So the fact that they've brought that to Convoy gives them a really good chance, I think.
I mean, one thing I'll say about Lions as well before they became Vision, they improved so insanely quickly. Like, being able to witness them scrim, like, they would go into a scrim, they would lose against a team, give them 2 days, they would scrim that same team, they'd beat them. Like, they improved so quickly, so being able to adapt really, really fast, I think is definitely going to be a major strength for this team to be able to hold on to.
you go back through any of our MRC casting as time has gone on, and we talk about teams to watch, and a couple names pop up consistently. Dawncore, Lions in particular, these are teams to watch, and now they're making it into Ignite as Vision Esports. Let's see what they can do as we head into Midtown.
Just a lot of traffic, I suppose, in New York today. Lots of pauses and delays, which is going to warm down both these teams. If Vision Esports want to build some momentum off of their domination win, that's going to be slowed. And for Reason Gaming, a little bit more time to reassess the situation, to regulate how they may be feeling, any pressure, because for both these teams, invited, not really too much of a showing on how they're going to perform. Reason Gaming need to show up.
Feels like Vision is sort of anticipating a lot of counter dive, given the fact that we have both the Bucky as well as the Invis Woman in play. Zerk's going to be playing that Winter Soldier currently on the high ground, as Reason have not got any real way of pushing them off of it. Instead, they're going to prioritize pushing the objective and forcing Vision to have to drop and come to them, as sooner rather than later, Vision are going to have to do just that. QB trying to build up as much ultimate charge as possible, but given the fact that it's Reason who have access to the Deadpool, they should be the ones with the first ultimate, although they lose DRP. Stam just getting to take too many angles around the Emma shield, and Reason have to just back off, wait for the regroup, and push back again.
I'm really surprised that he's like committing to the Emma Frost when there's still like so many like other options. I mean, Emma Frost is really good in these game modes to just keep the fight going and out-sustain it, but usually that was in like a triple Vanguard composition to be more of the damage and more of the focus. Maybe hoping that the other team isn't going to have many barriers on their Vanguards because they're playing more dive, but Beta is going to eat up a lot of the focus that DRP is going to try and put forward. They are eking forward inch by inch, but Vision Esports have to concede some of this space. And really, it's just now farming up these ultimates as fast as possible. Forever, a relatively slow banhammer, but it's immediately followed by the first Apex Legends that we've seen. Complete cleanup, though, from Gainer that's going to be over on the Rogue this time to find 2. So Reason Gaming going on the offensive and losing 2 for their troubles. They find 3, but the fact that this fight is still ongoing, Vision Esports have to give this up, and it's still eking forward.
Yeah, I mean, Reason are past the ambulance as well, so now the fight splits off onto a long linear angle, which is going to be perfect for Jeff the Landshark's heal primary. They've got the Endsong Inferno if Simba gets rushed down by the Raging Roll Flush coming up through from Vision, which they're using to just get, for her reason, get aggressive from their chokes. Meteor M's already gone, so Jeff would get value unless Zerk takes it down with the Rotterstern. And Reason Gaming, yeah, it's taken them a little bit of time, but they are finding these eliminations. There's the Endsong Inferno blown up before it can hit the ground, unfortunately, and we get Invisible Boundary paired with Psionic Seduction just to be able to fortress this convoy and lock up the first objective point. The Vision are still trickling players on.
You've also, like, we've got the answer of, like, Nocta's going to be the one that's on the strategist role for Jeff. So Simba and Ballas in play, able to get things across the board. Seen a bit more Jean Grey in action, which Ballas was sort of well known for in, like, previous iterations. But Simba, first time that we've seen him play competitively at this level, and finds the first point objective, at least as things are moving forward. However, this is the area where things could go really poorly if you lose this momentum on attack. I think the main thing to say, Moxie, is this fight seems to have been going on for 3 minutes. It hasn't really had a time or chance to resolve. It's just constant.
I mean, look at Ballas, though. Look at the amount of damage that he can do in that downtime. He's already got the Apex Predator. QB's going to try to intercept it with the Invisible Boundary, but it's just too much damage. Invisible Boundary is one of the worst ultimates to try to use against the Apex Predator because you can't use it first. The Elsa will literally just use that Glartrox to grab you all outside of it, and even if you manage to get the boundary up where the Glartrox is going back to the Elsa, the amount of damage a lot of times still finds the elimination first.
It's pretty much just clawing up what's available. And I do also like the Apex Predator into like the Carbon Crush from DRP that just CCs them for a little bit longer. Now you've got the Banhammer that's going to be used. Dancing the Butterfly able to at least clean up a couple more picks, and Zerx is actually going to go and find himself a couple more too. The bodies on the objective have to be stalled and stopped. Right at the edge, Reason Gaming have been halted from this second checkpoint. But look, immediately Simba is going to go in. Not quite king of the jungle approach, but he's maybe created some space. He's isolated some of these picks, but he ends up going down as Rex and Beta are going to clean up shop. Great position for the objective and the payload to be stuck in for Vision Esports, but a lot of time for Reason Gaming to build up what they need and push on.
Yeah, but they should lose this next fight. Vision are going to be able to have Kraken Impact as well as Heartbreaker paired alongside Raging Roll Flush, which for sure they're going to use aggressively the moment Reason want to make a play forward. We get the Bulwark coming on through, Gainer closes up the distance, starts grabbing away all of the ult charge, so Sejour has no opportunity to use Invisible Boundary in reaction, even if he had it charged.
So now, Vision Gaming buying more time, seeing if they can force out more on the other side too. Like, you've got a Kraken's Impact, Meteor M, a lot to try to slam down. Nocta is holding on to that It's Jeff, knowing that everything is going to be thrown at him if he tries to go for something a little bit more offensive. So if you can play it alongside something, force out these ultimates over the next 90 seconds, it would be a major step. Ballas has found a lot with these Apex Predators to be able to catch picks, but they're up on the high ground. It's whether it's grabbed much now, it's been stalled and halted, and it's not found much. I think it was going to go for the Magneto, but he used the Meteor M in response to try to not be caught out from it. Able to survive. Rex is able to stop this like dive from coming in with the It's Jeff. Nocta not able to get much. Vision Esports hold on more.
Still, but that was a lot of ultimates coming through from the side of Vision Esports, although they do still have this high ground. Reason, they've got the Invisible Boundary, but again, you can't have it forced and choked. You need to be able to walk past Vision's hold and get onto the objective to actually gain any level of value. As Gainer's just going to look for a close hold, apply a little bit of pressure, maybe get someone low enough that the Hornet Protest can come through from Satam and find an elimination as we get the Sonic Seduction from DRP, but Sejour's ultimate is forced off of the Kraken Impact from Zerx, and Vision Esports, they're just going to run away. They've got their own Invisible Boundary to take Sanctuary onto when the fight moves to the point, and off of the back of that, they have the greater sustain. It's just a matter of cleanup right now. Reason they're not even allowed to get out of the fight, though. Zerx with the Bionic Hook casts it out, and Forever goes back to the respawn. Unfortunately, that means that he loses the Deadpool ult.
Forever has to go towards the Strange to go for Portal. At least you bypass this engagement of Vision Esports. Aren't the fastest, most mobile team. Might be trying to stall it out and stop this Portal play from actually coming in. So yeah, like the Strange isn't going to have a real opportunity. Simba's actually going to try and go offensive to strip down this ultimate, but I don't think there's going to be any chance of touching for overtime. Somebody's actually managed to grab it. Is this going to cause enough chaos and create that freedom? I think Forever's the one that's had to like actually drive by, or DRP has had to swing in on the Venom. But as the support and the rest of the team is trying to come in to give their aid, they're being picked off one at a time. It was just a hope, a dash for Reason Gaming to try and touch. Really well played from Vision Esports to keep this one alive for them. But I think it's like for Reason Gaming, they struggled when Vision Esports got control and they could just really dig their heels in.
And that's just the story of Midtown. The moment that the defense wins one fight on second and is able to secure up that high ground, it becomes so much harder for attacking teams to be able to get past. Like, you saw what happened. They took so much pressure just walking through the choke. They were so concerned about the close hold, the hits of the Rogue on the backline mid-rotation. They had to use Invisible Boundary before they even got anywhere near Herbie, which just meant that everyone on the side of the defense called it quits, kited out of the Invisible Boundary before they were punished by the slow, and then took residence in their own. So really good just ways of playing from Vision, perfectly understanding positions and when to go aggressive enough that it forced a response, but not too aggressive that it was punishable.
Shout out to production as well. Has been doing a lot of these like bird's eye third-person views, because I think it showed like we saw the Invisible Boundary used from Reason on their attack in a more like defensive position right on the stairs of second, and then they dove in. Like they just put this big ultimate down and they just completely nullified it by not needing to use it anymore. It was used defensively. They wanted to go in the countermeasure. That's when Kyubi got a really good Invisible Boundary off right as where the team fight was happening, and Reason Gaming couldn't do much about it in the slightest. So I'm really impressed with like how Vision Esports are holding. The first point hold was like a rough time, but everything afterwards, it seemed that the composition that they put together really started to sing. Reason Gaming, it's not that they have to full hold first. They have a good chance of second, but they were hoping to maybe get a little bit further.
Yeah, I mean, we have to see this also coming in huge. Like, Boss is already outputting a whole lot of damage, already a quarter of the way to that first ultimate charge, but they just have no map control right now. Satam's been able to flank up and take high ground hold, which now puts pressure on Reason Gaming's disengage, and they get stuck inside these small rooms where they have so little space when the fight actually comes to them. DRP is down, the rest of the team just having to run all the way to hide behind cover, but look at the amount of distance Vision have been able to pick up so quickly in comparison to how long it took Reason to break around that second corner.
So much space has been taken in these sight lines. Like, it feels like Vision Esports are taking a lot of the sort of compositions and meta stuff that we just saw in like MRC and still making it work now, despite dive seeming to be like the main approach. The long sight lines is only going to suit this composition. X-Vader is really just going to be at the forefront to mitigate some of this damage and focus. Honor Proteus is going to be used on the defensive side from Reason, but it's DRP that goes down first over on this Emma. Apex Predator is being good at finding these catches, and it's able to find at least a pick onto the front line, but a visible boundary now being used from Vision Esports as a response. Zerx has found himself too perfectly, and Rex is able to follow up on more. I think the time that Reason Gaming set has been blistered by Vision Esports. It's whether they can keep this momentum going all the way till the end of second.
I mean, when you look at the ultimate economy and the hero matchups, you have to expect it. Like, DRP is going to go for strange TP. This is them just making sure they don't get held on subway. They're going for a map flip. I think they're going to try and TP and instantly disintegrate Rex so that he doesn't get the opportunity of using that Raging Royal Flush. The whole from the high ground, though. They got the Gambit, but the Namor got through. And that means that Reason are losing players. They just have to keep their position on the subjective. And Vision, they get slowed down a little bit, but they're just going to send in the ultimates. Meteor M, Kraken Impact. Azure is not going to be able to dodge out of that one. And Reason are losing players, and they already burned the strange TP, Ryan. Remember, we're down to last fight.
This is scary now for Reason Gaming. Everybody has to try and group up, and Simba is the one on the Invisible Woman now that's hoping to try and hold the line as Noctis switched over like to the Namor. So you've got like roles being switched around depending on which of these duelists wants to play what. And now it's whether this hold it can get deep enough here. You've seen X-Vader's taken a lot of space in the end, try to break some of the tools that are thrown down from Ballast. That's really trying to make this one-sided Elsa work. The Royal Flush and the Heartbreaker together might be really all that she wrote for Reason Gaming. Everybody's being cleaned up. There's no space, there's no time, and Vision Esports not only able to sort of win on a map pool that wasn't really catered to them before, they destroyed Reason Gaming on this one.
I mean, huge highlight, by the way, has to go that final fight. It's all Gainer. They give him Bulwark and they send him with Heartbreaker into the back line, and it drains away Invisible Boundary. There is no chance for the defense to be able to stabilize inside a strategist ultimate and try to play the advantage of closer respawns by eking away eliminations against the attack. Brilliant plays, and honestly, like, great to see that this team is adapting very, very quickly to plays that they had to just try to fit in replacement of those they had previously.
Yeah, I mean, comparing her to Reason that have been just this see what can work in such a short space of time. Vision Esports, really we were worried just not only from losing some of the strong players that made this team really raw for Lions, but also the fact that like they lost somebody like Dennis that was helping out this team a lot. A lot of the improvements that you said that they made, I think was, he was a catalyst for. But here, like, Vision Esports have just managed to sort of pick up where they left off, and these new introductions of like Gainer and stuff have been like the perfect kind of positions to sort of slot in, to be honest. Like, that was one of the best performances that we've seen from Gainer in quite some time, I think.
I mean, they had such a good reaction as well to Reason going for the total map flip attempt with the strange TP. QB, by the way, does not visit respawn once. Goes through the whole duration of both rounds without going down, and is by far one of the players that you have to watch out for, because he's like quietly doing everything that Invisible Woman should be doing, keeping his team and himself alive.
What a debut for some of these players. Obviously, a couple have been in the Ignite before, but there's a few players on Vision here who haven't really had the chance to play on this big of a stage, and they showed up beautifully. QB not going down at all. Satam going 11-3. It was a fairly low elimination game, but you compare it to the other side, the next closest people are their team. Zerx went 9-3, 8-3 for Gainer, and 9-2 for Bader, whereas on the other side, the closest is Ballast, who went 7-7. This is Vision putting on an incredible debut performance here in Ignite.
And such a big game to do it as well. Like, I was just looking at like the strength of schedule for Reason Gaming. Tomorrow they have Virtus Pro and then they have Fire Red on Sunday. It couldn't be any more of a frustrating way. Like, you've got the world champions that you're up against, and then Fire Red, who, similar in a game like this, are going to be like a bit nervous on how they perform under this new organization, but at least we'll have 2 games under their belt that they can build up some sense of consistency. For Reason, it was just a lot of car crash, like, disasters, I think, that happened to them today. And this is going to really hurt them, I think, with not only just losing on their map choice, but how they lost.
We're also going to talk about the fact that we have finally broken the Deadpool curse. Is it still in the ban phase, though, Moxie? Even though we saw the flip there, even though we saw Vision finally being the first team to take it down, is it still going to start creeping into these bans more often?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Vision, it's a real strength that they were able to have such a dominant performance of a win with the Vanguard Deadpool banned out, because it shows that it's not just a crutch that they're relying on. So even if you remove the Vanguard Deadpool, having Rex on the Gambit, Gainer as well getting access to an insane performance on the Rogue, because we have to remember there were a lot of changes. One thing that went entirely unchanged on this patch was, one, the team up, and also everything that Rogue does, and we talked about that last fight. There's a reason why Vision are able to close it out as quickly as they do. It's because Gainer literally gets to drain away Reason's every win condition before the fight can even start. So this team are looking really, really strong with and without that Vanguard Deadpool.
So we're going to be getting ready to head on in for the future. We already talked about Reason having a potentially very rough run. If we look ahead for Visions, they have Crownfall coming up next tomorrow. And then their next game isn't until next week after that. So they're going to get a little bit of a break after that. So it could, in theory, be a very good start for Vision if they're able to take down Crownfall as well. We'll have to find that one out tomorrow. Lots more excitement coming up for you all. Reason, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, rethink, and come back for their match versus Virtus Pro and really lock it in, because that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it's trying to work out, I think, just some sense of like semblance. Like, that's concerning, like, that not only like switching out players, like we sort of spoke about it before the series, like, are they going to try to make a big change and stick by it, or are they going to try to like slowly make those adjustments? They kind of did both in this game. Like, that's Simba's first like debut game, also playing in Ignite, was a messy one, right? You're brought in to play some duelists, some strategists, depending on what people are playing, what side you're on. It just seemed like, I don't know whether that's been going like well in scrims, whether that's something that they've been able to like consistently do in like the 2 days that they have, but it was just, it's hard to get any data out of it, because it's like, how much of it was us playing the map poorly? Was it us changing up the roles too much? Was it just the tilt from like mistakes that were made on the previous map? It's hard to go, this is what we need to improve by tomorrow, because there's so many variables.
But you do have until tomorrow. That is any amount of time for prep, any amount of time for just a mental decompress is going to be important, especially, like you said, with a match like that, your first match in particular for Simba. I do want to say, I do appreciate Reason going for that flexibility, bringing in all three of their quote-unquote duelist players, showing that they have that flexibility. It is a good sign for the future. It just unfortunately did not get the best showing at this startup. But yeah. Enough about that. We'll be heading to a break in a moment once we get our cue to head on in as we get set up for our third series of the day. But let's build a little bit of hype around it, as it is going to be another one of those matches that could be deciding playoff positions for their group. We're going to have Shikigami versus Pulsar. And Moxie, there is some talent on these teams.
I think like Ryan and I are both in agreement that Shikigami could really take Group A by storm. Like, I have Na'Vi at number 1, Heretics 2, Shikigami at a cautious 3, but I say cautious because honestly I could see them taking a second position quite easily as well. So very hyped to get to see like how they're going to be interacting with Pulsar. I think for a lot of us who are looking to see if they can punch into the weight classes of Heretics and Na'Vi, this has to be a clean 3-0.
Looks like we are going to have an interview in a little bit. We're going to be interviewing the manager of Vision, which I believe is pronounced Asdi. So we'll be getting into that as soon as we are able. But a lot of excitement. You mentioned it. I think I have the exact same order as the both of you there.
I think everybody does. I'm the only one that doesn't. I'm the only one that has Shikigami second. But, I mean, we'll sort of can talk about it a little bit afterwards. But it's like, really comes down to like Shikigami versus Team Heretics, like who would be like second place there. I think that's the realistic, like who's going to be behind Na'Vi in this case. But it's more the fact of like Team Heretics by that point, I think it's their like last game that they play Shikigami. So it's a new team. We'll see them in action for the first time earlier. I'm really excited to see Team Heretics and Line Pro in the coaching seat for one. but it's more it's Shikigami building off what Cooking with Kaya did in Season 5. They've mostly stayed together as a core, whereas there's more of amalgamation for Team Heretics. But that time in between like Sunday of next week, like Team Heretics could go and work in that point.
Looks like we're going to be heading into our interview once again with the manager of Vision. Please welcome to the stage, Azde. What a great performance, a great debut for your team. Welcome. Congratulations for starters. How are you feeling? Oh, we have a quick second. There we go.
There we go.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you feeling after that debut on the Ignite stage?
I'm very happy about the game and how we perform against Reason Gaming. We're working hard like for 2 months right now, and we are happy. Like work hard, you will get good result.
So looking at the games here, you did have a little bit of trouble on the second point of the first map, but you immediately adjusted moving into the second map and had an incredible run through there with your aggression on your attack in particular. Is that an adjustment on the composition? How comfortable are you feeling with your team's drafts when it comes to being forced out of that comfort zone that you started on with the Deadpool?
It's about the draft. We study every team we play against, but in the second point, it's like the map itself. Like you can't dive into the open map. We expecting to lose the second map, but we know we're gonna win the third map. So it's like we know what we're gonna play before, and what we think about it's happened like exactly in the game.
So to explore a little bit of the work that you've done, because we know that you put in so much work when you were actually running in MRC Season 5. Was there anything that changed in how you approached MRC in comparison to Ignite, given that we have an entirely new draft structure?
I think about the changes, maybe you mean the changes the players or the draft, who makes the draft? Because I didn't get your what you asking.
Was there anything that you changed in preparing for Ignite that you would do differently in comparison to your Marvel Rivals Championship matches?
No, because we work step by step, and of course the MRC is not Ignite, but we improve at any level of the champion we play, like MRC or Ignite or mid-season finals eventually. We hope so.
I think my question is about Gainer as a player. He was somebody that was sort of brought in with the majority of the players that were on Lions that we saw at the start of this year. What is it that Gainer brings to the table? He had a really good performance here on playing the Deadpool and the Rogue, but what's he like in a team setting? Because he seems to be somebody that's allowed the rest of the players to just look even better as a Vanguard.
You mean as when we are in another country and he is another, or you mean as he
just as an individual?
Yeah, individual.
Yeah, just as a player in the game.
We are happy to bring Gainer with us. He help us a lot, and he make us a better team than before. And he has the knowledge at the game, and we are happy to have him. He's the best.
We love to hear that. Last question from me, and it's a bit of an easier one for you here. With an incredible debut and your first time being on the interview stage, you might be winning over a lot of fans coming in here from people who might just be seeing you for the first time. What do you have to say to the audience out there who might be looking to become fans of Vision?
Okay, I'm gonna say just wear our appearance, because we're gonna win everything for the next 2 years. That's what I'm gonna say.
A bold statement. We love to hear that. Thank you for joining us, Azde, and once again, congratulations on your first win of the preseason.
Thank you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have another one in the books. 2 down out of our 5 games for today, and we once again start to look to the future. Shikigami versus Pulsar. Shikigami, we've been talking about we've been talking about them a lot. A team that could, in theory, take 2, maybe even 1 if they can really perform. We haven't talked as much about Pulsar, so before we head to the break, let's have some quick thoughts, starting with Moxie. What can you tell us about Pulsar? We'll dive into more detail once we come back from the break.
I mean, if there's any time for us to see magic in EMEA, it is when Pulsar are in the field, and I really hope that we do get to see at least a little bit of her.
And Ryan, your thoughts before we head to the break?
Underrated as heck is what I would say, but I can't wait to see how they play in Ignite.
We are going to love to see it. 2 series down, 2 O's across the board as we are heading into our 3rd series of the day. And we can't have a 3-0 in a best of 3. We're heading into Shikigami versus Pulsar. And this has been one of the ones that we have all been so excited for. I am still Tetcher, still joined by Got Moxie and Ryan Central. Starting with Ryan, why is this a big one?
Ooh, I think we've seen some of the teams that are like partnered, that have stayed together for however long. We're going to see some teams later on today that are like just cherry picking players and putting them together and seeing if it works. It's the fact that this is like 2 teams that have mostly stayed the same from not only like previous like MRCs at the start of this year, but teams that have been around a while as a core. So we're going to see a lot of like how these like coordinated monolithic teams face up against each other in Ignite again, but also in like a new meta, like 2 really good teams when it comes to some of the macro and coordination that's at play.
And Moxie, we see some very familiar names, as Ryan said. We'll be diving into that a bit more with the teams, but you alluded to something a little bit earlier, something a little bit cheeky, and we'll talk about it more when the team comes up, but there might be a magic in these games, possibly.
Yeah, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of melee heroes come through from Pulsar esports side, as El Chabo Group has actually won MLC maps with Magic in play, as they got to play Magic, Daredevil, Iron Fist, essentially was the whole hero pool, and it was actually all targeted out at some points when they played in the MLC matches as well.
I don't know if you can get away with that though this time, is what I would say, right? Like, it's like, would you dedicate all 4 of your bans to taking out Chabagoob when there's stuff like Gambit and Elsa and stuff? It's a whole different like ball game here, but like Chabagoob on this stage, I'm really excited to see.
It's gonna be interesting, but let's start off with our team introductions. Moxie, these are some very familiar names. What can you tell me about Shikigami?
This is a team that is just bread and butter for Dive. Kaya is, in my opinion, one of the best Venom players in both EMEA, but also all of the rest of the regions combined. Like, his soft dives were incredible. Even when Venom wasn't top tier meta last year, he was still able to make this Vanguard look like one of the best in game, despite having to run constantly into full counter compositions. So now that he gets to play alongside this team, I really do feel like they're going to be leaning an awful lot on Dive, with Frost Mountain and Leolas both getting to play their staple comfort heroes too.
So much pedigree, I think, is the main thing about like this team of like not only doing really well as cooking with Kyra in season 5, but you've got players from Alcacia that were sort of known to be very well coordinated, structured in how they went for like dive plays and how they played off of each other. But their opponent, Pulsar, a team that was mostly known for being Dawn Core, affectionately a team that was solid within the MRC season, qualified for Stage 2 as well for the Open qualifiers. This core of a team has not changed since June of last year. It's only like Virtus Pro that have been around like longer, I suppose, as a main core team. The problem is just like this is like the next level for them. They're starting to improve a lot as a team, but I would also say like the performances that we saw that were really good from Dawncore previously were in more of like this kind of like roots, team fight, coordination meta. But from what we just saw from Vision, that kind of like playstyle is still applicable here. Like, Dive is strong, sure, but it doesn't feel like it's the only be-all end option.
There are a lot of options here. We got to talk about, like you already mentioned, Groot style of plays. We have, of course, the legendary Groot player in the form of Tree Man on the side of Pulsar that has been influential throughout the Marvel Rivals Championships as time has gone on. But for now, we are going to get it ready to head into our first map. As usual, we start with domination that is predetermined, so these teams have been able to practice on the map. They have been told ahead of time what map they get to start off with, and we are heading to Celestial Husk as our first setup. Now, this is a map that can be quite wide open, so we can see a little bit more of the Star-Lord being prioritized, and of course, we do see Vanguard Deadpool prioritized in a lot of these matches, don't we, Moxie?
Yeah, I mean, Celestial Husk, 3 different rounds and very, very different levels of terrain as well. Like, you get to bunker up against dive, you get to play the dive, so we're probably going to be seeing a couple of different compositions based on which sub-map we get. But when it comes to the ban draft, I'm not really expecting anything different from what we've seen. I don't think it will be a magic ban. I think much more likely it will be the Daredevil that Shikigami decides to target, but we'll have to see.
Indeed, as it looks like our players are now ready. So we're going to be heading on in with Ryan Central and Got Moxie bringing you Pulsar versus Shikigami, map number 1.
I'm so happy to see these teams back, Moxie. I really am. Like, it's just the familiarity of it, and already we are seeing, like, the main rift. I think it's the big question of, like, for first bans, Elsa or Gambit.
Elsa apparently is the dominant answer from both of these teams. There's the Daredevil save actually on the side of Shikigami, so Pulsar can't ban it out, they can only mirror it. As we get one more ban before Pulsar gets to go into their first lock. What's it gonna be? They saw the Daredevil. Do they take out the Jeff? They do. So Jeff is removed, which does depower Venom somewhat. And as we talked about, right, Kaya is a staple Venom player, as is Chabogoob, a staple Daredevil player. So it looks like Pulsar are wanting to go for a dive mirror as well.
Very interesting that we're not seeing this like, oh, we ban out this first, we're going to instantly protect it. It feels that both teams are like, maybe just leaving it open for both, just trying to find the things in and around it, feeling like tackling the big characters that we're looking at in the game first at the very least isn't worth it when you can manipulate the draft a little bit more. So immediately we're seeing like a much deeper, intimate game, I suppose, because these teams have played against each other, I'm pretty sure, in like the recent MRC Season 5. But it was a very dominant win for Shikigami. Dawn Core at the time couldn't get much going. But we are seeing the Gambit being taken out, so it's not going to be one-sided. But it's still potentially open for the protection of Elsa, which is exactly what Pulsar are hovering over.
Yeah, it looks like Pulsar might decide to go for this. The thing is, if they do decide to go for the Elsa, then they're going to have to play a split because Elsa does not play dive. So Shikigami is going to have the opportunity of now diving an isolated Elsa. As we can actually see, do they go for this Mantis removal so that we don't have damage boosted Elsa, as well as one way of being able to circumvent some of the impacts of the ultimate generation slices coming on for that damage boost, allowing you to do more damage, therefore build your ultimate far faster than the other team. As Shikigami have actually been able to secure themselves one-sided Vanguard Deadpool as Pulsar remove the Psylocke. So taking some avenues of the dive away, but we're still going to have that Daredevil versus Daredevil mirror, which honestly might be used just to counter each other out. Send one Daredevil to interfere with the other's rotation so that it's literally just a reliance of information that both of these teams have access to.
Well, it's more of a priority, I think, for Pulsar as well to just make sure that Chabogoob gets probably the stronger, like, melee option out of the ones that we mentioned of, like, Magic. I think there was a bit of Wolverine thrown in briefly, but not too much. And yeah, Psylocke taken out at the end. So this is a real just eye test, I think, is the main one. This is one where I feel like all of us, at least all the broadcasters, are just going to sort of sit back a little bit and just see how good Shikigami look, whether they are competing for the top end of the Group A that they're in, or whether Pulsar are actually like gonna throw hands and be a real contest spot, I suppose, for playoffs. They can even do well themselves. It's just hard to gauge whether this team can ascend to this level after being picked up by Pulsar.
I mean, it's a different look coming through from Shikigami. Pulsar very firmly wanting to go for a dive composition with both the Jeff, the Venom, and the Daredevil, as well as Treeman on the Angela. But we did actually get to see him play on the MLC matches and do really, really well with it, being able to go in, disrupt, displace, and make a lot of space for the Daredevil to follow through. Shikigami, however, are actually going to go for counter dive. So they're going for the Loki with the regeneration domain, the CD as well, to have those two vulnerabilities and get as much healing AoE off on the team that are stacked up playing inside the bunker, which now means that Pulsar Esports, they've got the dive, but they can't just dive the front door. They have to go all the way around the back of the map and dive from there instead.
Trying to go through them actually as well as the Seedor. There is a Groot in play, but it isn't Treeman actually. It is going to be a Seedor that's sort of playing it. Kaya was really impressive with the recent season of MRC, going to be playing up over onto the Deadpool Vanguard. That is one-sided. Lindstrom finds that first elimination, but the dive is just too good as the Legend and Chabagoob go righting. The disruption of these Groot walls is enough to actually break some of this down, but Kaya getting there early with the ultimate before anybody else. We sort of mentioned it before about the Deadpool Vanguard. It's enough to sort of put this fight to bed. Maybe Chabagoob is trying to actually cosplay Daredevil for real here with the odds being against him, but he's only able to get one pick and get out.
This man knows no fear, but he took out the Namor early, which now means that Pulsar Esports don't have to worry about the setup of those monsters, stopping the dive, taking out the health bars, and allowing them to actually confirm into a hit. As we get to see Kizaru's POV looking for that drop. Eastor does have the Strangling Prison Investor and grabs both of those Vanguards. The regeneration domain is actually used from Shikigami's side, so they can just continue playing aggressively within that Groot's ultimate, and Pulsar lose the Vanguards and look like they're going to be swapping up Treeman off of the Angela onto the Groot to be able to mirror what Isidor's doing.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, if he's going Groot, I want to be able to go Groot. And I think it goes to show that, whilst, going for these, coordinated plays seems to be, a mainstay, but there is so many other options, especially on points like this that get very bottlenecked very quickly if you're not capable. So Pulsar, trying to change stuff up, haven't been able to take any progression onto the point at all, means that they are playing behind. Shikigami having ultimates built up ahead and ready. Both strategists, in fact, going to be ready to go with the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond. Yeah, they've actually forced out the domain expansion. He still has his ultimate.
I mean, that's huge, though, because that means that Lindstrom is going to have to be a lot more careful when that dive hits. Has to go for that copy onto the God of Mischief with the Cloak and Dagger. Gets the Dark Teleportation past Kizaru's Feast of the Abyss, which is absolutely massive. Lindstrom lives, gets to set the path with the Eternal Bond to push the team outside of the small space into the open, where they would be so much more vulnerable to the dive.
Ooh, Chabagoob is going in, and the Strangler Prison is going to pull everybody in. You have got the regeneration domain going to be used actually to keep everybody alive for the time being, so Shikigami seeing if they can actually hold on here. Pulsar Esports putting a lot of threat and pressure on, but nothing to account for it so far. Sabatic on this Elsa, using the Apex Predator to sort of pull people away from this objective and actually be able to contest it a little bit more. But seeing it from Lindstrom's perspective, he is under no stress whatsoever. Sabatic tries to go in for the pick, and a really good play from Lindstrom to hold with that consistent threat that Pulsar were thrown down.
Yeah, I think we're seeing one of the problems that a lot of full dive compositions run into. If any element of the team that you're diving has counter dive, but they also have a different component, something like the Daredevil, who can run a little bit more freely, self-sustaining, and Mog in your back line, not only is your dive being full countered and you have no other real option of playing your composition, so you don't even gain map control space, you also can't really win out the fights when you do get your dive into position, because your strategists are constantly having to deal with Frost Mountains and antics in that backline. So I do like the pivot from Treeman off of the Angela onto the group. It was just a little bit too late. The fact that Shikigami had already been able to win out that first fight and establish such a fortress of a hold in small rooms to be able to survive the dive while also keeping that point control in their possession. So this time Pulsar will be rolling out on the grid, so it's a little bit more fairer, but when you look at the ultimate economy, Ryan, it's not really that fair. Yes, Lapsus Sotilis will have that it's Jeff, but Leolaz is just going to be holding Horn of Proteus because, as Jeff players know, there's always a larger fish in the sea when it comes to the Namor Showdown.
I mean, that's why he's on land. He doesn't want to deal with them, but Leolaz is going to force it. I guess the problem that Treeman's going to run into is just the verticality of this point. You don't have the little symbiotic elevators to work with, but it means that you can just be a real thorn in the side by just rooting yourself into the objective itself. Pulsar Esports trying to get a hold of it, but it is just Treeman there, isolated, plucked out of the ground by Isidore, and it seems that this like focus from Shikigami, namely sort of led by Frost Mountain, who's been superb on this Daredevil, absolutely picks everybody apart, and there's just no way for Pulsar to seat themselves on the point.
Yeah, Sapatek's just too vulnerable as well. Like, they got Elsa through the ban draft, that should be their win condition, but Frost Mountain, with the radar sense passive, is always able to tell when the Elsa is just alone and vulnerable, and continues diving alone onto that Elsa, having the objection, being able to live the 1v1, to the point that, like you said, Sapatek knows he's too vulnerable, has to go to the Phoenix and potentially play for a win condition with the Strangling Prison. Team up, and speaking about win condition and team ups, Strangling Prison sets up for Horn of Proteus. Lapsus Sutilis at least gets a free. It's Jeff off of the back of that, but what's it going to do? It's not going to be turning the tide of this fight. Pulsar Esports have to regroup and rely on Kizari pulling attention instead.
Also saw the Shikigami a little bit worried about the It's Jeff ultimate. Sort of grouped up on Name, had the cloak just in case they needed to eye from the team, but I don't think it was them, the main core of people who were hidden behind the tree, that was the main focus, able to just completely omit it. And now Pulsar struggling to actually get any progression onto the point. They've got a Strangling Prison coming up, as well as another Let the Devil Out, but I think you're looking again at Name and Lindstrom having ultimates both ready and available, and Regen Domain still in hand. It really feels like Lindstrom has everything he needs to protect this backline.
Yeah, I mean, Pulsar Esports just haven't been able to get past the front line at this point. We're headed towards Final Fight territory as we get to see Kizaru just stabilizing, has the Feast of the Abyss, can be a little bit more aggressive, forces out the Regeneration Domain, then looks for the Eat afterwards, as that is the low-key green's gone, but Nami still got the ultimate, as has Lindstrom. Great shield coming on through, but Shikigami still going to be losing out on the Cloak and Dagger, which means if Lindstrom wants a copy, he has to look for Pulsar's backline instead. Somehow he finds it, actually gets the God of Mischief to set up the Eternal Bond, and force the Legend to use theirs too.
88% on the objective for Shikigami, and now it feels that Pulsar Esports, if they have something to throw in, they want to. Let the Devil Out is going to be used, and Chabagoob hasn't really had the chance to shine just as brightly as he did in previous MRCs, and now you have got the Ensong Inferno slammed onto the ground, finding the picks. Everything had to be used because it was last chance saloon for Pulsar. Shikigami, they can group up, they have a ban hammer, they just need to get everything together, one last fight, and they're able to take the first map.
Oh, there's the ban hammer coming on through from Kaya. Pulsar Esports, they lose the Phoenix. Shikigami, like, they have a win condition too. If they just walk point and force Pulsar to have to contest the point flip, Isidore sends out Strangling Prison, and Leolaz overlaps Horn of Proteus right on the top of it if they even need it. They're pulling apart these eliminations. We get the vulnerability coming on through from the Terror Cape paired with Strangling Prison, and it's all Shikigami in the elimination field. That's the flip. Pulsar Esports, I don't think anyone's going to be able to get from respawn to touch.
It doesn't look that way at all. Pulsar Esports struggling to get on the board here on Celestial Husk. And whilst it's like easy to sort of pick apart some of the changes, like just coordination maybe missing, it really did feel like Shikigami just had everything nailed down. Perfect showing, and Shikigami is an organization looking at this and going, yeah, we picked up the right team.
I mean, Nami and Lindstrom, they were just so unbothered. At least for that second round, a little bit more pressure from the first, given that we actually saw the dive hitting. But like Lindstrom, Nami, Lindstrom goes down once, Nami twice, is all you need to know about how successful Pulsar Esports dive was. And it's like they were coordinating, they were getting those dive opportunities in. It's just that Shikigami were peeling it perfectly. Regeneration Domain, Nami being able to have all of the AoE healing with the dagger primary as well for the AoE attached, to both have self-healing but also keep the Loki up. Like, we very rarely actually get to see Shikigami forced into a position where they do get pressured, and when they do, Isidore just comes through with the Strangling Prison, catches out both of Pulsar Esports vanguards, and we see Shikigami still able to win out the fight.
I mean, also, I didn't get to really glaze one of my favorite players, by the way, because I was talking about Pulsar, I was like, Leolaz was terrific. And it's just like 11 final hits. He just had all the freedom in the world. I think he could cosplay the just arrogance of like MCU Namor just sitting there being like, this is beneath me, because nothing really was able to touch him. He had some really good ultimates, but he was left to his own devices. Even though he wasn't allowed Elsa, it didn't matter. That one-sided Elsa couldn't do its job at all for Pulsar.
I want to expand on what you two said there of just this is a masterclass of playing into your opponent's style as opposed to playing the meta. We talked about how Groot isn't seeing as much play here, but when you know you're going to be up against someone who likes the magic, likes the Daredevil, what do? You play stuff like the Loki, like the Cloak and Dagger with the Dagger Storm, like the Namor, who has an immediate burst defense with the Aquatic Blessing to escape those big engaged situations while still doing damage, punishing you every time you try to step in, while still being able to capitalize on the Groot, on the Deadpool, and of course Frost Mountain just had full freedom after that, because if the opponents are busy trying to fight the wall that is the rest of Shikigami, Frost Mountain is playing the best character to hunt down Elsa, to literally follow. Elsa's one of her biggest advantages is her mobility. Disengaged 1-0 versus Pulsar, and I immediately want to draw attention to something that you guys were talking about in the break so that we can actually get it out for the audience, and that is how these fights in this match in particular, you can see people trying to feel out and burn resources, which isn't the same as what we saw in the last season before the patch, where it was maybe burn a big strategist ultimate. Burning through resources like the Loki Greens has massively spiked in importance. Isn't that right, Ryan?
Yeah, it feels like before, when it was a lot of focus on stuff like Groot ultimates, Kraken's Impact, Meteor M, and so like, it's all about like, you either have it or you don't. Like, it's on or off. Are you fighting or aren't you fighting? But we've already seen some cases of like, for example, Na'Vi earlier, a player down, but they still had their Raging Royal Flush for Gambit and also the Galactic Legend. That's enough to turn any fight. They could lose another player that wasn't those two characters and maybe still survive in those engagements. It felt there from Pulsar and a couple of the other teams that we've seen today. They're just perpetually fighting. They're not completely out, not giving up ult charge, albeit it's a little bit weaker, but it's more the fact that Shikigami were like, we are fully engaging, we're disengaging, we need peel. It was very clear what their focus was, and Pulsar were just constantly just throwing hands.
And Moxie, you're the one who pointed out the greens being used in the previous match and brought up this topic as well. We're heading into a Rocco next. What are some of the big tools that teams are going to need to be on the lookout for in this map compared to Celestial Husk? In the break again, you were talking earlier about Angela. Why is that so important, and what else are we going to be watching for?
I mean, it's not just the Angela, it's more when you're attacking onto Hellfire Gala, you don't just have to play your whole team from main. Like, you can flank, you can wrap around it, and I feel like, especially for Treeman and Chabugoob, like, they're wanting to take this map space, they're wanting to split the attention. We saw a little bit of it from their first engagement coming through on that first round of Celestial Husk, where they tried to dive from behind as opposed from in front. And I feel like that's going to be very sort of similar to how they approach this attack. They're going to look for a lot of team splits to try and just split the attention so that you can start clawing away the strategist's attention, which then leaves the vanguards in the front line potentially susceptible to one of your duelists playing from main still.
Nami and Lindstrom going to have to be on the lookout, as they are going to be very threatened this game. It is going to be Pulsar starting on attack, with Shikigami starting on the defense. Most of these teams, when they have taken us to these convoy maps, have decided that attack is the way they wish to start. We're going to be getting ready to head into that very shortly, as Pulsar, they are one map away from being our third 0-2 team of the day. Shikigami looking to continue the streak of 2-0s across the board, and we've been talking about it, the fact that they could be creeping into that top 2, maybe top 1 position. We're feeling good about top 3 right now, Ryan?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I definitely like when we look at like Shikigami and stuff tomorrow and Team Heretics later on, because I am the host in shoes tomorrow, so prepare your butts for that one. I think it very much is going to be a case of like, are you holding or are you like switching? It's very deal or no deal-esque. But yeah, Shikigami, like, this is a really good test for them, notably because like Arako, I don't think we saw at all at the higher broadcast games that we saw in MRC last stage. But also the stage before that. It just seems to be a map that teams are actively avoiding, so it seems that Pulsar like, we've actually been cooking on this one. Let's see if cooking with Kaya can actually try and match it from Shikigami.
Let's see who cooks as we head into map number 2. It is a Rocco between Shikigami and Pulsar.
Well, just the way we saw in Celestial Husk when we go into the ban draft, Pulsar instantly targeting out the Elsa, going for the save onto Chabogoop's Daredevil, and Shikigami, they're more than happy to let the Elsa through as they were able to deal with it the last time. They think that they're going to be able to deal with it this time, so I really want to see if Pulsar Esports actually try to target the Daredevil before Shikigami get the opportunity to save it. Although I say that, I feel like this is about to be a Daredevil instant save on the side of Shikigami, which would lock it from Pulsar's targeting, but no, they go for the Gambit. Surely, Ryan, this is a Daredevil ban at some point before Shikigami get their next save.
You would imagine so, but... So we haven't seen any, well, not much Loki today. I think actually taking it out here is important for Lindstrom because of how much value he's still found with it. Even with like ult regeneration being nerfed, like Loki is still good, like you mentioned, because of regen domain. Or greens, which I love when long ability names are shortened to something very quick and easy to mention. So like Elsa being taken out on both sides. You've still got a Gambit, one-sided for Shikigami to work with. But yeah, nothing from the Daredevil outside of that.
Yeah, well, the Loki is sort of like felt on two fronts, right? Loki, so that you don't get two casts of Raging Royal Flush, which would allow Shikigami to massively out-tempo Pulsar in terms of ultimate generation, because you get two ultimates which can be used to cast and build up the rest of your four players. Gambit's in play as well, so we get the Star-Lord getting removed because Galactic Legend plus Raging Royal Flush is an absolute powerhouse of a win condition. Even if you do have that Gambit mirror matchup, having that Gambit plus Star-Lord ultimate a lot of the time actually allows you to really influence the coin flip, as we are going to be getting the Vanguard Deadpool removed as well from Shikigami's end. As Pulsar Esports, they went for that second save onto Invis Woman. So I feel like they're also anticipating Shikigami going for some level of dive, wanting to have the Invis, wanting to be able to use things like the Force Physics to put pressure on, say, the Venom or the Angela, depending on what Kaya feels going for.
I don't think we've seen Deadpool Vanguard on both sides. We've seen it non-mirrored. That would not seen it at all. So at least some of the, like the bigger hitters are coming in, like Loki is out. You've got Elsa unavailable, and then Deadpool Vanguard. So you do have like a Gambit versus Star-Lord case, and I do think that picking out the Star-Lord is interesting.
Pulsar, I know they're on attack. They can change it. But Chabogoop, like I said, he has got magic playtime. And Kizara is on Strange. I know you're excited for something else. Sapatic on the Fantastic, but is he gonna really go for
No, it's a portal play,
this?
surely. So I did actually, because I saw some stuff on this map actually, and I was going to bring it up to you. There are some like portal plays that you could do that aren't just like TPing. You basically like cover up some of like the high ground where you can mask where like a dive is coming from. I don't know if Kizaru is going to do that, whether it's going to be a pure dive in, but Sapatic is over on the Jean Grey and Chabogoop is on the magic.
Yeah, on the magic and detected instantly by Frost Mountain with the radar sense, and Chabogoop is gone. This is what happens when you send a magic against a Daredevil on a 1v1, and the Daredevil has greater access to the health pack. As we saw the magic once, and boom, it's a magic trick! It's Daredevil!
And he's gone. Yeah, the mix-up is nice. You've got Treyman that's also been very good on the Angela, and this is a very good point to be playing Angela on, both on attack and defense. And Layla's on the Psylocke, something that we haven't seen for quite some time. Seeing if he could sort of aid in with the dive for Frost Mountain. He's trying to keep these like chokes pretty cleared up, almost like a bouncer to make sure the Pulsar's like dive can't really find and envelop the backline too much. But he's also going to be working alongside this team. So Legend playing from the high ground has some like protection at least, and they're trying to see if they can get in behind where Shikigami are playing.
Yeah, I mean, also able to put pressure with that Psylocke onto Sapatic on the Phoenix, as both of these players, Pulsar in particular, are going to be wanting to use their dive to create space so that Sapatic gets less attention towards him, and the Phoenix can be the one doing the damage and finding the eliminations instead. As we can see, Treeman, like, he's not doing a lot of damage, but the displacement value, especially being able to spare Lindstrom away from any opportunity of the Invis Woman kiting, playing to the choke, getting the primary pierce to heal and build up the invisible boundary for this contest is massive, because it literally means that Shikigami can't afford to take a recontest fight, and Pulsar Esports, a little bit of a struggle to break through first, are able to pick up the first checkpoint and head into second.
Yeah, it was just that kind of like out of the spawn door strategy that really didn't work for Pulsar. But outside of that, it's the sort of unending fights that they've been going for has worked in their favor because Shikigami can't quite get themselves together. They keep losing out on players. Not changing up too much with the composition, trying to use this high ground as best that they can, because they feel like if the attackers can actually start to make their way up the staircase, it could be a really rough time that Pulsar Esports are like setting forward. A good pick onto Tree Man, who's trying to scout some information to make sure that the focus is a little bit split on the side of Shikigami, but the dive is looking to try and come in for the engagement. No. Eternal Bond is trying to come through. Meteor M is looking for the right kind of target, and it connects perfectly onto the Cloak and Dagger after the ult.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Pulsar Esports. They had no protection onto Lapsus inside that Eternal Bond dash animation. And Isidore is just more than happy to be able to chase down with the Meteor M before the CD can swap into the Cloak form and mitigate the Meteor M's impact with Dark Teleportation. And that's taken all of the momentum away from Pulsar's side. If they want it back, they're going to have to overinvest their ultimate economy, and Shikigami, they can take turn first, or they can let Pulsar burn themselves out of their ultimates and take a step backwards. Looks like they go for the first option. Leolaz uses Dance of the Butterflies, forces out the invisible boundary, but Shikigami gets a hold onto Dez, crucially, to have to react to Pulsar's aggression.
Oh, there's so much here too as well when it comes to ultimate. I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle for Kizaru to get a good eye of Agamotto with how the movement, the characters that these have, the barriers in the hands of the likes of a Magneto, but there is a switch over. Cedo's actually gone over towards the Emma Frost to see if they can roll on the objective a little bit more.
Not just that, Ryan. This is Emma bullying Strange. If Isidore gets Carbon Crush, all you have to do is Diamond Form, so you avoid the Strange Eye of Agamotto stun, and then Carbon Crush. This is such a good way to potentially cancel out that Strange ultimate, and it means that Pulsar can't go aggressive. They have to wait for the Emma Form to be done first. Shikigami get to come back, clear the space with both the invisible boundary, catching Pulsar Esports, and when they're slowed, send Frost Mountain in to finish the job with Let the Devil Out. What a play.
And it meant that Pulsar, even though they still have ultimates in hand, they just never had a good opportunity to use them. What a pivot from Shikigami to go for those characters and find so much success with them. And having something like an Emma Frost means that those ultimates, this side of Seduction, they can be placed pretty much anywhere in a fight and they can find a good amount of value. Dive trying to go in, but the targets are on different individuals, and Sapatic cannot find any space. He has the Unsung Inferno to try and disengage if he wants, but they're looking for something to play around a little bit more to find these picks.
I mean, the more Pulsar as well is staved off, the closer Name gets to that one-sided Raging Roar flush. Frost Mountain finally now is forced into taking the Daredevil 1v1, which he doesn't want to do. He's been much more inclined to try to deal out things like the Phoenix, as Tree Man bites off a little bit more than he can chew and goes down. Despite this, Pulsar Esports have closed up the distance onto that objective, and this is their best push. They might trade their Invisible Woman for it, though, as Kaya makes the decision to keep pressuring the backline, knowing that he can get out, take the damage, and battery his strategists to have the ultimates with Shikigami call to recontest. Ensong Inferno from Sapatic held in the sky as long as possible. Lapsus will be able to use the Eternal Bond to meet it, and they have the sustain to match the Raging Roar flush coming through from Shikigami's side. But the moment that those ultimates are done, all of the attention falls to the legend on the Invisible Woman.
Kai has done such a good job to just keep it going in this fight, survive and sustain, installing the Dance of the Butterflies Invisible Boundary is going to come in and support him after we saw the Feast of the Abyss used to just keep the fight alive. Now there's a bit of a breathing room as Pulsar are now forced to use whatever they have available, and it's not much. It's maybe El Chabagoob having the Let the Devil Out to go with, but I imagine he's looking to try and coordinate with Tree Man, who's still a way away from having this, like, retribution to work with. Isidore might find an opportunity, it depends, but they're finding and isolating these picks, they're staggering them, and there's not a lot of time for Pulsar to make this work. I do think Kizaru has Portal though.
I mean, yeah, but Pulsar Esports, if they use Portal, everyone is just going to have zero angle control. Shikigami are going to be able to play the rest of their team so safely as long as Isidore gets to hold on to the convoy objective control on the Emma with that Sonic Seduction. Meanwhile, Frost Mountain's building up the next Let the Devil Out. They'll be able to take advantage of the split that Pulsar Esports have to have. One person on the convoy to keep overtime and play the rest of the team vulnerable without any element of peel. And Shikigami don't even let them walk past. There's the Sonic Seduction. The rest of the team kiting away from the Emma, run afoul of the Daredevil instead. And Pulsar Esports, they've lost Kizaru. They've lost any opportunity to stall for a Portal play. I think this is where the objective will end, Ryan, is Kizaru will be able to activate the Portal, but it might be able...
No!
Oh, no, the body block. It doesn't make it in time, and Shikigami complete the hold.
It looked close for sure, but yeah, Shikigami taking a lot of good control. I mean, it was the pivot in the middle of the game, like 2D Emma Frost, showing that like I think a lot of people were expecting not much of Emma in play after like some of the adjustments that she had, but still, like it was just the perfect position to use it. And how much that both these teams played around the Daredevil, and the difference, I suppose, Chabagub wants to be a little bit more threatening to the back line. Frost Mountain's job is pretty much to be like in sort of American football, to just keep body checking him and not giving him that space.
It wasn't just that, it was also the tempo change too. Like, you're so used to playing the rhythm of just full dive, full dive, full dive into full dive, full dive, full dive, and then all of a sudden Shikigami just rewrite the script entirely. And it's sort of like that record scratch moment where your brain takes a moment to just like refocus and comprehend. Pulsar Esports, like the moment they lost that momentum on the attack, they got boxed into their spawn, and Shikigami were able to just play multiple win conditions, taking the dive 1 versus 1 onto multiple players on the side of Pulsar Esports, while still being able to retain objective control with the anchor of the ammo.
I do like the composition of Shikigami is sort of playing around. Isidore, known for the whole previously, we haven't seen it in quite some time. And Kaya,
do we think it's fastball, or do we think that this is actually going to be sticking with the Hulk though?
Could be column A, column B. You've got the Jeff in play too, so it might just be a like come out of these spawn doors at pace. They've gone in for the leap to try to hit it, and it feels almost like cartoonish that we don't get to see just how brutal the action is because it's just been pulled off screen. Not quite found the pick, but look at the health. Like Pulsar were brought down low, and they've had to give up a lot of this space initially, straight off the bat.
Oh, one's grabbed out of position, and it's Kizaru. There's the fastball too. So that Frost Mountain can continue applying that pressure before Pulsar can kite away from it. The Wolverine, though, does get pushed off of the map. Great reaction coming on through from Treeman. And that should be able to slow Shikigami down at least a little bit. As we can see, the force physics is there and connects onto Kaya. So the Magneto goes mid-air.
A bit of a drop off for Kai. He's going to be out for a second though, but there's still like some semblance of like control, keeping the point touch, but wanting to regroup, keep Pulsar guessing exactly where this fight is going to be coming from. Now Chabagub is going to get that information. Zapadek is trying to play from distance, use this like long range that Jean Grey has, but the Wolverine, it was almost a horror jump scare diving in, able to disengage, but they've had to give up that position.
Oh, that fastball. Yeah, that was a scary moment for Zapatix to have to deal with. And Isidore feels confident to just continue brawling, using those jumps as well as the bulwark bubble to just give Shikigami the opportunity of staying in longer as opposed to soft diving, baiting resources, getting out, stabilizing, and going in again. And that means that the dive tempo actually plays against Pulsar in this instance. Kizaru is tasked with trying to set up the strange teleport for the recontest, but who's going to stall on the side of Pulsar Esports? Even if they get the portal through, it feels like it's just going to be baiting resources. Nana using that Raging Roll flush, the Wolverine's Feral Grab taking Kizaru out of position so they can't hide behind the Strange Shield when they come for the teleport, and it forces the invisible boundary with the Ensong Inferno looking to capitalize on the players on Shikigami, who's slowed.
Yeah, he's dove in as well, so we don't quite have the Hellchild in play just yet, but enough to try to stall this out a little bit more. Means that it might be a chance for the portal play if this goes a little bit further from Pulsar, if it goes on to the second objective. But we do see like Ultra Hulk moving his way through, creating a lot of space, not able to sort of get the grab, but he's able to make sure that Pulsar are all just sort of coming from one direction, which opens up space for this dive to be punished, for one, for Treeman, but also Laylis to go for these flanks if he wants.
I mean, Shikigami, they should win this fight. It's just a matter of how much it costs them. Lapsus uses the Eternal Bond to be able to dodge out of the damage coming through from Feast of the Abyss. So Lindstrom's able to come up through with the invisible boundary now that he doesn't have to worry about Eternal Bond pushing them out of it. Unfortunately, Darkchild is taken down as we get a really good XL actually coming out to find a late elimination onto Lapsus, which is now going to have significant impact into Pulsar's ability to fight close on second. They're down a strategist, and Shikigami already forging ahead to take all of the map space they can, while Pulsar Esport are down really crucial players.
Yeah, Pulsar setting a faster time, I think, overall, but it's more just the cadence that Shikigami are able to set. It can all be ruined, especially once they get onto, like, the staircase. Pulsar Esports able to reach the top, but not the second checkpoint, is still a good distance to be setting, and Shikigami have 3 minutes to try to break it. It's found Kizaru that has stayed over on this Doctor Strange and not really had a good chance to use an Eye of Agamotto with just how much he seems to be enveloped by the wave of dive that's hitting him. Sabatic switching over towards the Psylocke, finding a lot of like picks in the end, and it has forced Shikigami to reset for the time being.
Yeah, Kizaru's off of this range was not having a fun time, like you said, into the Wolverine in particular. As Pulsar Esports, they will be coming up to good ultimates, but Shikigami also have all of theirs to just take the tempo. Name can open up with this Raging Roar Flush, or they could just go first with Leola's, force out the invisible boundary, and have the Gambit ultimate to overcome it, as the Legend gets grabbed out, just manages to get the invisible boundary up in time, but Frost Mountain with the pin on the last stand, grabs the invisible woman directly out of the ultimate, and you might as well not even have seen the ultimate for the value it found.
This is just a great isolation. You've got the last stand that pulled people at the invisible boundary on one side and Leolus with the Dance of the Butterflies on the other. So pick your poison, really. Both of the duelists finding so much. And there's a stall that's attempted from Tree Man. He's so low, he can't do all that much. Hulk having ultimate is going to pull it out. So if anybody really wants to get close, you might want to reconsider your options, as Pulsar not able to actually get anybody to stall it out in the end. Shikigami blister their way up the staircase and find themselves a nice, swift 2-0 win.
Yeah, Shikigami, it just felt like they full controlled the tempo from start to finish of that attacking round. Really doing like a great job with the Wolverine as well, getting to come through with the last stand, cancelling out the impact of invisible boundary, which Pulsar could potentially have used to buy themselves a precious 8 seconds of stabilize and battery up a win condition once it dropped. Shiki just say, no, we understand that that's going to be your potential win condition and we're going to stop it. As we got the Hulk that we talked about, we said that we were potentially going to be seeing a little bit more of this Vanguard. We also got Kaya's Venom, and it really has been just the crown in the jewel for this team from last year.
Yeah, I mean, everybody seems to be hitting their stride, really, and it makes sense when you look at the success that this team had over in like season 5 of MRC. But I think it's more like seeing like Isidore start to shine a little bit more often. I think last time we were focusing a lot on just how Kaya was performing. It was the namesake team for him, but like his Venom especially looked really threatening despite Venom losing a little bit of his strength at that time. But Isidore showing why Hulk is still a good threat and the perfect connection with Frost Mountain. I mean, one thing to highlight more is just like Frost Mountain versus El Chabagoob is a good head-to-head with how they play melee, but Frost Mountain just looks so good right now. It's perfect for him, the characters he's able to play.
We've known Frost Mountain for a bit. They've always been a very flexible player. They've even done stuff like the Storm in previous metas, even without like the Jeff Nado, just to like really just adjust. But that was such good marking by Frost Mountain, starting off with the Daredevil to react to the magic, and then swapping to the Wolverine to counteract the defense. I do want to say some moments of brilliance from Pulsar. There is something there. We just need to see them stabilize a little bit. I especially enjoyed Tree Man giving Frost Mountain the see how you like it and pushing him into the pit. That was delightful. But overall, this is exactly what we wanted to see from Shikigami. Isidore on the Hulk and the Groot across the two matches. Incredible performance, just start to finish. Leo has just been silently just picking people off over and over again. They went 11-2 in that series. We love talking about Leo, former console champion in Season 0, moved over to PC and has been in Ignite basically from the start and has just been performing so well. Nicely done, Shikigami making a fantastic name for themselves here, and the organization moving over to the Americas, as you said in the game, Ryan, will be extremely happy with that pickup.
Yeah, I think also just like on the side of like Pulsar in this case, like looking at their strength of schedule, they have Alter Esports tomorrow, which is a major game for them to try to like rewrite the ship, I suppose, like make that a lot more competitive against the team that qualified through MRC, but also they have Team Heretics on Sunday, which is a very difficult matchup. You don't really know what you're going to get at this point, but it really is just a case of like, you've got 2 tough games out. That middle one tomorrow is the must win for them if they want a chance for playoffs.
And Moxie, what do Pulsar need to adjust? What do they need to do heading into that Alter game?
I think like we saw them try to go for those dive positions, the way that they like send the magic all the way around to flank and try and split Shikigami's attention. The problem was it was a little bit predictable of how to play the dive, and Shikigami just countered them at every possible turn. So I think for Pulsar being able to not just be like full dive hit style, but also maybe go for displacement dive of literally just have one person pull the attention of multiple, and then the rest of your team takes advantage of the rest of the space. Because it wasn't just Chabogoob getting picked apart by the Daredevil early on, it was also Treeman. Like, we saw multiple times the Angela try to go from behind and grab players from Shikigami, buy a little bit more space for the rest of his team, and then the Angela would just be on the ground in the space of about 3 seconds because Shikigami baited themselves perfectly, calmed when the Angela was close, and dealt with her instantly.
It was magnificent to see, and we are going to have an interview with Kaya, almost titular. If we were back a season, it would be the titular Kaya. But we will be getting into an interview with them in just a moment. But we talked about them in map number 1. Let's talk a little bit about map number 2 for the backline of Shikigami. Lindstrom and Name, they started off with just a heavy defense on the first series with that Loki, taken away from them in series number 2, but still seemed completely fine. The Invisible Woman did fantastic. The Gambit coming in there, even though it's been banned out fairly consistently for a lot of the games today, it is making a difference. These two in the backline are working beautifully together, Ryan.
Yeah, I think it's also like for Lindstrom in this case, like we sort of expected that he would be like a rock in that backline because of like getting to experience playing with like Virtus Pro. Alcatia were very well structured in that approach, but like Name and Frost Mountain, because they both came from like OG Seed and like 0% and stuff, like they've really started to put this together. We sort of saw glimpses of it with like Cooking with Kyra in Season 5 of like, okay, this team is actually really well drilled. But it's the fact that they've really like dotted their I's and crossed their T's in a meta that is very open. They were very like just open with the draft full stop. They let a lot of stuff through to see what they could sort of work with. And it didn't matter. They not only had really good comps right off the board, but they made really good pivots too. I think Name in that backline working off of Lindstrom really starting to show why he was picked up for this team and why Shikigami picked up the team as a whole.
Couldn't agree more, and just the adjustments you said, the team being able to pivot when needed was beautiful to see. So right now the question for Shikigami isn't how well are they going to make it to playoffs or anything like that. Right now the question might be where.
Already been able to play dive to a level that they were able to achieve with Kaya last year, you can then apply that same formula of if you know how to play it, you know how to play against it. Something that Shikigami showed off in spades in this matchup.
I was 2D for a moment there, but I have returned to the land of
we
the
were
living when it
TVA
comes
for
to
a second. Like we saw like a glimpse beneath the curtain, but I mean it's day one. Like, we'll say that.
Exactly. We're just waiting for our interview to get set up, and then we'll be jumping into talking with Kaya. Not so much cooking, but talking with, at minimum, ask them any questions that we do want. But while we're waiting for that...
Have we spoken to Kaya before? We ever interviewed?
I don't know if we have.
I don't think we have, yeah. I mean, I'm really excited because I think it's seeing just any of the players. I mean, that's what made that like phase team really interesting for me, and Chopped in stage 2 of like, we sort of saw like a showing of these players, like, yeah, they're pretty decent, but like the actual teams themselves didn't perform that amazingly or didn't do that well. But then you see some of the roster moves and then suddenly they're like top 4, top 6 without an org, and you're like, oh, I underestimated these guys. And it seems that, like you said, where is the ceiling for Shikigami? Because I have them definitely like giving Team Heretics a good shot, but I think Virtus Pro need to be a little bit, now they need to be a little bit careful as well, because this team has got a lot of practice and a lot of reps in recent.
And we will be seeing from Team Heretics later on today. That's our last series of the day. We've already seen Na'Vi come out swinging. While we wait for the interview to get set up, Team Heretics playing last today against Team Pep. So this is going to be the debut for both of these teams. New rosters coming on in to see what they can do. And our next matchup, I've been seeing some excitement about it, of course. We have the world champions, Virtus Pro, and they are playing against MRC qualifiers Crownfall. And that's 2 MRC teams having to face up against former world champions in one day. A rough opportunity for Alter and Crownfall. We'll have to see if it does go differently. What are our thoughts on this? Like Motsky mentioned, we haven't seen Virtus Pro. They've been in the bunker.
I mean, rightfully so, though. Like, everyone looks at the teams that lead metas. Virtus.pro would have been one of those teams. When we were around, like, the Marvel Rivals Championship, people would have been looking to see what they were up to, what compositions they were playing, how they would be fitting the latest heroes to the Rivals roster into. And I mean, on that note, I cannot wait to get to see how they're implementing things like potentially White Fox, Vanguard Deadpool as well. I feel like is going to suit Virtus.pro's playstyle incredibly well, because even when we got to see them last at Atlanta, they were playing dive, but they were playing it to the tempo of rush. They were getting like so aggressive, they would steamroll through your whole team in about 5 seconds, and that is literally Vanguard Deadpool's MO to a T.
We have our interview ready. We are going to be jumping into chat to Kaya from Shikigami after what was a fantastic introduction. So let's head over there now. Kaya, what a performance. What a debut once again coming on in. How are you feeling after your first win of preseason?
Just feeling great. It went as planned, so I'm happy and team's happy.
We love to hear that. So we have to start off with the ask of, you guys came in with some different strategies to what we've seen from the other teams today. You brought out the Groot, you brought out, of course, the fastball with the fastball special with the Hulk and the Wolverine. How much more are we to expect to see in terms of strategies that we might not have seen so far?
So we play like so many different comps, and like we're super flexible. We can basically run every tank, every DPS, every support, so you will see us playing a lot of different stuff.
Speaking about different stuff, we have to talk about the difference in terms of ultimate generation and where that's led compositions into much more of a neutral-based focus. How did you sort of adapt as a team into the new environment, which is Rivals having a much longer neutral and a much longer build-up to the ultimate generation?
I think it actually fits us a lot better now, because one thing we struggled a bit against was just teams just only playing for those ults, like they weren't doing anything and they were only playing for ults. That was like something we struggled with, but we see now on this patch you can't really do that anymore. So we feel like one of our weaknesses is like essentially like pretty much removed. So it feels good.
I want to talk a little bit about like season 5 MRC cooking with Kaya. That's like the team that the card that's been picked up from Shikigami. Like, what was it about that team that's really caught like the Og's eye, do you think? And what have you worked on since MRC at the start of this year? Like, you had a really good showing and I'm glad that you guys got picked up, but what did you feel, okay, now that we're signed, we have to focus on this aspect of our game to really be pushing the top teams?
I mean, we're just focusing on, just like polishing our gameplay, like in general. Like, I think we are super comfortable on all our characters, like individually. So we're just looking to basically just not feed. That's basically our goals. Like we just don't feed and we're better than everyone else. So this is like, as long as we don't feed, we just win.
Looking to cook, but not to feed. The anti-restaurant strat. Well, Kaya, an incredible start for Shikigami here today. And as I say for everyone, this is a couple of yours first time. A lot of you have been in Ignite before. But for those who are just getting to know you guys at Shikigami, what do you have to say to the audience out there or to your opponents that might be waiting for you?
I mean, I see everyone putting us in like third. Like literally everyone, not a single person has put us above third through this like prediction. Oh, but
I got you second and Heritage third. Yeah.
From the ones I've seen, I haven't seen anyone, but I think like we should be considered as like a contender for top in our group. And just don't underestimate us.
Don't underestimate Shikigami. Wise words and ones that I think have already been proven. And Kaya, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go celebrate with your team and prepare for the following games.
Thank you.
A great start by Shikigami, putting on an incredible performance. And also Kaya, absolutely lovely. More strategies. Don't underestimate us. And those are two scary words to hear for any team, knowing that you are against a team that's that flexible with more hidden, who are confident enough to say, yeah, no, people putting us third, which I'm guilty of, have made a mistake.
You all got called out. I felt vindicated.
I mean, I will say, I put them third with the stipulation. I feel like anyone in my top three could come at any possible position combination. And I think, like, Tetch is the same. Like, it really is incredibly hard to call, like, where exactly between Shikigami, Na'Vi, and Heretics of those three teams they're going to end up.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out a little bit more about Heretics later on. But for now, we're going to head to a break because congratulations on making your way to the big leagues, Crownfall. You get to play against Virtus Pro. Welcome back from the break. We're getting ready to head into our fourth series of the day. I am still Tetcher, still joined by Got Moxie and Ryan Central. Crownfall, our MRC team have to play the world champions. Who wants to try and build up Crownfall to give them the motivation here?
You get out the way first. Kind of like going to the dentist. Just get it over with, and then you don't need to worry about it for another 6 months. But it is like a hard opponent. It means that you can sort of get used to the nerves. But yeah. Virtus Pro, they're not going to have any world champions experienced at the top.
Moxie, we said hard opponent. Tell us about them.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally going to be impossible to come out of Ban Draft without letting Virtus Pro have one of their best, if not their best heroes, because Psylocke is back in meta, Star-Lord is back in meta, Daredevil never left meta, and they're getting to already play things like the Captain America plus the Venom double dive Vanguard that we got to see previously in Atlanta, as well as just like the backline. Dridro has been improving so massively towards things like the Cloak and Dagger, as well as that Jeff, and Saipe is arguably the best Marvel Rivals player in the whole game. Now gets the opportunity to grab his hands on a new strategist. Like, this is Virtus Pro's meta, surely.
But Ryan, this is not a foregone conclusion. There is still a best of three to go through, and these are their opponents fighting their way through MRC Crownfall.
Yeah, this is a team that's made like a couple of adjustments, notably Rosa moving away from like Alter Esports onto this team. Him and Abu who give more of like an experienced Vanguard line in comparison to Low, but it is like this team qualified through MRC Season 6, but we saw a couple of players of MJD and FHD play on it in Season 5. Abu who was the only player, I think it was a substitute for Cooking with Kaya, that is like moved over from that team over to this one, but you have like a mix of like some of the like Middle Eastern like Saudi players and stuff that got some experience in Stage 2, as well as like Rosa and Abuhu that played for OG Seed, L9 and stuff for previous stages. It's a good mix, I think, for a team, but it's like the likes of Derby and stuff that have really shown up, and you have to keep an eye on for the future, certainly for this season of Ignite.
Could not agree more. There's a lot of potential on this team, but now is their time to prove it. While we also unlock Virtus Pro from the vault, we haven't seen what they've been doing. Moxie said it earlier. They haven't played in tournaments like Na'Vi have. They haven't showed us anything. We have not seen them since the World Championships. And we're first going to see them here on Celestial Husk for the second time. We're going to start off with some hefty brawls.
I'm pretty sure I did see Blaney put all of the players in a big suitcase at the end of Grand Finals, actually. Like, there was no after party. They were just boxed up, and I think they've quite rightfully taken a big break, because not only these guys played for all of Ignite and the Invitational, they were playing in, like, pre-season, pre-beta, like, tournaments.
Yeah. Anything
that they could get their hands on, they were involved with. So, quite rightfully, after being world champions, took a well-deserved break.
I can't wait to see, like, what's the composition gonna be? Or do you even show your new compositions as well? Because, like, I think it might be a really safe play for Virtus Pro if they just show what we already know of, right? The Psylocke, the Star-Lord, the Daredevil, potentially not even changing, like, your backline all that much. You don't have to show White Fox if you don't want to show off the White Fox, so you can hold on to some of your strategies, because you know every team, not just the ones in EMEA's region, are going to be watching Virtus Pro's gameplay with a magnifying glass to work out what exactly makes their composition tick.
if you're going to copy someone, you copy the best, the world champions, but not just that. Season 0 was Team Cat, Season 1, Season 2, every MRC they've been eligible for, every Ignite except for Stage 1 of EMEA. That is the only tournament that Virtus Pro have not won that they've played in. And they're looking to try and continue that streak as we're going to be getting ready to head into Celestial Husk very shortly, whereas Cramfall, newer on the block, they are the team that's going to need to surprise here. While Virtus Pro might be looking to not show stuff, Cramfall, they got nothing to lose. Might as well just throw everything at the wall and see what happens.
Honestly, I think for Virtus Pro, like, the biggest struggle tends to be in games like this is the interview afterwards and not just revealing stuff, but we probed them, like, but I think it's like, for Virtus Pro, yeah, we're expecting them to win here, and we're expecting them to win dominantly against a team that came through MRC, like, naturally, but Virtus Pro haven't been completely infallible in series. They have dropped a couple of maps, they have dropped some series leading up to the bigger games. I don't know if they'll be here, but Virtus Pro can show gaps, we'll see.
I think this is a good indicator as well to where Cramfall could potentially fall within their group, as we are, like we said, going to be weighing them up against Reason and Vision a lot.
There's only one way to find out, though, and that's just by starting. A very good place to begin. Let's head on into our first map of Cramfall versus Virtus Pro.
Don't want to begin at the end, I guess. Unless you're doing some, like, weird, like, M. Night Shyamalan film where it's, like, very, like, back to front. But we are seeing sort of this thing build up. Virtus Pro actually happy and open to let the other team potentially have a one-sided Elsa. They want to make sure that they get Gambit 100%.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it earlier, right? Kaya's team were more than happy to let the Elsa go through because they understood that they could still put pressure on it by diving it. And as we said, Virtus Pro are a very aggressive dive-coded team that do like to do a whole lot of setups. What concerns me is that Daredevil is still in this ban draft, and even with Cramfall being able to secure the Elsa for their side, Virtus Pro still have Fi's Daredevil currently in play, as Loki is removed for both of these teams, but Virtus Pro also get the one-sided Gambit. There's the Daredevil ban that we were expecting, as I think if you're weighing up like the Daredevil or the Psylocke, Daredevil being able to give that information so you don't even rely on just the elimination value he can bring to the table, but more so being able to coordinate those hits as quickly as Virtus Pro can is a much more valuable resource to remove from the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Daredevil banned out, Invisible Woman hovered over, so at least there's something for the backline to be working with, as you're not going to have access to the Gambit. More just to give yourself, if you can hold the point, great to try to keep a position on it. So Daredevil is going to be banned out on the other side too. So is the Deadpool Vanguard is probably going to be the one-sided protect choice here for Virtus Pro. Maybe they leave it open to try to throw some other curveballs Cramfall's way, but with the success that we've seen from Deadpool Vanguard, especially on these domination maps, it seems almost certain.
Well, there it is. As I said, like, it plays perfectly to Virtus Pro's just way of getting to play these domination maps, as Cramfall are actually going to be able to secure themselves one-sided Jeff, but we do still have aspects of Virtus Pro's dive. Also, Saipe could potentially go for the White Fox that is currently being teased, and I would really, really hope to get to see that White Fox come on through to see how it's going to change up the tempo that Virtus Pro play. Is it going to be aggressively using the Sanctuary Teleport to get Saipe into the mix of things, or is it going to be used more as a defensive so that if Cramfall put pressure on your backline, you can simply kite out of any threat?
Yeah, it's whether they can work from here. I've also noticed that we saw Saipe picking up a couple more, like, Lord titles themselves. Spider-Man is the new one. I think it was Mr. Fantastic that I was very keen on seeing, but haven't seen him in action today, which is completely understandable, just sad.
I mean, Cramfall, it feels like we're going to be seeing the Jeff come through with FHDC on the Psylocke, so probably some avenue of dive once Rosa sets up a Strange TP and then swaps onto, I would imagine, the Venom, given you're running the Jeff for symbiotic shenanigans. So then we would see the team core split. You've got half of your team playing dive and trying to put pressure onto Virtus Pro, so the rest of your team gets less attention towards them, and MJD on that Elsa can start pumping out the damage and potentially finding these eliminations. As doors open, and Cramfall, I would assume, are still standing outside their respawn looking for a teleport, but no, it actually looks like they're walking instead of using the teleport to take a high ground control.
Just going by, maybe to just sort of keep this fight stalled out and fighting in the end, but like Crownfall now trying to play around the trunk. Good sort of showing of that it's this very front to back approach that Crownfall are trying to go for, whereas the dive trying to set up some better sight lines, it looks like, for Dredro, looking to see what he's going to go in. The group wall trying to break up and isolate these engagements, but Virtus.pro very quickly get to the right side of it.
I mean, speaking about quickly, look at the ult charge for Fi on the Vanguard Deadpool. Banhammer is about to be on the field, and I'm sure it's going to be coming towards Crownfall strategist line in a matter of moments. But first blood comes through on the side of Crownfall. Abuhu and Rosa pick up Finzi as well as Saipe. There's the Deadpool ultimate invested so that Virtus.pro can look to try and even the score, find a couple of trades, and potentially still like Crownfall's objective cap, because first cap goes the way of Crownfall, and now FHDC on the Psylocke can apply a little bit of pressure, I would say that. Saipe with the Force Physics secures the elimination. Turns out that the Invisible Woman sees through the Psylocke shenanigans.
Yeah, if there's a team that you're not going to just get space because you assume that you're going to get it, it's Virtus.pro. They will find picks out of seemingly nowhere and even on the most unsuspected of players. The dive's still committed, though. Fi in on the strain, trying to see if he can get the pick up to the group. He can. It's Jeff. He has to avoid it. Hopped up into the air. Don't think it actually connects onto anybody, but he's trying to disengage. He's taken out from Finzi from the Meteor M, so it's absolute riot from Virtus.pro. They clean up the fight and engagement. Whilst it was maybe surprising Crownfall took it first, didn't take too long to go into the other hands.
Yeah, but it did cost them that Raging Royal Flush from Dredro, so you don't have it to synergize with Sparker's ultimate. Virtus.pro do, however, have a couple of things they can use to force Darby's. But if they use Invisible Woman to mirror Darby's, then FHDC gets a free down to the butterflies. Spark is in the same camp, however. So it definitely feels like we're about to see a lot of ultimates invested, and the team that can find more value with them will be able to walk out the winner of this engagement. As first ultimate comes off, it's Heartbreaker that forces Darby into using Invisible Boundary. Spark is just going to hold ult though, Ryan. 8 seconds pass, and this Starlord's home free.
Doesn't even need to use it. Dance the Butterfly is going to try to be used, and it's just a simple case of dash out of it if you can. So Virtus.pro have plenty to put this one to bed, but they have control of the objective. They're still finding picks. They could just sit pretty, honestly. Dredro's halfway to building up another Royal Flush at this rate.
I mean, if you're Crownfall, you would probably look for a Strangling Prison combined with the Apex Predator coming through from MJD, as FHDC is actually going to move off of the Psylocke onto the Phoenix, play a little bit more range, not having to commit into a distance that Saipe can punish with the Force Physics. As Virtus.pro take that turn first, no Invisible Woman, no Invisible Boundary. Out comes the Galactic Legend. Finzi gets the eat as well onto Strangling Prison from Abuhu, and Crownfall just lose their win conditions. They have to lose the fight fast, look for a regroup, and try to push forward with the threat of Apex Predator, stopping Virtus.pro from grouping up.
Really feels that these long sightlines that we're seeing are being really employed nicely from Virtus.pro. They're aligned quite literally in how they're taking these fights, just trying to barrel through what Crownfall are setting up on this defense. They're at least trying to retake the objective. You got a Royal Flush that might allow Virtus.pro to go in on the offensive yet again as it reaches into the 90%. Now you've got the It's Jeff used with the Apex Predator. Whether it's going to like combine in some fashion or whether the Chaos is exactly what they're hoping for remains to be seen. Jeff trying to isolate a target, but with all of this going on, Moxie, Crownfall can't touch the point.
Yep, no one's on point. Crownfall, unfortunately, losing Celestial Vault as It's Jeff does not count as contesting. And even then, I don't think Ayano was even on the point. As Darby is going to have that Invisible Boundary for first fight. At least you can potentially pair up against Saipe and then use FHDC to break through Virtus.pro's sustainability. But no, they actually give up the 70% plus charge to Ensong and swap FHDC back onto the Psylocke.
We've also got maybe Sparker going for the Punisher, probably to just get rid of some of these group walls for Abuhu. We've already seen like the group being played here. The very tight chokes to play from. Group can find a lot of value. Sparker's like, don't worry guys, don't worry Vanguards, I'm just going to break them.
I mean, great synergy as well with the Raging Royal Flush. Like, multiple times we've seen Punisher get punished for a lack of mobility within Final Judgment. That goes out the window and your Punisher goes fully into the enemy team if he's equipped with the Gambit ultimate. As Finzi's actually going to be starting on the Strange here. Is this going to be a TP from the side of Virtus.pro? They're not walking, so I would imagine so. Hold on a minute, they kidnapped Abuhu.
They seem to have. It's a bit of a weird fight, but it has forced Cypher to use the invisible boundary. So it's a little bit more chaotic as the Venn diagram is going to provide the objective engagement. But it seems that Crownfall are taking a lot of space. Yeah, they seem to have like managed to take the space and might be able to contest it, but Virtus.pro, having numbers, still able to fight the 6v6.
Well, there's no invisible boundary now for Derby, which means when Fi gets Banhammer up, a strategist is almost guaranteed to fall. Virtus.pro with all of the ultimates send Rogue to open up the space first. Nevix diving into the whole team with the Heartbreaker, which denies Rosa the opportunity of Meteor M, staving off the momentum. And we talked about it, right? This is the tempo role that Virtus.pro love to play on domination. Find a space, take an inch, take a mile.
Especially when it was Crownfall that was trying to dictate the pace with the portal play. It seemed that the dive was pretty good and
no, it was Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro portals then caught Crownfall mid-rotation through choke, which is how Abuhu ended up taking a wrong turn outside Virtus.pro's own spawn.
It was definitely like disorientating. Both teams trying to work out which side that they were playing from. But yeah, Virtus.pro like not really wanting to just like Crownfall set up in these engagements. And now, when you've got the Punisher and the Royal Flush ready, it is Dream Drill that goes down first. So I do wonder if the ultimate's going to be used as a response or whether Sparkus is going to hold on to it.
Banhammer comes on through alongside Aya Agamotto, catching both Derby and MJD. Ayana Koji is able to dodge it with the use of Eternal Bond. Rosa to the Meteor M. So Virtus.pro, they look like they're just going to disengage, wait for Dream to come back, recontest with the Raging Royal Flush. Now that you don't have to worry about Meteor M and Eternal Bond stopping your final judgment from Sparker's side. They have lost control of the point, however, and Crownfall kited out the initial engagement, which allows them to hold on to the point now, forcing Saipe into investing in Invisible Boundary for Virtus.pro to confirm the flip.
Davi's managed to force physics his way back for Spark, and Invisible Boundaries provided some window of like relief, but you've still got players from Crownfall trying to fight in it, and Virtus.pro not giving them any space. Portal is going to be dedicated. Whilst they still have the objective and working their way up towards 30%, but they lose some of the backline. The Cloak and Dagger does go down. No ultimates are going to be used in this moment. There's none available for Crownfall to use in a response, but they are doing a pretty good job at stalling this as numbers are just trying to come out one at a time from the portal. It's gone down for the moment of Virtus.pro looking to take things back as Crownfall at the very least have matched them on progression.
I mean, that fight going long is good for point percentage for Crownfall. It's also great for ultimate economy for Virtus.pro. And also, they know that Strange just used teleport, which means that they can actually hold a little bit closer and go for first point of contact with Nevix on that Heartbreaker as Crownfall try to cross through those chokes and onto the point itself. So we're seeing a little bit of a wraparound again back into the bunker for Crownfall, keeping their backline a little bit safer from the side of Virtus.pro as they have to get ready to disengage this Rogue Ultimate when Virtus.pro decide to full send it.
Now, how's the fight gonna go? You've got the final judgment coming through with a Royal Flush. It's brutal, at least off the back of it, but you've got the Heartbreaker and then the Banhammer. If there's anything that's going to dictate a fight, those three ultimates are certainly going to work, and now they're pushing on to make sure that a portal play can't be in the process for Crownfall. I mean, they used it earlier, so I don't know if it's even going to be available already yet. At the very least, they're going to put bodies in the way to stop the touch happening, to force overtime, something that Crownfall weren't able to do last. It seems to be like a mad dash approach. At least the wick was activated, but losing a Boohoo, it's going to be one player at a time to try to stall this out. Virtus.pro not giving them even a view of what this objective is going to be. Finzi cleans up two with the Eye of Agamotto and then the Maelstrom afterwards, and it's a 2-0 win for Virtus.pro. Start to see them in 2026 for Ignite, and the domination map goes handedly to them.
Yeah, great Eye of Agamotto there to end things off as it did catch the Cloak and Dagger, who was 92% to that Eternal Bond, which might have allowed Crownfall to be able to sustain the overtime fight and spin it into a position where it was winnable. But I mean, like, you get Rogue, you get Gambit, you get Punisher, those three ultimates, every time you hit that cycle, you're going to win the fight.
Strong showing. It's sort of expected, I would say, for like Sparker to be getting 11 final hits. It's kind of ridiculous. 25-0, even more so. But it's pretty much coming from the form that he had at the end of Grand Finals. MVP into this one, and the backline just impenetrable, it felt, from Crownfall. It was a baptism of fire, at least on this first map. But the problem, I think, is Moxie is like, Virtus.pro are good at domination. They are excellent at any form of payload map.
Yeah, Virtus.pro did sort of stumble on domination a lot of the time last year, but I mean, they haven't just been doing nothing in the time between Atlanta and now. For sure, they've been working on like map hypotheticals and getting to go through all of the theory of how to play domination because they looked so good with it. Like there were points where they could have held up maybe a little bit closer, but I think they really just wanted to force Crownfall to have to commit in. And then the moment that Crownfall was so far in, they weren't able to kite out, which allowed Virtus.pro to have that really steady presence of the Royal Flush Final Judgment on the front line, but at the same time also sent Nevix careening into any kite disengage path that Crownfall would want to make a play for the moment they saw the Punisher and Gambit Ultimate light up.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what these guys could do. And Crownfall now, it's a real like test of like how you want to, where you want to go first and foremost on like the other like objective-based maps. But also, I think the keen thing is like, okay, people want to see how Virtus.pro adjust to the meta. Triple Vanguard is the first time that we've seen it in action here. Saw it quite a lot, I think, from like the Asia Pacific regions for MRC. Maybe it feels that Virtus.pro are like, yeah, we're doing this. What are you gonna do?
We saw it a little bit in MRC. Like you said, we also saw it in Asia, especially from the former what is now Pirates. So we have been seeing it a lot. It's crept up, especially with characters like Rogue, like Deadpool, who actually have pretty solid damage output as well. I also do want to shout out at one point, Fi used the Eye of Agamotto when he was on stage at the end of the first round in order to attempt to block off the members of Crownfall reaching the point in case Jeff was able to reach and touch in time. And because he had no ult, what do? They swapped to Deadpool, a character who builds ult very quickly. And I just wanted to bring that up. I thought that was a really neat little swap that they did there. But speaking of a neat little swap, let's swap to a break so that we can get set up for map number 2 in our best of 3 series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Breaking news! World Champions still really good as Virtus.pro take the first map versus Crownfall. A very solid first showing from Crownfall, but it's Virtus.pro. They're going to try and mix it up, as they're going to be taking us to Midtown for map number 2, and it looks like Crownfall will be starting on the defense of their choice.
Finally, I guess that team's doing it. I mean, it makes sense, but I think it's sort of the problem, I suppose, of like you've just come through MRC. Your like choice maps are pretty obvious because they're the ones that you chose to actually qualify for this point. But also like Midtown is probably up there, I think, of like the most popular, certainly convoy maps of what you can be picking at this point. And you have just more choice in maps, full stop. No maps have been taken out of rotation. We've had Shin Shibuya thrown in for convergence. So it does feel a little bit like Virtus.pro, like, yeah, we play Midtown all of the time. We're happy to pick it.
Yeah, but it's also one of the maps which, like, out of the convoy maps, dive is probably the weakest on this one. So it feels like Crownfall, they saw what Virtus.pro were doing on the first round of Celestial Husk, and they've identified, okay, yeah, Virtus.pro still playing dive, very much still very, very good at dive. Let's take them to a map where dive falls off somewhat.
But now you've got to bear in mind, how do you do it? How do you hold Virtus.pro on this map? Because when we look at the old traditional, like, counter-hold strategies, we look at Punishers, Moon Knights, etc. We just saw Virtus.pro run Punisher, and we know they're good at it because they had to play it through stage 1 of Ignite as well from last year. But we've also seen how the meta has shifted. You can still dive on this map, like you say, it's a little bit harder with these large open lines of sight. We heard Kaya talking about it earlier as well. There's a lot to think about when you're coming into this kind of matchup. I'm curious what Crownfall are cooking here. Let's start off with, we've talked about it all day today, Moxie. We're still seeing Vanguard Deadpool just do terrible, terrible things.
Yeah, I think out of all of the compositions for Triple Vanguard, like, Vanguard Deadpool just, you don't feel the absence of a duelist. We got to see a little bit more in the past seasons of tournament play. Teams move away from the full-on Triple Vanguard. It was much more common to get to see double Vanguard, one hypercarry duelist in the form of something like a Phoenix or a Namor. But Vanguard Deadpool, with the amount of utility that he does, with the speed that ultimate builds up as well, he's just so valuable. And I really don't see Virtus.pro parting with it unless Crownfall specifically target it and remove it in the ban draft.
And Ryan, we've talked about it earlier. That's a big priority in terms of the ban draft, but Virtus.pro, this is their meta, as Moxie said earlier. They still have the Psylocke, the Daredevil, all of these characters that can cause problems. What do you sacrifice on the side of Crownfall to let something through?
I think you maybe looking at like the strategist line potentially. Like it seems that when there's a focus on like the Gambit being the non-mirrored thing that Virtus Pro building around, they don't care if you get Elsa, they would rather have the Gambit. Maybe you just make sure that the Gambit can't be one-sided, so you have something more neutral to play off. It's hard to gauge. You don't want to manipulate your own draft too much as Crownfall, because you know just how like resilient Virtus Pro is going to be in this approach. And also Virtus Pro going to be keen to try out various types of stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me if this draft is very, very different in tone in what BP want to do.
Try out or hide strats? Those are the questions as we're getting ready to head into map number 2. Crownfall choosing to defend first, choosing the map. They've set themselves up. This is their best foot forward. But the second step after that best foot has to come in the draft. Let's see what they do. We're going to be heading on in to map number 2 of Crownfall versus Virtus Pro.
Might be too much to bear for Crownfall. I get it because Virtus Pro over bear. Like, I'm getting all of the like hibernation jokes out of the way before leg day.
I thought it was good.
I just want to get there first.
Okay, Crownfall instantly going to be changing things up potentially. There it is. It's a mirrored Gambit ban. So yeah, I imagine like Virtus Pro continue to be okay letting the Elsa through. Crownfall not wanting to let one-sided Gambit through, target out the Gambit instead. It does come at the trade-off though of allowing Virtus Pro access to the Elsa. So very much looking forward to getting to see how I would imagine Sparker is going to be playing that one. As Crownfall, what do we go for now? Vanguard Deadpool. So they've identified Phi. Like this makes a lot of sense. If Sparker is going to be playing the Elsa, it does not make sense to go for something that Sparker would, you know, not be playing because he's going to be on the better pick of the Elsa. Go for Phi's hero pool instead.
Yeah, I mean, it also is going to sort of knock not only just your Vanguard if you're running Choo Choo 2, but Choo 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 222, I guess that kind of works. But also if you're running like triple Vanguard, I do feel like having the Deadpool in it is just going to make it work. Similar to Elsa, like she fits into all sorts of different combinations no matter what her duelist duo is, that you're going to be fine. Deadpool sort of feels the same in that Vanguard role. And both teams taking out the Daredevil too know that there's going to be a lot of impact around it.
Yeah, Midtown, well, as we said, it might be one of the worst convoy maps for Dive to make impact. Daredevil still does not need to actually be making successful impact with dives. He has access to all of the information. He can flank behind your team, he can split the attention, and you can make headway in the front line instead. Mantis save actually coming from the side of Crownfall. This might usher Virtus Pro into potentially going for a target onto a triple strat line, although since Loki is still in the draft, I feel like it's more going to be targeted towards the God of Mischief, so that we don't get to see any mischievous team-ups with the Mantis, so that regeneration domain is both larger, but also has stackable damage boost and would allow Crownfall such an advantage against Virtus Pro when we weigh the Elsa versus Elsa.
I do like the Invisible Woman Protect as well. It's going to be one-sided, and you also get the chance to take out the Loki, so you make sure that it's not going to be copied on the other side. Whether there's a case here that you ban out the Loki to make sure that they can't get Invisible Woman and Loki as a strategist backline, or whether they want to sort of still commit to this like Mantis one-sided, most likely triple strategist setup that Crownfall are wanting to work with. So there is a Loki available on the side for Virtus Pro to play around if they want to.
Yeah, but what is the triple strategist line? As yes, you have the Mantis, but you've been denied both the Loki and the Invisible Woman. Do we actually get to see the Lunar Snow come into the mix? As she has had quite a significant buff with anyone who has Idle Aura. If they participate within those eliminations, then we get to see the Ice Arts cooldown getting shaved off. And that's one of Luna's best resources at being able to both deal damage, build the ultimate, as well as keep her team active when she's fighting in main. And there's all of those groups of players, one in front of the other. As, oh, okay, Crownfall on the defense, so we know that this composition's going to stick. For the first time today, we get the Adam Warlock. Now, is that going to mean that Virtus Pro are going to scout this out and instantly swap over to the Moon Knight?
Yeah, I mean, it seems that that would be the natural approach. Even though there's been a lot of changes, it still feels like this comp, if Crownfall can have a good first couple of fights, is going to be able to handedly hold its own ground. You get to see a little bit more of like the Mantis wider one-sidedness works, just to keep that triple strategist line up and ready. But Virtus Pro not having access to the Deadpool Vanguard means that Boohoo can really show off, and he had some good showings for Crownfall in their qualifying run.
I mean, we just have to see, can Crownfall manage to stave off Virtus.pro's attack long enough to build the first Karmic Revival? You don't have Loki, so you're not going to be able to utilize the AoE damage and healing to greater build up the Karmic Revival ahead of your own Adam, nor do you have the Rocket BRB, so if one of your players, especially the Adam, falls early, it will be the Cocoon that is used instead. And speaking about that Adam, he's already coming under a lot of pressure. Sparker taking the high ground and clearing FHDC off of it.
Manages to survive though, so Life Cocoon is still available if he does get poked down enough, but no eliminations have to come through. It is progression made though for Virtus.pro as they're starting to just eke away at the resources that Crownfall have available to them. Whilst everybody's surviving, they don't have much. Abuhu has to use the Banhammer, built it up fast enough, and why not? You've still got the chance to be ahead of what Virtus.pro are doing, but outside of that, there's not too much. Immediately, there's the copy over towards the Eternal Bond to get this Cloak and Dagger ultimate, and Virtus.pro forward and
Apex.
ready. Yeah, Apex is being used. It's sort of gone for Virtus.pro, but it seems that most people managed to survive it and hold out on it, and still no eliminations found up until Ionogi. And look, the payload is still moving for free.
I mean, FHDC is getting real close to that first Karmic Revival. If he manages to pull it off, they will be able to stabilize with Eternal Bond, but do we get to see it come through? FHDC's back on the field, but Virtus.pro are just flooding, stuffing the choke. They've scouted out the Adam's position too, and Sparker is not going to allow the Adam Warlock through. That's first checkpoint picked up. Crownfall having to disengage. They do not want to burn the Karmic Revival cost when it takes this long to build the ultimate on getting players back before they get staggered out of second.
I mean, we saw this in like previous series and stuff could stop here, but it really is that Virtus.pro have used the likes of the Apex Predator for themselves for Sparker. You've got like the God of Mischief that was used from Saipe with a Cloak and Dagger. There's a big fight happening here as it's going to be used on the other side with a Strangling Prison, but it's FHD that goes down. Life Cocoon means that he can come back into this one, but that's 2 ultimates dedicated for Crownfall, and they found absolutely nothing. You might have a Soul Resurgence about to be used from Dabby, but it's that Final Judgment actually from Fire, looking to try and find the picks. FHD hiding to see if anybody else goes down that he can bring back. It's MJD. Abuhu's going to go down on the point, it looks like, so he's going to be revived. But it's only a couple of players able to stall for a second. The Virtus.pro are going in with their own ults.
I mean, Saipe is able to let the team live with the regeneration domain, sets up the God of Mischief copy for that Eternal Bond. Nevik stalls out the res position too from stabilizing with Feast of the Abyss. And Virtus.pro, they still have ultimates. Crownfall were the ones who had access to the Karmic Revival, but Virtus.pro are the ones who are actually outlasting this fight. And the longer it goes, the greater position they'll be able to find themselves. At this point for Crownfall, it's just a matter of burning resources. So when you get your last fight on second and you have the closer respawns, you can potentially overcome the fight. But Sparker's got that Apex Predator, and Ryan, I am worried Crownfall are going to be funneled into a choke against this Ulcer ultimate that they have no answer for.
Strangling Prison might be able to stall something out. Sparker does have the Apex Predator. He's going to use it, but just as Finzi goes down, able to grab onto a lot of players, and now Banhammer from Abuhu is going to be used once that Vanguard has gone down on the other side. And Finzi might potentially be coming back actually with the Doctor Strange to portal in to see if they can continue this fight, especially now that Fi's moved over to the Moon Knight to keep tempo in their range. This is just a battle of entropy, it feels like, Moxie. Crownfall are holding their own in some of these engagements and fights, but just Virtus.pro have enough stamina to outlast them.
Yeah, and Crownfall aren't even going for a close hold on third. Everyone just goes for the teleport swap to exchange spawns now on their third defense, which means that Sparkers are already in position to claim up this high ground and potentially find an elimination before the fight even starts. FHDC at least will have a second Karmic Revival cast up, but Fi with the Hand of Khonshu, you feel like that has to go right on top of the Rez's position, and Crownfall, they're just going to be stuck on top of it.
Sparker is not afraid to go a little bit more daring in his main chokes, and that's mostly, I think, from the space that was given by the Hand of Khonshu. Means that he could dive a little bit deeper if he wants to go into that fight onto Rosa, but he's able to survive. Rosa now fighting on the objective, has a little bit more help from the Eternal Bond. You use it to try and envelop the objective, but it is going to be used on the other side from Treedra at the same time. So it really is just stalling it out. The longer that these fights go, the more it seems to be forcing out of Crownfall. Virtus.pro are just keeping it trucking along. Everything that is used can be used for Crownfall. They have 3 ultimates, and they're not really sure if they want to use it or not. Finzi yeets himself into the fight and the engagement, but Saipe seems to be building up so many of these ultimates. It's just Eternal Bond for eternity. Soul Resurgence has to be used. Crownfall and it's now starting to fight back, but I haven't seen anybody outside of Finzi hit the elimination feed, Moxie.
Yeah, Soul Resurgence is there for Crimefall. They'll have a Strangling Prison as well as the Karmic Revival. Like, this is them answering back against Virtus Pro, but what an ultimate
Big
battle
ult.
cost it was. Big use of the Strangling Prison to be able to clean up those eliminations, as well as utilizing those Groot Walls to stop Nevix from potentially getting out. The shield from the Venom is able to come through in time, though, and that does mean that Nevix only falls now, a much later stagger. Virtus Pro are going to swap Finzi off of the Strange onto the Groot so they can have the walls to keep pace with Rosa, and Crimefall now get the opportunity to close hold just outside of Fisk Building, which is going to allow FHDC a lot more safety of space to play the Adam unchecked.
So a really forward hold here. 2 minutes for Crownfall to stop this objective from moving anywhere else. So I still dedicating to this Moon Knight, so it really is just if he can find a good opportunity to use it. Finzi's still like back over onto the Groot after playing from some Doctor Strange beforehand, using the ultimate. Saipei is building his ultimates up so quickly. It's
Look at
like
Sparker,
unnerved
though.
for him. He's got something else to work with. Yeah, Apex Predator. And so I think Rose needs to be a little bit careful with all of these walls that he doesn't get picked up and isolated in his own making of a labyrinth, and Sparker finds the pick perfect.
Yeah, that Terror Cape, FHDC forced into using the Karmic Revival. Everyone kites out of it. But Virtus Pro, they're just going to chase. The reses are going to have ended. They've still got Eternal Bond on the field to just allow Fly to go absolutely ham with the Moon Knight damage. Iona Koji comes on through with the Eternal Bond so that Cramful can answer back. Great Strangling Prison combined with Apex Predator. And Virtus Pro are sent packing yet again.
It's everything on hold for Crownfall. A good fight in the end, all things considered. Like Abuhu getting a lot of success out of the Banhammer, forcing everybody back.
But look
it's
at the ult
that,
cost.
Yeah, Virtus Pro have near enough everything that they want available to them. And even if they don't have ultimates, they are building them up at such a pace, it doesn't look like there's been any change.
Yeah, I mean, Darby will have Soul Resurgence, but at this point, you can't just full send it into Fisk Building aggressively with the Mantis Soul, because if you do, you're getting Groot Walled, you're getting Strangling Prison and Apex Predator. Speaking about Strangling Prison, there it is, combined with Hand of Khonshu, but Crimefall's players were actually outside of it for the most part, and they get to punish how far up both the Groot and the Moon Knight had to be to try to make a play with that combination. So one ultimate combo taken away from Virtus Pro with the cost and trade-off of one Soul Resurgence, which is allowing Crimefall to actually barter back up next Karmic Revival, but also Apex Predator from MJD.
I don't think there's a portal available either because Virtus Pro used it fairly recently, so they're actually going to struggle to touch this objective. They have 10 seconds, and Crownfall are holding him all the way back in the hotel. You don't get to leave your luggage here. Saipei's gone for the copy for the Eternal Bond to create some of that space, and Nevix has been forced to use the Feast of the Abyss to survive a little bit longer. Sparker looking for a good angle for the Apex Predator. Don't think he catches onto anything at all, but he is able to get Rosa just as he's trying to make his disengage, and the escape is gone. There's the Banhammer for Abuhu to see if he can stall this fight a little bit more, but Sparker is just on the hunt into the backline. Abuhu trying to fight on this objective, stall it out a little bit longer, and he's finding a lot of success. Hell, he's even going to take like a photo finish over it to see if he can find those eliminations, and now you've got like a Strangler Prison about to come back for Rosa. This hold might not be going any further as Finzi switched over towards Magneto, can only mitigate so much of the damage in the end. The Strangler Prison pulls every last player of VP into one point of the objective. Is it enough to clear everybody off the point? It's not looking like it, as Ensog has to be used. It's going straight over onto the Karmic Revival to see if it can catch anybody else off and destroy any like objectives that are there in this point. FHD backing off completely. There has to be a disengage, but it means that everybody's forcing the fight off of this point. Virtus Pro have found so much space. They found the picks and there's not much left in overtime, but they're actually managed to get things going again.
Yeah, I mean, Nevix will have Feast of the Abyss. Spark is about to come up with another Apex Predator. There's Crimefall. They've got Darby on the Jeff so they could try and get some heals uncontested with Virtus Pro not being able to spare hands off of the point. Iona Koji's going to swap onto the Rocket to have the BRB to beat the respawns. FHDC also respawning and self-rezzing up on a high ground off angle to continue to pressure Virtus Pro, so that Sparker has to look at him instead of the rest of the team and build up the Apex Predator, because Virtus Pro, they're right outside the checkpoint. Apex Predator is there, ready to go once Feast of the Abyss finds the connection, and the environmental drop-off potential drops Crownfall's players off of the presence on point. And despite it all, it looked so good with Crownfall being able to keep the stall with Abuhu on the Vanguard Deadpool alive for so long Virtus.pro starts snowballing away, punishing the fact that Crownfall used ultimates but didn't finish off the fight. And Virtus.pro picked apart the composition when they ran out of resources and had to kite back towards spawn.
Virtus.pro didn't hear a bell. They kept fighting at the end. It looked done, and at the very least, like, just finishing before that final checkpoint is more than enough to confirm this map for the most part. But Virtus.pro managed to make it work with the numbers that were against them. Abuhu had a really good, like, hold and fight on the objective. But it's just how much the Virtus.pro can look for these fights. Spark are not afraid to get really offensive with the Elsa. Goes to show that it's either you give them the Gambit or the Elsa. Much like the top teams, they've got the best players on those roles, and they find so much when it comes to win conditions.
Yeah, Tridoro as well, just being able to dodge the team out of that damage coming on through from MJD's Apex Predator, which MJD was waiting. We got to see a little bit of the Elsa silhouette, looking for Virtus.pro to get funneled outside of Fisk building and have to go on to the point because it's overtime. Your hand is forced in terms of positioning, but the CD is just able to come through with the healing, and the Glatrox gets absolutely obliterated within the first opening seconds it's sent out by. As Virtus.pro now swap onto that defense, and we get to see full free stall potential with the Loki, the Invisible Woman, and the Rocket. So if Crownfall start finding early eliminations with that Mantis damage boost Moon Knight, they're going to have those bodies brought back.
I mean, if I'm living in these apartments above the street, I'm moving out because it just seems to be constant fighting and like the slobber knockers with this triple strategist setup. But it is without the Adam that they still want to try and fight for it. They don't want to sort of rely that on their main composition, feeling that it's going to be a little bit more exploited. So they're just going for the sustain and the fight in the end. Saipei, it is actually unreal how quickly he's building stuff up on the Loki. Regeneration domain is going to be forced out. But it's not a case of, oh, we've used it, we need to back out and like really avoid any of the battle here. They're trying to use it a little bit more offensively. They've got stuff pretty farmed up well. They've disengaged now with the clone, and Abuhu coming in with a Banhammer is enough threat for Virtus.pro to respect it, give up the space on the corner.
Yeah, good targeting as well onto Dridor, so Saipei had the ultimate. He couldn't just get a copy and drop it. And speaking about Invis Woman, we're seeing Invisible Boundary dropped, but unfortunately, Hand of Country dropped right on top of it. FHDC cleans up two, and Virtus.pro lose one actual player. BRB will bring the other back. Finzy's going to try and bring their chances back with a recontest range TP, as they do have a lot of good ults to be able to stabilize it. But I mean, MJD should just be playing an angle with this Apex Predator, waiting for a moment to strike.
Yeah, hello, goodbye is pretty much how we expect this fight to be going, but it has been stalled and contested. Darby seeing if he can get onto the sight line and be avoided. He's trying to build up as quickly as he can. That Soul Resurgence, this Invisible Boundary is going to be used on the other side, as is the Strangling Prison. Sorry, it was the copy for Saipei. He's actually able to get this fight and keep it consistent. And MJD, really good read to just hold onto that ultimate, to bait out as many of these ultimates as possible, to see if he can catch anything in the meanwhile. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like anybody was pulled out of position. Virtus.pro have everybody else on the objective, and they've managed to stall us right at the deck.
I mean, FHDC is about to hit another Hand of Country. This time Rosa can help coordinate with the Strangling Prison bolt up. So Crownfall can take first turn. They just have to be so cautious of Finzy. With the Eye of Agamotto coming on through, Ayana Koji swaps to Cloak, manages to use the Dark Teleportation to frame the team for it, but they've lost Abuhu. They're still going for the fight win. Rosa sends out Strangling Prison. There's the combo with the Moon Knight, and there go Virtus.pro's team. This is Crownfall finally picking up the first checkpoint, but it cost them a lot of ultimates that they won't have access to snowball into second.
Now, Virtus.pro only able to hold on, but they bought a good amount of time considering how fast their first point take was. But you're going to take it with just less than 4 minutes for Crownfall to try and make it through second. But Crownfall having to use a lot. Ultimates not really looking to be built anytime soon. Know that this next fight is an important one to get right. MJD is going to have a lot of pressure on him, as is Ayana Koji, to just get a good use out of this Eternal Bond, to create that space in where the checkpoint can be really tight and a struggle for the attackers to get past.
Oh, Finzy's on the Captain America too. Nevix with the Venom. They're just going to look to split the team. Like, Crownfall have to give up all of that forward pressure on Subway Tunnel because of the threat of Virtus.pro's Vanguards going and capping the convoy and stalling out the push. And it's allowed Sparker so much opportunity to move forward. Trigger gets to go for such an aggressive Invisible Boundary as well, catching onto Crownfall's choke, not allowing them to cleanly disengage both the threat of the Elsa as well as that dive. And Sparker is just getting work done.
If you want a brief glimpse as to how Virtus.pro won Grand Finals, I think it's just moments like that. Like the stall for Finzi and Nevix to just get past this like aggressive play that Crownfall is trying to do, force the fight back, and then it just opens up the map for Sparker to set up how he wants to take this engagement.
Look at the BOB placement. How do you break that before you cross a choke?
How do you even know it's there? You've just got to like be keenly aware of it. All of the other teams that are watching have just written that down, very screenshot it, circle it, put it on a YouTube thumbnail because we need to make sure that Virtus.pro aren't allowed to do this.
Oh, Sparker as well, getting just like full instinct levels to have all of the mobility of rotating Crownfall when they try to come towards this point. The Yanakoji does have that Eternal Bond, should be able to survive some of the aggressive plays coming through from Virtus.pro, but wait! Eternal Bond is used from Crownfall's side. Virtus.pro didn't do anything to force out of it. They're just going to be able to wait for it to disapitate and then come through with the ultimate combos when Crownfall have no answer. Cosmic Yacht Amplifier waves goodbye to the entirety of Crownfall's team with the help of both Feast and Galactic Legend. And Virtus.pro yet again claim full stake of every bit of space on second.
It's how lightning fast it was as well. Just, okay, we forced out Eternal Bond just from this consistent pressure that we're making with this dive. 3, 2, 1, 3 ultimates used in quick tandem, and it's just a wipe up for Crownfall. They have the Strangler Prison themselves, but you don't really have as much to coordinate with it other than maybe the Boohoo. Apex Predator is going to come through, but there's enough brute walls to just start to break things apart from Sparker, but a good read from Virtus.pro to know exactly where this attack is coming from.
No way, Sparker's flanking all the way around the back. I mean, he's got the mobility. Finz is going to be able to meet him as well. Coming through with the Freedom Charge to just give Virtus.pro all of the freedom. That being said, Crownfall have actually moved away from where the fight was happening on Choke into the open space of point. They saw that Virtus.pro had split that team, and they just went for the walk with greater player advantage, overwhelming the rest of Virtus.pro's composition and finally controlling some momentum in mid-time.
An overstep, mayhaps, for Virtus.pro. I mean, certainly Sparker was not afraid to go aggressive, and Finzi just went through them. The Crownfall were like, okay, we're just going to cut past, hit the back line, and it was a really good Strangler Prison from Rosa, who has moved over to the Angela. Still work to be done. You have to finish up this map, and you've got 30 seconds to try and hit the second checkpoint. Virtus.pro have the invisible boundary if they want to really draw a line on where this fight is happening. But Crownfall also having the Banhammer, going to use that first, as well as the Apex Predator. At least connects over onto the Venom of Nevix, but he might have enough to get out. Nope, not at all. Not even a chance for MJD to let him recompose himself. Invisible boundary is going to be used just in front of the objective, and now it's a case of Finzi to show just what he was doing over in Atlanta last year to stall things out. He's decided not really too much of a chance. There is some members stalling, able to at least fight this as it's hit overtime, but it's Virtus.pro now starting to come in a waterfall away. Finzi goes down first. You have got Nevix that's going to be on the other side of it. Bareback means that Finzi's going to be back in a split second, and there's Sparker going on the offensive. It looked like Crownfall might be able to put their foot down and actually take the second checkpoint, but there's no space. Whilst the Apex Predator doesn't quite hit onto the targets in the hallway, the Apex Predator is just Sparker taking the shots. It's going to take the Comet Revival out, and the Eternal Bond is going to try to carpet its way onto the point to give some safety for Crownfall to hit second. It's just a meter for them to push, but Finzi has been stalling over and over again. He can very much do this all day, but there's certainly a limit. They're able to hit onto second, but it took literally everything.
Finally, Crownfall see themselves into third. I mean, like you said, it took everything. They are at least close enough to a few ultimates to try and snowball some of this momentum, though they do have to be very cautious about Virtus.pro. Dridro swaps onto the Jack both for the speed boost to get back into the spawns, but also symbiotic shenanigans for Nevix to have more sustainability in the amount of damage that Crownfall can output. And Fi can just open up the space all the way back for this team with the Galactic Legend, or is it just a little bit too late on the body block interception with the Angela shield, and they've lost FHDC and they've lost full control of where their backline can play. Apex Predator as well as Soul Resurgence comes through from the side of Derby, so that Crownfall don't lose more players, and we get the investment of the Heaven's Retribution trying to catch Virtus.pro before they can disengage around the cover of corner.
Crownfall diving in deep off the back of the Banhammer and the Heaven's Retribution. MJD is not afraid to try to make his aura and presence known, but they are running low on ultimates. That's not going to be the defining factor here, as Virtus.pro are keenly aware of what's left on the table. They haven't hit Jeff for Dridro, as well as a Freedom Charge now for Finzi that's been built up. They're just taking their time here. 15 seconds left, and the Freedom Charge is going to be the thing that starts to allow this dive for Virtus.pro to come in and go for these fights. FHD taken out. No life for Kuhn. He's going to have to make it back on foot, but he's nowhere near having a Cabinet Revival. He might consider switching over towards something else, and it is going to be the Strange to go for the portal. I don't know if there's going to be much time as overtime has been hit, but the players that were able to touch the objective are dropping like flies. FHG just getting there in time. Is there going to be a body block? Able to touch, but not for long, as Virtus.pro have managed to hold on second, able to win this series 2-0. But I gotta say, Moxie, Crownfall made it interesting.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of focus going into this series. I think everyone sort of felt that Virtus.pro would win. It was just a matter of whether Crownfall would be able to keep up in certain fights. Because, like we said, we're really going to be looking very closely at the power levels of Crownfall, Reason, and Vision. So to see Crownfall pulling fights against Virtus.pro, to see them as well being able to hold their own against some of those really long stall potentials, like, yeah, there were definitely issues where they just weren't able to finish off eliminations. Virtus.pro having all of the stall that they did when they swapped over to defense was very problematic, especially given the fact that, like, they're on the Captain America and the Venom. If they're diving, you should be able to find more value elsewhere on that map, which we did get to see the adaptation. Like, when they decided, okay, they're diving us, we're just going to go to objective and brute force the backline when we have 6 players and they only have 2 guarding that spot. That's when they started really picking up the momentum.
These are great lessons, though. Like, this is, like, you know, a VOD review. Okay, we made these errors. We got this game out the way. It went better than expected, I would say, from them. They're going to be, I think, to an extent, Crownfall are going to be feeling positive about this. Like, okay, actually, we showed up really nicely. Rosa fit into this team perfectly, considering that he's a new addition after a very quick, like, roster swap around from the qualified teams. It is just a case of how did Virtus.pro punish us? How do we cover those gaps? And how do we make sure that in those bigger matchups, like you mentioned, we are not making these mistakes and we can actually come out on top? There's a lot of positive stuff here for Virtus.pro. It's just another day in the office.
Another day in the office, indeed, as we're getting prepared to see if we have an interview. What a solid matchup. Crownfall, you guys mentioned it perfectly. I want to reiterate, that was good. Fitting in very well with the new players and putting on a very exciting performance. But we come back to that original question we asked. Virtus.pro using what I'm pretty sure we can conservatively call kind of last patch's strategies here, Moxie.
Well, not really, because Sparker got to play the Elsa on Midtown, walking away with, by the way, 28 final hits. So we found yet another duelist that you want to ban Sparker out of. And we got to see the triple Vanguard look on Domination instead of Convoy, where Fi actually flexed onto the Vanguard Deadpool. And I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of those strategies from a lot of different teams, because just being able to stall out some of those fights, as well as literally sustain long enough to have the rest of your team come back from spawn while your Deadpool is still alive and kicking, is going to go a very long way at snowballing momentum of every map type.
And Ryan, while we wait for our interview, which looks like it's going to be with FinC, so wonderful news there. We'll have a lovely chat with them. We have Crownfall coming up with more matches. Like we said, they were able to take Virtus.pro, especially on that map, to the brink.
Mm-hmm.
What can they do to adjust for their future matchups? Their next matchup's going to be against Vision, which, as we saw, Vision are also playing really, really well. For starters, just an incredible showing from the Middle East teams today. But what can they do to adjust heading into that tomorrow game?
I think it is just like how quickly they adjust to these team fights. Maybe it's like some of the engagements that we saw from like Crownfall they should have won in the end, but like the overtime scrappy engagements from Virtus.pro are able to pull it back. Albeit if you're up against, say, they've got like Vision tomorrow, which is like a really good game now when you look at like how buff these teams have played on day one. It is just like, how do we make sure that we clinically finish these fights? If we're playing stuff around Strangling Prison, like a Boohoo with Banhammer, how do we confirm those big ultimates into like team wipes and taking the objective, stopping them from hitting OT, stopping them from actually able to finish up the map and stuff? How do we make sure that we're a little bit more lethal with our approach instead of giving teams like this a gap, which, as Moxie said, they take an inch, they'll get a mile with it. That's what Virtus.pro are so good at.
And we should absolutely shout out to Boohoo. He is one of the experienced players. You talked about it before. He has played in Ignite in the past. But coming in here, that hold when they were on defense with the Vanguard Deadpool, just delaying, you talked about giving an inch. They didn't give an inch for a long time. Just being able to delay and hold an absolutely incredible performance that definitely deserves to be highlighted. We love to see that from Amumu. But when we talk about incredible performance that deserves to be highlighted, the entirety of Virtus Pro. You talked about it, Moxie. Sparker finding yet another hero that's just causing people grief. Being able to still bring out the triple Vanguard, triple strategist and play it quite well. It was good to see Sparker, again, to bring up Sparker, on the Rabid Raccoon build of just playing Rocket like a duelist almost. They didn't show a lot. They showed a lot with the fact that we do now see Elsa from them, but they played Virtus Pro style, which is exactly what we had potentially expected to see, but they might have more. We'll have to ask Fincy about it and see him dodge the question and not tell us.
Yeah, like I said, it's stressful for them because everybody's going to be hanging on every word that they say, especially because they are like the first team that we've seen run as triple Vanguard. It feels like that's the natural first point to start.
Well, we're going to start by heading over to our interview with Fincy from Virtus Pro, World Champion Vanguard, and with their first win in our Ignite pre-season. So, Fincy, I'm actually going to start off with my first question here of, where have you been? You guys have not played any of the tournaments leading up to this, been hiding away from doing just scrims. How has the time off been? What have you guys been doing?
Got a beard now as well.
He has.
Yeah, I mean, we mostly just been playing scrims and ranked, just making sure that we expand our hero pools even more and different compositions and everything. We could have played that one MRC, but we just felt like we wanted maybe a little bit more of a break. But it's good to be finally back after like 5 months, finally.
Speaking about finally being back, we're getting to see you all play the dive, and we talked to, one of the teams that played dive a lot previously. They said that the changes made to Ultimate Generation really favors dive compositions. Do you feel like the current meta favors Virtus Pro? Has it become easier for your compositions as opposed to potentially harder to play now that things like the Strategist Ultimates become a lot rarer?
I mean, yeah, it's always easier to dive now that they have less support tools. We have also started to play way more non-dive. Since we in Atlanta basically only played dive, we want to make sure our non-dive and triple support and every other comp is up to par as well. So we've been playing a bit less of a dive usually, but we still got that if we need it. Like we had to pull it out earlier.
I think for me, one of the things I guess about this stage is because, like, obviously, like stage 1 last year, rough for Ignite. Stage 2, I think you started off quite slow and then eventually built up into that dive. Is the approach at the start of this year any different to how you've done it in the past? Are you like, let's avoid these pitfalls, let's avoid looking too much at like the meta and over focusing on certain characters? It sounds like you're just like, let's just go into this very measured, non-panicked. If we drop a map, if we drop a series, it's fine. It sounds like you just want to feel it out and see how it works.
Yeah, I mean, we always just start on what we think is best, and then if it's not working, we just swap to what we think is second best, I guess. And we know we can basically play every comp and every hero. We can even play triple tank like we saw. I can play basically every tank in the game. So we always got something to play, and yeah, we're not too worried about anything.
Not too worried about anything, which is why I will lead into the question. Normally I would ask, like, some of these teams that we've seen win today are a bit newer, looking to potentially build some fans. You are the current world champions in terms of fan base. You're pretty high up there already. So I'm just going to leave it open for you to, what do you want to say to your future opponents throughout this preseason?
Our future opponents, I mean, they know how good we are. They saw us destroy everyone in Atlanta. And I think in the last 5 months we've only gotten better, so they will have to make sure they are ready.
We'll have to see if they are. Thank you very much for joining us, Fincy. We'll let you go back and celebrate the first win of the new season. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yep, thank you. Bye-bye.
A stunning performance from Virtus Pro, as we have come to expect. Groundfall, we've taken note. We see what's there, we see the cooking, but we have another series. One more series for the day before we take a rest and leave it over to the Americas. And it is time to raise the French and the Spanish flags because it's going to be Team Peps versus Heretics. And we have been talking about Heretics this entire day. They are the big question mark. How good are they? And we're going to get to find that out soon. And Team Peps, also some very high-skilled players, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, this one, it has the potential. It has the potential. I think like a lot of people are going to be looking at Team Heretics to see how do they adapt to this patch. Like Tanuki, obviously, any opportunity that he can play Black Panther, there's a potential that we get to see it come through. I think it's going to be quite heavily map dependent, but I think like Harry would probably shout at me if I did not mention how strong Beetle as a Vanguard is as well to be able to play things like the Captain America.
And we'll have to find out how good they are if they get to play that Captain America. All these questions will be answered after this. Don't go anywhere. It's our final series of the day. Team Peps versus Heretics coming up after this. Now, a lot about this group. How good are Heretics and what is the potential behind Peps? Moxie, Ryan, it's our final series of the day, and it's looking like it could be a fun one. But at minimum, it's going to be informative.
It's definitely going to be informative about where exactly these teams lie in terms of the rankings. I'm so excited to get to see Peps in action, purely because Frankie Boxing's back! Like we talked earlier about Team Captain coming back, but Frankie Boxing, for those of you who tuned in last year for the 2025 Marvel Rivals Esports, you will recognize this player from Team Dusty back in the Invitational. So a wonderful welcome back to Frankie.
We also have Baby Bat, Protoss, IMRK6. These are all players, Pink as well. We've all seen them around in terms of MRC and some early Ignite, especially around Stage 2. Whereas Team Heretics, these are some big names, Ryan.
Both these teams are really interesting that they are like just weird amalgamations of various teams, almost like a sort of Frankenstein's monster of putting stuff together. You have got like bits of Chopped with Beetle. You've got the backline, at least of Oasis Line Pro from Insomnia. Line Pro going on to coach this team as well as be a substitute. And then obviously like the free call players from Citadel Gaming that were at the grand finals, Enzo, Tanuki and Alex, and then Naga that was also on Navi. Terra's come in, Naga switched over to this team. There's a lot of promise to this squad, and I can understand why people are putting them second place in this group, but because this is such a big organization and also a partnered organization, there's a lot of expectations on this team too. And if they have like a rough beginning or just lose some maps or series that they shouldn't do, I'm a little bit worried that things might start to like unravel if things don't go as well as Team Heretics are hoping.
See if that is the case, but you've already mentioned just how much pedigree there is behind this. We already know the first map. We're going to be starting off with Bin into T'Challa, as usual for Dom. Citadel Gaming, that is one of the key points we bring out here. They are the team that won Stage 1 of Ignite, and they are the team that played through and actually did a reasonable bracket run in the Stage 2 Global Championships. There is so much potential on this team, but in this new setup, it's curious to see just how much they could do. I believe it was mentioned earlier, there is always the risk of something like the Black Panther coming in, especially with the rise of Hulk. Will we finally see that team up, Moxie?
Maybe, where Panther, when he hits critical HP, doesn't just get the damage boost, also gets the Hulk shield as well. But I mean, like I said, there's always a chance that Tanuki tries to engineer Black Panther into the compositions that they play, because I mean, he was famous. Berber Patapim, before they became Citadel, really did engineer a lot of the dive staples that we got to see in the EMEA region last year for 2025 Ignite, and Tanuki's Black Panther was a big part of it.
Panther was a big part. This is just a team, a lot of players in particular who have innovated. They were some of the first people to be doing the backline flanking Jeff, Luna, and Captain America composition, just being absolute menaces. Of course, some of those have adjusted now, as Pokey and Polly are trying their luck over in the Americas for this season. So make sure to tune in after this broadcast for the Americas coming on up. Make sure to hit follow on the stream, or if you're watching a game, just keep it open. Keep play a game or two until the Americas start, and then roll on in. But for this Team Peps, they're going to have a lot to prove here. They've got a lot of players who have performed, who have shown up, but this would be a great way to make a huge statement onto this ride.
Yeah, I think especially when we've seen like Crownfall and Vision give good showings, either on a win or a loss, like Peps, all they would need is just like a good performance, taking them out, making it a full BO3 series, just making sure that Heretics don't have a stress-free day. We've gone through, what, 4 best of 3s in about 5 hours, so there have been a lot of speed runs. Peps, if you want people to sort of notice the progression that this team can make, you have to slow down this freight train that's Team Heretics that want to be winning just as hard as Na'Vi and Virtus.pro did earlier.
But we will not be slowing down. We will be speeding up. We're heading into our first game of this final best of 3. We're heading to Burden T'Challa, and taking us home, it's Ryan Central and God Moxie.
There goes the Elsa. It doesn't matter which game we get to see today, Ryan. It feels like Elsa is just always catching those instant bans. It's actually going to be a split from both of these teams. Peps goes for the save onto the Gambit of a higher priority. Heretics, actually, higher priority onto the Vanguard Deadpool. And I mean, if you weigh up the previous matches, the one-sided Vanguard Deadpool did come up ahead of the one-sided Gambit. So I can see why Heretics would want to keep that in play, especially since it's domination that we're starting on. First Banhammer is going to be very problematic for Peps to deal with.
Seems to be the case. So you've got like a one-sided Gambit at the very least a little bit later in the draft that they're working with. That's out of that a protect over onto the Jeff, so it does mean that like the backline is something to work with. Curious to see, speaking of which, like Team Heretics breaking Alex away from Ken just feels like you're breaking away like just one of the longest serving tenures of a strategist duo line. Oasis should fit in nicely, but it's like the most curious thing about this roster changeup. So yeah, the Jeff has been like protected. It hasn't been banned out yet, as it's looking at Peps maybe want to protect it themselves, or whether they're going to be willing to play without, as they want to make sure that they get that Deadpool.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you go for the Jeff save, Heretics just instantly snap up a ban onto the Vanguard Deadpool. They're actually now going to direct that last ban onto the Star-Lord, given the fact that Peps were able to go for the first save slot onto the Gambit. So Protoss will be able to play the Gambit, but Team Peps will not have the Galactic Legend for the Raging Royal Flush to empower. As Heretics, they get both the Jeff as well as that Vanguard Deadpool. Beetle, we talked about it, we mentioned it. Captain America has always stood out when we get to see the EMEA region, so it feels like Heretics are again just like staying very true to this identity of being a dive team.
See how well that they can do here. For Heretics, it really is their first introduction into the Marvel Rivals Ignite scene. A big Spanish audience building around like one of a few Spanish players, but has been like a great face for the organization. He's debuting his first time in the coach slot, so that's enough of an interest for Team Peps. It's whether they can sort of keep their head above board. There is a chance to really surprise a lot of people here, but it's how well that they can show up in this first game. And I mean, a Magic would be an interesting way for Enzo to start it, but I'm really not thinking that we go that far.
No, I would imagine that's going to be swapping off into the Vanguard Deadpool, which Heretics worked so hard at being able to keep off the chopping block in that draft. Frankie's going to be playing this range, so they're at least able to both read the composition that they'll be teleporting into, as well as drop into Heretics' backline, and Oasis is gone. He'll be brought back by the BRB, coming over from Alex, but Team Peps have been able to find first elimination and managed to split Heretics when it comes to trying to play for this first point control.
We see a lot of the teams like Na'Vi already like play it down and still able to win fights. Citadel Gaming were known for this, and it seems that they are like balancing things out despite being the first elimination. Tanuki has found himself too, playing over onto the Psylocke. See if he could go and find exactly where the counterpart is on the other side, as Pink has been shut down. Yeah, I've got like a couple of players that were on the Liquid Points team from Team Peps in previous stages. Interesting to see how they sort of do as a core, but Citadel players are winning out.
All those late eliminations, those are going to hurt. Team Peps would have been relying on something like Raging Royal Flush to be able to act as an engagement tool when they try to break through these chokes. Because like Heretics, they're a dive composition that won the first fight. They're now going to be able to hold up closer. They can jump on you when your team is trying to rotate, as opposed to when you're already in a defensive position to sustain it. And Ed's just going to go first. Banhammer comes on through. Peps having to just win out the high ground lane fight so that Pink manages to see Tanuki off the follow-up. But this is still a lot of time taken off of the time for Peps to be able to move forward. At least they were able to keep Protoss alive through the Deadpool ultimate so they can make a play with the Raging Roll Flush.
I mean, that's an overstep from Beetle. He was not afraid to get super aggressive, but Veerback means that he is going to be in this engagement very soon. It's a good coordinated dive from Team Peps, just how they flooded onto the point of waterfall their way down, but they have to worry about Naga, who's up in the sky. Naga needs to be careful. He's actually low HP, needs a bit of the healing from the Jeff from distance, using the pillars for a bit of cover and a bit of a moment of respite. And Heretics able to actually hold on despite Peps having a really good coordinated front. It's just that some of the ultimates that they wanted to use, they didn't get the chance.
Yeah, I mean, Tanuki's going to be able to use Down to the Butterflies as well to force Baby Bat into having to invest her invisible boundary in a position that Peps really do not want to part with it. Oasis with the It's Jeff, Alex about to hit the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Like, Heretics have so much staying power, since we also have to factor Beetle's Freedom Charge in as a defensive ultimate as well. Freedom Charge starts things off, puts the pressure onto Team Peps, runs over Protoss, since Baby Bat holds on to the invisible boundary, understanding that if she uses it now, Heretics just pull back and use Down to the Butterflies afterwards.
A really good push in the end. Heretics holding on to the point. Team Peps not able to get some of those coordinated picks to just work for them. Heretics able to disengage, play a player down, wait it out, and get a lot of value, I think, of Alex being on the rocket with a B right back for one. But, I mean, I'm just looking at sort of this. It's weird to see some of the players on Team Heretics, like, in a different jersey. But it's also kind of nice to see Enzo on the Deadpool Vanguard, because we haven't seen him actually play it, because the last time we saw him was the Grand Finals.
Yeah, and he was having to play a lot of things like the Venom very early on in the Ignite 2025 seasons as well. Not super opposed as well to the way that Peps approached that last fight on the first round, because if they used Invisible Boundary, like, you're probably not going to be able to actually get onto the point in overtime cleanly. You would just burn yourself out of ultimates you can use in this next fight. So, as we talked about, that Invisible Boundary is still going to be up. 6 can combine as well with the end song Inferno, so that Alex and Oasis both have to be very cautious about when they invest their ultimates, as Beetle is going to go for a strange TP. Is this going to be aggressively towards Peps' location, as they seem to be doing the exact same?
Beetle versus Frankie boxing with these portal plays. It's going back to like Luminosity Gaming and Dusty in the Invitational last time these two faced each other. But the portal play not amounted to much for either side. It's a switch over to try to go in pretty much from a point A approach. Down to the Butterfly for Tanuki is available, but everybody from Team Peps playing grouped up. They have it themselves. Invisible Boundary's being forced out because of the ultimate. It might force these players to group up a little bit more, and then Jeff could just eat up whatever he can, but Tanuki off the back of it is eliminated, taken out. Pink trying to go to the back line, focusing on the Jeff as the Endsong Inferno looking to slam down, break any Yarn Amplified Alex to set up, and the Jeff ultimate grabbing a few but instantly shut down from 6th. More of a brawl from both sides, but it's looking like Team Peps might have the opening. If it wasn't for Naga coming in with the Galactic Legend, fortunately for him, Pink 6 shoots him straight out the sky, and they're able to take the point.
Yeah, Frankie on that Strange as well, having a little bit more of a consistent shield to be able to act as cover for Peps. They're able to find the flip, and Protoss can hold on to its Jeff as well. IMLK has the Banhammer, I'm sure, is going to be the option for that Vanguard Deadpool ultimate to put the pressure onto Team Heretics when they try to walk through, as Enzo is going to be looking to build up one of their own before they decide to full send it. Pink's been isolated actually at one of these angles, 6 playing a little bit closer to the core of the backline, making sure to be able to peel for Baby Bat when she gets pressured, and this Phoenix is doing a lot in terms of damage. Shuts down Beetle. Heretics not going to be able to make a play forward, especially given the fact that IMLK slammed the Banhammer onto the strategist line so that Heretics just fell apart under pressure from the duelists.
Yeah, the paper mache started to brutally fall apart. Enzo going for the Banhammer here as a play. There's not really much
you have to
at all. Yeah.
If you go down, you lose your ultimate as Deadpool.
You just have to feeling like it was just a case of next option nothing. He's actually able to sort of group up into this fight. For Peps now, really having to give up a lot of space because of it. Like, obviously Enzo's been able to group up with the rest of his team, but Peps have also gone away from holding this like corridor hold and disengaged completely to the point the Heretics might just walk onto the objective and take it.
I mean, Frankie's down. BabyBat does have Invisible Boundary, but it's a reliance on Jeff ultimate first, since you know that Tanuki has the Dance of the Butterflies, and you have to hold it. But no, the pressure comes on through. Invisible Boundary comes out from the side of Team Peps. And I mean, Heretics, they're just going to play outside of it. They're going to wait for it to be done and then come through with Cosmic on Amplifier to sweep the eliminations and still have Dance of the Butterflies for the fight that happens after.
And Song being held out. Is Six got to use it to try and go in or disengage? It's broken nonetheless. That he's trying to escape, but Beatles chasing him down to make sure that they stall out this fight just a little bit more. Team Peps on these disengages have been punished, and more time is being bought up from Heretics. The good news for Peps, though, is that you are 90% on the point. You have a little bit of a window to build up some of these ultimates, and Pink has just got the Dance of the Butterflies online.
I mean, the bad news, though, is the amount of ultimates that Heretics are going to have access to. If you're Team Peps, like, ideally, you want to just force as many ultimates from the side of your opponent as possible before they hit last fight territory and win the overtime fight. Tanuki comes on through of Dance of the Butterflies, punishing the fact that Peps are totally lacking strategists and having to rely instead on stacking their players to absorb that damage. They still lose the Jeff as well, and losing that Jeff means losing those healing bubbles to have the speed boost to disengage easily. Team Heretics, they're just pushing for more. Beetle uses the Freedom Charge. Full sends it towards Peps' own spawn.
I mean, if there's a team to full send it with, it's the likes of like Enzo to be able to play off of. Naga also does have the Galactic Legend. If there is a bit more of a fight back, Enzo built up the Banhammer, using it again. Like, again, he's not really that afraid to use the ultimates as they build them up instead of allocating them and trying to group them together. It's just if you get it, send it as much as you possibly can. You've got Oasis that's sat back with the It's Jeff if it is required, but Team Peps also having to use their own Banhammer on cooldown now, able to not get too much. It's more of a scrappy engagement as Heaven's Retribution has brought the fight to the ground, but Naga up in the sky has grabbed things into the air. See if he can go for the duel as the Angela has tried to really distort him as much as possible, as it's going to be an It's Jeff used on the other side. 4 people pulled off from Protoss as the point is being actually flipped over for Peps.
Wait, that's huge. Protoss gets the edge. Jeff, absolutely massive clutch. Six is going to be able to form the portal, and Team Peps are back onto the point. Team Heretics, do they get an opportunity? Like, they're sending Oasis and Alex to stall for Enzo to get the portal through. But I mean, Frankie boxing on the Angela might just be able to body block it if it even comes in time. And no, Team Peps are able to clutch it out. Protoss, what a play. We go the distance. We go to Warrior Falls.
It was up on the high ground as well, right? That was the second It's Jeff ultimate that we saw that was like a little bit elevated, and it really did seem to catch Heretics by surprise.
Heretics had such a good game plan too. Like, there's method in the madness for why they're taking the fights in so many different locations. It means that BabyBat, like Invisible Woman, the healing, you generate your ultimate so quickly off of the pierce nature of your primary, right? So if everyone stacks up in one lane, you'll have Invisible Boundary up easily. Team Heretics were relying on taking BabyBat down and popping Galactic Legend before Invisible Boundary could be built on the side of Team Peps. When we went into that overtime fight, lo and behold, Galactic Legend comes through. BabyBat doesn't have ultimate, and it's up to Protoss to be able to save the day.
Lovely stuff. Protoss was a sub on this team because it was going to be BabyBat and Ken that were the backline. They played on Vice together in Stage 2 of last year, but it is like a very recent like change up. This backline is working together considering that it seems to be a fairly recent switch up. So Heretics, it's gone to a third point. Method to the madness, as you sort of mentioned. I mean, this team is like the nutty professor with how they want to take these engagements, and you have to look at Enzo to be the one that leads the line. It is him almost pulled off of the map. The Angela almost got him. He dived back in, and the Wolverine has a go. As Pink is actually sending him to the abyss. The Beer Back's going to bring him all the way into the engagement. But that Banhammer that he might have been able to farm up first, he has no chance.
Yeah, but Team Heretics still have all of the map space, because while all of that focus from the front line was onto Enzo, Beetle and Tanuki were flanking, taking the off angle and putting the pressure onto the back line to force the Invisible Boundary. Team Peps are able to keep themselves alive, however, and they do take Enzo out. This time, it sticks. Third time is indeed the charm, but Team Peps, unfortunately, not going to be able to open up with first point control. That goes the way of Team Heretics, and now the problems start. If you're trying to stop the dive composition, well, Tanuki's already got down to the butterflies, and you don't even have to pressure Invis Boundary out first. You can full send the Psylocke ultimate knowing it will find value.
And even if it doesn't, you've got a Galactic Legend that is more than likely going to follow up very quickly afterwards. Freedom Charge might be the one thing that actually sends and catapults themselves into the backline if they want. But Tanuki content to take the first pick. Baby Bat is the one that goes down, and Naga is able to go for the resets, even to the point that we actually seen Pink jump off the map to go for a quick reset, to not allocate any more ult charge towards the team that holds the point.
Not just that, but point percentage as well. Like, this dive composition with how quickly Team Heretics can just very quickly rotate and shape where they're pushing from, there's going to be a lot of fights that Team Peps have to be able to get through, which means a lot of point percentage taken away from them. As, ooh, it's a sneaky Galactic Legend play. It looks like Frankie Boxing can still potentially intercept it, as Beetle actually goes on through of the Freedom Charge. Protoss gets a huge eat yet again onto 2, but I mean, the pressure from the Galactic Legend shreds the Jeff's health down.
Enzo finds himself 2 picks as well. Banhammer is going to be the thing that clears up this fight. As Peps losing out on numbers, going to be pulled off of the map. Like, Pink is going to have to just reset. Frankie Boxing is also going to go down. More time stalled, and you're right, like, there's 25% left, and there has to be a little bit of posturing for Team Peps. Is there going to be any, like, comp changes so far, especially after ultimates were used? Seems like they're just sticking to it.
I mean, Frankie Boxing has Heaven's Retribution, but you're also on the Angela. You have to be able to get past Team Heretics' body block and get onto the objective itself. Heaven's Retribution tries to hit, punishing Team Heretics, getting aggressive and trying to dive the back line, hitting the high ground before Team Peps can drop off onto the low ground and start sweeping away that point control. They've been able to get onto the point, but so far no eliminations. And Team Heretics yet again are just splitting the fight into separate locations. Now it's overtime. Team Peps lose the opportunity to peel for the backline.
Enzo pulled off of the map again from Pink. But Naga is, like, the way he's moving around the map, just disengaging. It seems that anytime he's a focus, he's out of the fight and then subtly finds his way back into the fray. So now Heretics have a good position to be holding on to. Peps looking to actually take the control of the point for the first time so far over on this battleground, but Tanuki in the backline has found himself 6. You got a Yan Amplifier that's going to increase some of the damage that's thrown out from Heretics. Now they can be a lot more selective. It's Jeff from Protoss going to be used. Not quite going to be able to grab onto 4 at this point, but a Galactic Legend has been built up so quickly from Naga that he's able to keep pace at it. He finds himself 2. Peps have found control of the objective, but it is going to be a quick switch around. Team Peps, Portal has to come in from 6. There's no other ultimates that is going to be at hand to work with. And Enzo now, Banhammer, surely just finds the targets as they make their way onto the objective. Beetle can keep this fight sustained for them in favor with the Freedom Charge. And because it's back in favor of Heretics, it's not like it's still chipping forward for Peps.
Team Heretics as well, they just invade the backline, baby. That falls. Now you're relying solely on jet fuels. So the moment Protoss has to go for the reload, players from Peps will fall. It is inevitable. As is the round ending in the favor for Team Heretics at that point. A stumble on Stellar Spaceport off of the map quite literally, but pulling it back with Warrior Falls.
And a good showing, I suppose, of the new fresh-faced players, I suppose, in the Team Heretics jersey. But most certainly I was going to mention Naga anyway, like him coming over from Na'Vi into this team. The way that he's able to just sort of play that more like sort of hit scan character, allowing Tanuki to be on the more like flexible roles, playing some of the more like melee-centric characters. Naga was so good at just when he wanted to use those ultimates, how easily he played off all of the other players. And quite rightly, a good MVP to be giving him on his first showing in Team Heretics.
I mean, Team Heretics just had such a good idea of space. Like, even that first fight on Stellar Spaceport, where it looks a little bit weird, right? Why are both teams trying to go for a strange teleport play? Well, Team Peps, it makes more sense for them to go for a strange teleport play because they have invisible boundary. They want to port onto the point so they can use it as a fortress for the invisible boundary to claw up their first point control, as well as be able to play that backline beneath the point so that Team Heretics have a little bit of a harder time diving. So what the Heretics decide to do? Well, they portal first, and they actually interrupt Peps being able to get the portal cast off. So when we see the invisible boundary cast from Baby Bat, again, it's off of the objective and into a position where Team Heretics can disengage it and make sure that their backline are the ones with first point control, and they can play that fight as long as they want.
I just want to say just how much we seem to be sticking in with the theme of a little bit of old and a little bit of new, some nostalgia and some new experimental stuff, because when was the last time we saw some players from Citadel playing Jeff, Psylocke, and Captain America? It's
True.
pretty consistent, but it's with different players. It's the evolution. Everything just it's all a little bit the same, a little bit new, and it's delightful to see. Also delightful to see that Jeff Heat on Stellar Spaceport, really a game changer. But the fact is, they won because of that play, but they were keeping in that fight, building up enough charge for that to matter, and that's a really good sign for Team Peps that they are currently able to at least compete with Team Heretics in that first map, meaning that one of the day. But it wasn't easy. Team Peps actually taking the second point on our first domination map, thanks to an incredible Jeff Eat. But can they bring it that little bit further? Not just taking a round, but taking a whole map. On our next map, it's going to be the Museum of Contemplation. Moxie, what do they need to do?
I mean, if you're going Museum of Contemplation, right away you have to be ready for dive. Like, teams on the attack especially are going to be looking to split your attention and force you to give up a whole lot of space so that you lose control of corner cover and you have to take a fight on a long open line of sight. So I think for Team Pep's draft line is going to be very important to just take away some of the win conditions that Team Heretics were able to do. Like, honestly, if the Star-Lord makes it through, going for a rocket ban might actually be a good idea, just so you can try to take away some of the mobility of that duelist, plus the potential of the BRB.
I do think as well, like, Alex was just worth highlighting because it was one elimination against them playing the rocket, and I think that we sort of mentioned characters that have provided a lot of value in stocks today. I think Rocket is being omitted from that list completely. It seems that those teams that can really make him work are feasting right now, and I think that can often be overlooked, most certainly because the focus is going to be on Jeff. I would assume it really feels that Rocket plays into that so well that he often needs a bit more attention.
I mean, let's talk about the Rocket for a moment. Just what he has, all these tools, really solid AoE healing for his team, especially if they are diving. He can just ping the balls away from a pretty solid distance. Damage output, not really too relevant unless you're getting into like melee range in terms of if you can just land all the headshots from the main primary. But the damage boost from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, extremely valuable because more damage means more ult charge while getting that bonus health. And of course, the most important factor, Battle Rebirth Beacon. It gives you so much value heading on in here. So I completely agree. I love you bringing that up, Brian, to the fact that the Rocket is a little bit, we haven't mentioned it as much, and it does deserve being brought up. But also being brought up, Deadpool is still getting prioritized very high by a lot of these teams. Do you think we'll see it adjusted in this match, Moxie?
The problem is, if you go for a ban on Vanguard Deadpool, it has to come at the start of the draft, which means that you let the Elsa through instead. And I don't know if you want to allow Team Heretics access to one of the strongest characters in the whole game, especially when you're going into Museum of Contemplation, where there are so many opportunities for that Elsa to find eliminations just from absolutely anywhere.
Speaking of opportunities, this is Team Pep's last opportunity because this could be the final map of the day if Heretics are able to take it. Let's find out what happens as we're heading into Museum of Contemplation for map number 2 of Heretics versus Peps. Take it away.
One of the things to highlight too when we're going over to Convoy, Moxie, is the players from Citadel Gaming. Citadel Gaming was known as being the connoisseurs of Convoy. They were very good at this game mode. You don't have Sharknado anymore that they can't rely on as such, but seeing them play on the most recent Convoy map is going to be interesting to see if it's a similar approach or whether the meta or even like just team roles are going to change it.
Ooh, okay, so Peps are going to continue going with like this Gambit line as we get Team Heretics, considering no surprises, I'm sure, to anyone with that first lock slot going out onto the Vanguard Deadpool. And like, that's what I talked about, right? If you go for the ban on Vanguard Deadpool, it has to come at the start of the draft as opposed to halfway or at the end of it, which means that you would give them Elsa. And it seems like Peps are just entirely avoiding that particular topic, as both of these teams actually are going to be removing the Daredevil from play, and I think that's like a really good ban coming out, especially onto Museum of Contemplation, where we see so many times those flanking Daredevils just getting past and causing so much chaos on backlines.
The Gambit is going to be banned out on one side, so it's going to be one-sided in favor of Peps, but a Loki is also being banned out from Team Heretics as they're looking to protect the Mantis. So they're still like hovering this Deadpool Vanguard. They're just like, we're going to protect it to make sure that we can have it. Probably going to ban it out last, I would assume. So for here, it's like, Peps, okay, what do we want to take out at the same time? Like, do we want to make sure that they don't get Loki? It's going to be the case that there's a lot of like double bans coming through. Whether or not they actually protect the Deadpool Vanguard themselves here is interesting.
Yeah, it could be a Star-Lord, it could be a Deadpool Vanguard. Let's have a look and see that Loki from the side of Team Heretics is absolutely in response to the Gambit save coming through from Peps, because you don't allow those two strategists to be able to come through. No matter which side that you're playing, 2 casts of Raging Royal Flush just allows you far too much control on an ultimate economy when ultimates have become much higher value off of how long it takes for them to accrue now. As we actually get a save onto the Invisible Woman, Team Heretics, they could, if they want to, go for a ban onto Vanguard Deadpool, but since Team Peps haven't played it so far, it looks like it's actually going to be an attention brought out onto the Star-Lord instead. So Gambit does not get to pair the ultimate with the Star-Lord. Plus, if we do get to see a Star-Lord versus Rocket come through from the side of Team Heretics, they'll have far much more mobility. Team Peps would just be running the Rocket for things like the BRB, as opposed to giving the Star-Lord extra iframe.
A lot of like individual like bans taken out, like both the Elsa, both the Daredevil, the Loki is the same, but like Gambit is going to be one-sided for Peps, as well as like having the Star-Lord for Team Heretics. I think that's the only thing that is going to be one-sided for them. Interesting how the draft went. Instead of like, we're going to ban this and protect the same character, we're going to just try to like, we're going to protect this. We're not even going to use a ban to make it one-sided. We just want to make sure that we get a hold of it.
Well, Team Heretics will be starting off on the defense. No free this time. It's going to be a triple strategist line with 1 hyper carry Tanuki on the Psylocke. And I mean, Oasis on this draft as well, something to talk about with Museum of Contemplation, especially around that first corner. It's so good for Jeff healing. Like, you're going to be able to keep everyone alive while also making sure that Oasis is super far away from any threat that Peps can output.
So now, Team Peps, they chose one of the latest maps to be added in. We have not going to see the most recent one that's coming in the middle of the season for preseason yet, so it's going to be whether you can make some history over in the Museum of Contemplation. You got IMLK going in with the Groot to see if they can sort of isolate some of these fights, but perfect positioning of where this dive could just really harass you as you get past this first corner.
IMLK as well, and that Groot's actually going to be pretty problematic for Heretics to have to deal with, given the fact that the Groot Wall can actually block off the LOS of the Jet Heal. So Team Heretics, playing as split as they've been right now, has actually been punished. Beetle has fallen since the backline weren't in position to care for him, and now when we break into fights in a more open space, 6 on that Phoenix can be really problematic, which is why we're seeing Tanuki have to step up to the plate and try and keep the duelist occupied. Looking now for that Groot, farming up the ultimate off of just damaging the Vanguard, so that Team Heretics get an opportunity to come backward down to the butterflies to force some visible boundary.
Just as Beetle was about to like maybe get his ultimate off 85% before he went down and it got reset. Meteor M, it's a very early one from Enzo, going to be used as the Royal Flush comes through. Not able to get an elimination, block some of the damage at the very least, but there's still more to come in from Team Peps, who are actually making good headway on this so far. The dive is going to be good enough to force out the invisible boundary on the other side. Peps take a moment to try to regroup themselves, and then the forward offense is going to happen right just before this first checkpoint. Team Heretics are a little bit of free fall at the moment as they're staggering players one after the other. Beetle is finally able to get the ban hammer off to stall out things for the time being, but there's no move over towards a Strange just yet. The numbers from Heretics are there, but they're just losing them one at a time. A really well played first point on this is Tanuki's actually going to be forced out to use the Dance of the Butterfly, but there's so many players from Team Peps grouped up together, it really was just a case of Enzo being able to stall it out. Frankie Boxing's even going to go through the portal to try and fight this to push it back, and first point is taken. Really well played from Peps.
Yeah, Dance of the Butterflies as well from Tanuki, which means he's not counted as contesting the objective. So Peps are able to use Invisible Boundary, live the Psylocke ultimate, and pick up the checkpoint all in one go. Ooh, that was a risk. Alex with the Force Physics, almost grabbing Team Peps a little bit too far forward, but it's the Vanguards who were caught, not Squishy, so they'll be able to stabilize as we get now Team Heretics moving Alex over to the Invisible Woman instead. Oasis should probably get targeted by the Meteor, and the moment that it's Jeff ends as Six actually catches Tanuki, and Team Heretics are lacking a duelist, which opens the floodgates for Team Peps to get aggressive.
The leap in comes through as there's another Royal Flush. Protoss is built up so quick, in fact. This gravy train is still going for Peps, and they're making so much progress happen. There was a fight for Team Heretics to stall it out for a brief stint, but Team Peps not only able to win out the fight here, but getting past one of the most, like, annoying, irritating parts of the map to actually get through, which is just up this, like, it's the steep end, I suppose, of like second point. Able to get through without any contest as Heretics have to regroup.
I mean, Beetle's going to actually swap over to the Captain America just to go onto the point and try and stall it out, allowing the rest of the team a little bit more freedom to be able to walk away from these separate lanes. Enzo's going to be a problem that Team Peps have to clear out, given how close he is to that banhammer, as Tanuki goes to show what exactly happens to a Gru who is just firewood in the 1v1 against that Psylocke. As Team Peps, the moment Team Heretics went for the swaps, they lost control of the map space, and now we actually have double duelists as opposed to Tanuki relying solely on things like the Mantis damage boost to keep Heretics in play. They're going to be able to have a lot more of a higher stake in holding the space permanently.
And Pink has switched over towards the Nemo as well, so like actual fast changes. Like Peps are keeping pace with this. Like they're not just going, oh, this is the way that we want to play it and it's do or die. It really is that they're going to try and adjust as things happen. Unfortunately, however, they lose Pink. Now it's going to come down with the end. Song Inferno is able to catch two, so Peps having to try and regroup, not stall this out too much, and Heretics not only gaining control of the objective, they have so many ultimates in the back pocket to sit back on.
Yeah, great funneling. Beetle very much calling out the rotation from Peps when they try and take those staircases. Naga knowing that he can go for that End Song Inferno, have the greater summon health as well as that low ceiling, meaning that Peps just weren't able to burn through the summon before it hit the ground. And now Heretics, they just continue disrupting the walk-up. Banhammer comes on through from Enzo. They hit onto the backline from both Beetle and Tanuki, and Team Peps just disintegrate beneath the focus fire coming on through from Team Heretics' side.
And Peps, all of that like momentum that they were able to sort of build off has kind of dissipated for the time being. Even like building up towards the ultimates, it was Pink switched over 90 seconds ago, still like 70% on the way of having a Horn of Proteus. There's so much to still be ready to work with, but it has to be in quick succession. There's the thing that's going to start it off with the fastball to go in with the Gambit ultimate. Invisible Boundary is going to be used as Royal Flush was the thing that started it. Dance of the Butterfly is now going to be used as a response as End Song now from 6th. Looking to see if he can clean up anybody else after the Meteor. M from Frankie actually finds himself too. Seems that everybody's now going to go down for Heretics, but Freedom Charge, and it's Jeff stalling for a little bit more time as there's only 1 minute left for Peps. Don't think there's going to be a portal available for Heretics now after they used it on first, but they might just have enough of a way to actually fight this right before the end of second.
I mean, Oasis on the Jeff with the healing bubble should be able to give the speed boost for Team Heretics to get one touch on, and they are devastatingly close to an End Song Inferno. Pink does have the Horn of Proteus, might be able to catch out that Phoenix before the ultimate comes on first. IMLK does hit the Banhammer, and it looks like it's onto Oasis as the Jeff just instantly falls. Enzo returns the favor. Slowly, the payload is pushing a little bit closer, but like you said, they are getting pulled off of the point. Oasis sees an opportunity, goes for the setup of the Strange TP to get Team Heretics back through the door as Ensong can stall out this fight just a little bit more. There's the activation of it. Can Team Heretics make it through the portal?
Oh, it's a real touch at the end here for Peps. You've got Beetle has done so well to actually stall out this objective, and a lot of pictures being taken from IMLK, but not able to actually get towards the end of it. Peps went for the portal. It was just a second too late, and it's just before second that the point is going to finish for them.
Oof, good hold from Team Heretics. Very good adaptation. Like, they got a little bit steamrolled by the composition of Team Peps on first, and then just like instantly pivoted when, okay, the Mantis with the solo Psylocke is not working. Yes, we've got one-sided damage boost, but our Psylocke's just not getting space to do anything. She's not getting to take the 1v1s. She's not getting to punch through the strategists and squishies. Let's just go for the Phoenix alongside the Psylocke so we can split our core. We can have Tanuki on the Psylocke, dive with Beetle, and then that draws the attention to having to deal with the Captain America, with the Psylocke. When they slow slow things down, the Phoenix's real estate just picks up so much more value, uncontested and getting to shoot from far.
I've seen nice moments from like Peps. I mean, there was the point where like Heretics won the fight in second. I was like, okay, I've got a moment to clean my glasses. And then halfway through that, like Heretics had already like lost the fight. Team Peps and went. I was like, wait, what's going on? I just see the blur of like the Peps like red color that they're playing in just envelop what Team Heretics were doing on the objective. But I guess this is like a real test for them. It's a new team for Team Peps. They're trying to go for like the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. A couple of good fights here would work. You are playing around this like Adam as well. If this goes wrong, it's very much Team Heretics taking this all the way to the end.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't really a full hold composition. It's more a case of just get as much time off the bank as you possibly can. The first fight especially, you do have that one-sided soul bond coming through from the Adam. Pink can put a lot of pressure too when the fighting moves around corner and opens out into those longer stretches, which is why you can see Team Peps kiting. They don't want to actually take the fight in Team Heretics' space. They want to force them into having to play the lane that Pink can continue to spam.
Yeah, just making Heretics overstep their boundaries here. But it's a mechanics check for Team Peps to get the most out of this composition. Certainly with ultimates costing a little bit more time and effort from the strategists, you've already lost one of those Vanguards. IMLK is going to be taken out in the process. They're going to be back in the fight fairly soon, but it's how much Heretics can actually put the pressure onto this backline as Tanuki finds himself a second and is looking to hunt down a third. But Adam Warlock, he's trying to fly away. He can't fly fast enough. Life Cocoon means that he's going to have a chance to reset, but I imagine it's just pretty much back to spawn. That's how far they've been forced away from Heretics.
Yeah, you don't burn Life Cocoon. You're going to be setting up for a Strange TP. You're so close to Karmic Revival if you're the Adam. You absolutely do not want to use your self-res now. Oasis gets picked by the spam damage coming on through once that portal opens up. So Team Heretics have actually lost the Jeff, so no symbiotic shenanigans to be able to stave off the damage coming on through from Team Peps when they decide to walk on forward with the one-sided Raging Roll Flush. I don't think they even need it. They're just sweeping through the dive splits. Feast of the Abyss does come through from Enzo, forcing Protoss actually into having to invest that Gambit ultimate, which Team Heretics more than happy to fight into, given the fact that they have Invisible Boundary. Baby Bat's at least got later cast though, Ryan, so Team Peps, they might be able to out-sustain. Invisible Boundary forced by Dance of the Butterflies, but for afterwards, they should have Karmic Revival. Unfortunately for Team Peps, they've lost the player that they need. Pink is down.
And he didn't have the Life Cocoon either. That was used up in the process. But Tanuki was a really good Dance of the Butterflies just past the back of the Invisible Boundary, able to get Protoss and the rest of the team able to survive. Current Revival able to at least bring back a couple, but they're not going to be able to touch, or at least it's going to be incredibly close as they're being forced back. This choke has been held by one Vanguard, might I add, which is Enzo, because Beetle switched over to the Wolverine. They've body blocked their way through. The checkpoint has been hit, and Team Heretics still have things moving forward with 4 minutes left. Team Peps went to play for it. You might as well. I imagine they're going to switch off of the Adam now and change up. There it is, to the Namor and then the Jean Grey. But there, it was just a second too late.
I mean, IMLK also going on to the Hulk as well, coming on through from the side of Team Pep. So looking to counter dive into Team Heretics' own backline, try and put a little bit more pressure onto Alex. Beetle with that last stand, though, is going to be problematic for the Strange and the Hulk potentially to have to deal with. As we can see, 6 is the one that falls first off of the back of the damage coming on from afar with that Phoenix pressure. And that frees Tanuki up to take a lane on right side too. Team Peps are about to get pinched.
So you just switching to various players from Team Heretics, and they're all just taking their own engagements. It is high octane to potentially end the day, as there's only a couple meters left to top off what EMEA Day 1 has given for Ignite. Invisible Boundary is going to try and hold on. We do have the Eye Agamotto used, and it connects onto the Vanguard front line of Team Heretics, but it is actually just Tanuki that goes down from the Dance of the Butterflies on the other side. In fact, Enzo's able to use the Feast of the Abyss to get a pick, and Naga taking his own 1v1 to try to take out Pink in the sort of space behind where this objective is. Its Jeff is going to be used as well as an Invisible Boundary, and Oasis seeing if there's a chance to try to survive as everything's going on. This is just balls to the wall, crazy Moxie in this fight. Everybody's having their own little scrap, but Heretics seem to be coming out on top for the most part.
I mean, you say that, but Team Peps actually deal with the Phoenix. Enzo is taken so low he has to back out to get stabilized by his strategists. Pink has Ensong as well, as we can see Beetle actually going to be swapping over to the Captain America, as we've got 2 minutes left, so Team Heretics can afford to buy a little bit of time to build up the ult bank, but they've lost Oasis, and it looks like they actually just want to go for it now. Ensong Inferno comes out for the Phoenix Health reset, but unfortunately, you haven't cleared off Pink, who gets the Invisible Woman Guardian shield to hold the lane, and gets the better of his mirror, and Team Peps are actually making this hold a little bit more stable now.
Yeah, it's more of a job for Naga. We saw him before just trying to keep track of where Pink is playing from on the Jean Grey on the other side, but Naga's focus was more on the team fight that was away from the action. Pink giving some space, making sure that he's putting out some of the damage in the process, but he does have the Ensong available. Protoss finds that first pick because IMLK is looking to see if he can dive, make sure that like Ensong's going to be punished a little bit more, as there's going to be 2 Vanguards now back in the hands of Heretics. And now look at this dive. All of these players in quick succession trying to go all the way around. Is Peps going to be there to try and adjust to it? In fact, the Hulk is going to try and block it off. Frankie is holding on for hope as the Royal Flush is going to allow that offensive capability. And Six is doing really well to make sure that Heretics' coordination is stunted. There's only a minute left.
I love this. Team Pep scouted out that Team Heretics were trying to get all the way around the back and go aggressive before Baby Bat gets invisible boundary. They just go first. Protoss uses the Raging Royal Flush, and Team Pep with the greatest speed boost get on top of Team Heretics. That being said, you've delayed the problem. You haven't solved it, right? Beetle with the Freedom Charge is going to give Team Heretics the in. Tanuki can come through with the eliminations before Baby Bat has her ultimate. You have to rely on Aya Agamotto shutting these players down before they can make the play. It leads into the Ensong Inferno. Like you said, it hits 2. And Team Heretics, they don't want to commit to this fight. Worse, they have to, though. It's overtime. Oasis has to go through with the it's. Jeff, Team Peps are down to 3 players remaining, though, as Team Heretics are clutching it out with the players actually on the point. They're pulling the players off of the defensive team, and no one is going to be able to keep the objective in play long enough for Peps to man a portal recontest. It came down to the wire, but Team Heretics build up the ultimate bank and eventually cash out.
Harder than you'd sort of expect, especially with how their defense went. It looked very much on the precipice for Peps to actually take a map and bring us to a third, but it's all 2-0 today. You gotta say, Museum of Contemplation, I don't know why it's called that, because that map doesn't give you any chance to think. It's so fast in how these teams are playing, but really impressive that Peps were able to keep up with Team Heretics that were playing at a pace that nobody else was really, it was almost too fast for Heretics, a white knuckle ride for them to actually keep things going. But it's more with a little bit of adjustments here or there and a bit of a polish. This is a scary team in a scary manner.
It's a lot of potential. It's for sure a lot of potential. Really excited as well to see what moving ahead Peps are going to be looking like. Protoss was really impressing on the Jeff earlier on the first round, but also on the Gambit here, building up the Raging Royal Flushes as quickly as he was, especially when we're talking about the ult generation for strategists especially, has been hit so heavily, and Team Heretics were looking to apply that pressures, going into the backline, trying to find those eliminations, although I won't lie, it did sort of trickle into a lot of Phoenix 1v1s, and just the duelists both trying to beat out the other in terms of controlling those lanes, which allowed the strategists a little bit more freedom and sense of safety.
What a showing by both of these teams. A huge showing for Peps in particular. Yes, they go away from this without a map win, but the fact is they made Heretics work every single inch for it, and that is fantastic news for the Peps fans out there, because that was very impressive. Big shout out, especially, you were mentioning it earlier, the Phoenix duels between the 2 Phoenix players for these teams. Really nicely done. The fact that Peps came out ahead multiple times there. Frankie Boxing did well. Protoss showing off the Jeff Eats earlier and then adjusting now into the Gambit, having a lovely game. Antara Odun indeed. Overall, just a really great showing for Peps. But Heretics, it's what we were hoping to see from a load of ex-Citadel players, now with new players jumping on in to really show up. And in particular, Tanuki went 20-7 on that Psylocke. Just had an absolute belter of a series. So now, before we get into potential interviews, we've got to ask, Ryan, Moxie, how are you feeling about your prediction orders?
Ooh, I'll let Moxie go first.
Oh, is this because I have Heretics higher than Shikigami?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm still happy. Like I said, when I looked at those predictions, everyone in Group A, I was like, it feels like this can go anywhere. For the top three, it can be any potential order. I feel especially like today, we're going to be seeing a lot of teams having adjusted into what the meta is starting to form into. Not fully stabilize, but definitely starting to form into. I would imagine we're going to be seeing a lot more Vanguard Deadpool getting targeted early on, which then means that we could be moving away from Vanguard Deadpools being the clutch factor of compositions, and we're getting to see Elsa Bloodstone make her way in, especially when we see the health bar get tanked a little bit.
I think my prediction, but I still have Shikigami. Like if Shikigami played Heretics today, I think Shikigami would win because Heretics, there's a lot of caliber on this team, there's a lot of coordination, but it's a new team. There has to be some adjustments, getting used to playing with each other, and how you adjust to a team like Shikigami that's played for a few months already, remains to be seen. But the good news for Heretics is you get these kind of games that are definitely winnable for them. They can show their issues. Lion Pro, the coach, can go over and make sure that they smooth up some of those inconsistencies. So by the time that you play Navi and Shikigami, you're a lot more prepared. And I think those series are certainly going to be the most defining because there's so much innate talent on this Heretics roster. It's just time and whether they can keep building upon it.
Time and building, we will have to see when those two teams play against each other. I'm very much in the agreement of Moxie of that top three, especially a lot of people are expecting Na'Vi to come out of the group ahead just due to previous pedigree. But Heretics and Shikigami, these are great showings for both of these teams. We didn't know going into this which one would be ahead, and we still aren't sure, and that's the delight of today's games and how fun they have been. We've had 2-0s across the board, and yet a lot of those games were close, and it's delightful to see that. Looks like we are going to have an interview. It is with Enzo, so we'll be jumping into that when that is ready. But overall, let's have a quick question. Starting with Ryan, as you made Moxie go first last time, what was your favorite series of the day?
Ooh, I think the Reason Vision one, because it was just blew our expectations out of the water. It had a lot of moments to certainly highlight, but I think it's I did expect there to be some teams that this team is just objectively better than the other. It's a quick 2-0, but there have been a lot of Crownfall, Pepsid. I'm there's promise here. It's just whether they can build upon it and not just be oh, we lost the first series, morale is down. There's a chance for some of these teams that didn't look great today, or at least not able to get on the board with a win, can actually build themselves up to be top contenders for not only the end of preseason, but for stage 1 for sure.
Moxie, the same question, of course, to you. What stood out for you today?
I mean, Virtus Pro getting to see them step away from the dive composition, which Finzi actually said himself they wanted to move away from being a solely dive focus team, was an absolute treat, as was getting to see the potential of the teams that we were talking about, right? Vision looking really, really strong and defying a lot of expectations. I was worried about them moving from MLC into Ignite purely off of the compositions that they played in the past. I was they played anchor compositions, but not so much dive compositions. How are they going to adjust? And they were able to adjust really well against that. Crimefall 2 having a lot of potential, being able to pull fights against Virtus Pro. Well, not maps, but still keep it competitive, I think, puts a lot of potential that we get to see in the team, and same thing with Peps.
And to round it out, I will say that my favorite was probably the Shikigami Pulsar game. We got to see just how good Shikigami are right now, which is terrifying for the other teams, while Pulsar showed some lovely moments of brilliance. I still really enjoy the Angela versus Wolverine, who goes in the hole fights to just see who could take each other into the pit on Arako. Absolutely delightful, always fun to see that. Overall, though, it was a very solid day of games, and we have 2 more days this week coming up for you. We still have more games coming up tomorrow. We have Fire versus Rad, Navi Shiki. We'll jump into that more when we get to it. And of course, the Americas start this week as well. This is going to be a delightful preseason. I hope you're all extremely as excited as we are. And of course, Pacific starting soon. It's just a good time to be a Rivals esports fan.
And it's easy to follow along as well. I think it's if you didn't watch much of last year, that's fine. Also, I'm excited for all of the stats are about to get in game as well. Yes. So we can actually start to follow on exactly how impactful these players are, because that often does get omitted. You have to sort of work it out usually by 10 minutes, how many final hits, how much damage. But we might really start to see some players shine a lot more when we actually look at statistically how much they're providing and the impact that they have. especially newer players that like might not look amazing for preseason stage 1, there's definitely going to be some of them that are going to look elite talent in stage 2.
Speaking of elite talent, you might have seen many teams play today that you very much enjoyed. Right now, if you go play in Rivals, you can just unlock some sprays for some of your favorite teams, including the qualifier and the guest teams. You can just unlock them by playing in Marvel Rivals. But if you want to go that extra mile, we do have those partner team skins for Deadpool available. So if you liked the look of Virtus Pro or Na'Vi today, or Heretics, then you can jump on in and get yourself those team bundles, represent your favorite in the Vanguard Deadpool, who is extremely relevant right now, so make sure you get your reps in on that, and rep your favorite team in the process. But speaking of our partner team, speaking of Heretics, we have our interview. Please welcome from Team Heretics, Enzo. And what a showing for today. For starters, it's very good to have you back, Enzo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm back once again. The big dog is back.
In the same room as well, with a different poster.
We love to see it. I'm going to open it up with the immediate elephant in the room. Different roster for you this time. You've got a main like stables group that's staying together, but you've got a couple new players coming in here for this stage. How has that adjustment stage been for you?
Basically, after the season, a lot of players went to EMEA, and a lot of roster had to change. So I looked at the option. I saw Naga wasn't a part of Na'Vi anymore. I was like, yeah, I want that guy. I always wanted to play with him. He's like such a great human, such like a great player. He brings the vibes. It's just so good to play with him. Then we looked at the tank, and we saw that Beetle had the amazing season with Chop, and I was like, yeah, I want this guy as well. He's by far the best option we have. And then afterwards, like I looked at the support. I didn't really like any of them, like any of the good like supports. So I say that let's pick a rookie. Let's pick someone that didn't have a chance to play with a good team, and let's see what he can do. And at the beginning it was kind of rough because he had to play Jeff, and he didn't really knew how to play Jeff. But this guy is a grinder. He's basically like the first guy I pick in my team that plays the game more than I do. So he just picked up the character, played over and over, 100 hours. And now he's finally, I think he's good on it. He had a little bit of I kind of fucked up something. Oh wait, man, don't say that well. He spit me into the Jeffel. He spit like 3 of us into the Jeffel, but outside of that, that's clean.
Okay, well, that's the players ticked off. Talk to us a little bit about the stuff behind the scenes, because we've talked about, Line Pro now moving over from being a player and moving into a coaching position. Was that something that you as a player made the decision to bring onto? How's it been working with him?
I don't think there's like a best coach. I think there's just a coach that works the best to your team. And we tried a couple one, and Line Pro was the one that was fitting the most our team. So we just say, yeah, let's go, let's run it.
I think because it is like mostly you Citadel guys with like the cherry-picked players like you mentioned, what is like preparation for this tournament been like? Like how long have you been scrimming? How are scrims going realistically? Like what are the things that like you need to catch up on? Or was it pretty much just the team played really well and scrims have just been going amazingly and it's just a case of keeping that momentum going, right? Like, or has there been some like, we need to work out how to play the new meta, for example?
The beginning was kind of rough because it's the first time that there's like so many like players going through different teams. So when you're making a new team, we all learn the game a different way. So like a comp that we're gonna play, I'm gonna have like us three, Tanuki, Alex, and me. We're gonna think about one way, but the three others learn the game a different way. So they're gonna play differently. It was kind of hard to be on the same page, but we worked hard enough, and I think now we're on the same page on most of the things. We just tried this new battle line with giving them gambits, which we're not so sure about it. I mean, I think it's good. It's just there's so many matchups that we haven't played yet, so we need to learn about the matchups more. It's kind of the first time that we're playing against this character. He's been permabanned since like the beginning of the game. So yeah, we're just learning the matchup one by one. But I think this lineup, this battle line was really good. We just picked the wrong character at some point, but once we locked the good character into the draft, it was pretty easy.
Easy, says Enzo. So our final question once again is new roster here coming on in, same anchor as we started with, but with all these new players, with a new organization behind you. What do you have to say for the fans out there who saw that performance and really wanted to get on board?
I mean, I hope they enjoyed the show, and it's only the beginning, you know? We're gonna go like even crazier next time.
That is a promise that I am excited to see you keep. Thank you very much for joining us, Enzo. We'll let you get back to your team and celebrate and prepare for the rest of the week's games.
Thank you guys for having me, and see you tomorrow.
We are very excited to see Enzo tomorrow. Always a delight talking to Enzo and just the majority of
That's the
players.
funniest part, though. They're not playing tomorrow. It's the day off. So, he's,
no.
so I don't know what he's going to do. He's just like, yeah, I'll be here. I was like, I'm pretty sure you're not playing, but yeah, like, I'd love to just throw him on the broadcast, honestly, if he can keep like his mouth clean, I suppose.
Oh boy. Well, what an incredible series of games. What some incredible players who we've interviewed as well. I'll reiterate it quickly before we just go a bit further down into the breakdown of the day. If you enjoyed these, then play the game, unlock those sprays, and if you really enjoyed Heretics or Na'Vi or VP in particular, you can buy a skin to support the teams in game. And so if you liked it, if you want to support the teams, then that's a great way to do it. Also, of course, follow the teams on their socials so that you can support them directly along with the players. So, what a day of games we have had together, team. We've already talked about what our favorites are, so we're going to start to look ahead to the future. We have tomorrow's games coming up. I'm sure we'll get a list in not a moment from production, but what are we looking forward to?
Ooh, I mean, there's teams that we haven't seen yet play, actually, which is going to be like Fire Red going up against Rad, and I think Rad are, again, an underlooked team, and Fire Red, I've written them off a little bit, but I'm like excited to see what they do in like a round-robin tournament like this. They are like, again, two teams that can show a lot of promise, depending on how that first matchup goes.
I mean, I agree. I really want to see like what Rad are going to be looking like. I have them as a second in my predictions coming on from the side of Group B. So expectations for me pretty high at least, but a lot of the pedigree is still there from the previous Ignite stages. Plus, players very familiar with dive concepts as well already is going to go a very long way in adapting how to play this current meta, which, as we said, like all of these players are saying, meta is still stabilizing, ban draft is still being worked out, and we're actually getting to see those evolutions in real time through each of these maps. So I would expect it's still going to be a lot of ideas being stuck to walls to see what works, what does not, and what gets thrown out entirely.
We already mentioned those are two teams that have not played yet. We can also mention those some teams that have played, two currently undefeated teams. Match number 2 tomorrow will be Na'Vi versus Shikigami. And that, quite frankly, could, in theory, decide that group.
I mean, at the very least, it's the biggest amount of pressure that Navi's going to get this week, because I don't think they play Heretics until next week either. So it's a real good like showing of like where this Na'Vi team is at with Terra, and seeing how they just perform under stress, because I think Shikigami are going to give them a game, but knowing both teams, they respect each other, they're going to be very prepared, at least as good as they can.
And then, of course, we move on. We're going to have two of our Middle East teams play against each other. Vision versus Crownfall will be another very exciting one. Both teams have impressed us. While Vision came away with a win and Crownfall didn't, there were some moments where we did see a lot of potential behind Crownfall. So that could be a very important match for that placing and potentially getting into the playoffs. Moxie, that is an exciting one, but these teams have so much history together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any potentially about it, right? Since Crownfall took a loss against Virtus Pro and Vision took a win, if Vision are able to come up with 2 wins in the first 2 days, they have a much better chance of being able to make it through into these group stages. And Crownfall would be looking at having to pull wins against some teams, which would be like maybe Rad and potentially Strays as well. So very important matchup, which, like you said, is for sure going to impact who makes it out of Group B for EMEA.
You mentioned those results. You can see them here. Vision taking the 2-0 versus Reason. And Crownfall, we can't give them too much grief. The world champions taking them out in a 2-0 in the first game. tomorrow is going to be a pretty big moment for two of our teams in particular. It is going to be Alta Esports and, of course, Cramfall, where they'll get their chance to play against not former world champions. You can see in terms of Group A, we have Na'Vi, Heretics, and Shikigami sitting at a point each as they've taken their 2-0s and been able to get themselves on the board. Pulsar, Peps, and Alta looking to make their mark. Whereas in Group B, it is going to be VP and Vision sitting at the top, with Reason and Cramfall at the bottom as they've not been able to take a win yet, with Fire, Strays, and Rad still waiting to play.
V is for victory, I guess. Maybe it's like, yeah, Virtus Pro, sure. Vision winning 1-0, like you mentioned, Fire, Rad yet to play. But it really goes to show, like, Group B, who's going to be qualifying is going to be a rough one. And yeah, like, upcoming matches, we sort of mentioned, like, we get to see those two teams in action tomorrow. Vision versus Crownfall should be really fun. But, like, Pulsar versus Alta Esports, it's like, who's got the better chance of qualifying for playoffs? The loser of that going 0-2 this week? Rough start.
Very true. A rough start indeed. And speaking of a rough start, Reason coming off 0-2 in their first matchup now have to face the gauntlet. So it is their turn to play against Virtus Pro. Rough start for them, but we did mention Cramfall had some moments where they looked solid. Reason had some moments where they looked solid. This could be their chance to try and make something happen. But overall, it's going to be an exciting day of games tomorrow. We have some incredible matches for you, so make sure you tune back in. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you ring that, turn on notifications. I don't know what the notification icon is over there. There's a lot of options for you to go on in. Speaking of options, though, it's time for style. It's time to head on in and look at what we have available. The daring duo, Cloak and Dagger. I love that we're getting a little bit of this Thieves Guild style skins coming on in for our teams. It is always fun to see the most dangerous duo in the galaxy. A powerful artifact, while New York descends into chaos, has emerged. It is coveted by kings, thieves, Black Hat confirmed, and forces moving in the shadows. The tablet of life and time has become the key to reshaping fate itself, and everyone wants it, including these two, Cloak and Dagger, looking to try and acquire it for themselves in yet another banger skin.
Speaking about yet another, we've got another amazing mini pass coming through. This time it's flight mode. Attention all passengers, the flight mode World Tour Merch Volume 2 will begin shortly. The funk don't stop. Feel the grooves and buckle up for a wild ride. Complete your daily missions and you'll earn Nemo's Sea Samba costume for free, or if you want, you can actually pick a previous miniature pass from the roster of available costumes. Upgrading to premium also unlocks access permanently, so you will not be beholden to the time cap on the pass, and you'll be able to get your hands on Star-Lord's Groovy Guardian and Magic's Infernal Idol, which I think we're all in agreement, like, it is one of the best Magic costumes that they've released to date.
I'd say so. I'd also say go long, because this Captain America is feasting right now. I think we saw like the night one recently as well for MRC, but the Brett Hendricks Star one, seeing the little clips in between the breaks to show like the yards and stuff, like him slamming down, and considering Captain America is looking pretty good right now meta wise and very robust, good chance to pick it up. For all of the skins, I believe they all came out yesterday at like 9 a.m, so you've got a fair few weeks to have a look in game to get them if you want. But a good showing, an eclectic mix, and it's whether they sort of play through the bingo game that we like to play. It's like whether we see all of the skins that we've just highlighted in the same tournament, because sometimes a character's just not meta. Here, you've got actually a good mix of characters that are all in play.
Yeah, quite frankly, there is a real world where we could see all of those skins, every single one, in one game. It is absolutely possible. So we'll keep an eye out for that, as these teams will be repping their own stylish choices as well. Expect to see some jerseys coming on in particular for the Deadpools. We've talked about it, but make sure to support your teams as we go through. But speaking of coming through, we have come through all the way through 5 series, some incredible games, some incredible plays, but we are at the end of our broadcast for the day. I hope you have all enjoyed yourself. Let's get a final thought about what's coming up tomorrow, starting with Moxie. What are you looking forward to the most?
Evolution of ban draft, you know me. I love getting to see the ban draft. I cannot wait to see if teams prioritize Vanguard Deadpool over Elsa Bloodstone. That's going to be the biggest question heading into the start of the day.
And Ryan, what has got you all ready for tomorrow's games?
I think just echoing what Enzo was saying, the learn by doing, the Vamos approach from Team Heretics themselves, whether that continues on. Not for them, it's their day off. Don't tell Enzo, it'd be funny if he decides to try and show up to scrims. But it is just like these teams learning by doing, adjusting to the meta as they find it, and just seeing if there's something that they might have all missed.
And what I am most excited about for tomorrow is seeing you all back here as we continue our preseason for Ignite here in EMEA. Make sure to stay tuned and keep an eye on this stream and in-game so that you can see when the games are happening. There's literally a schedule in-game now. You have no excuse to miss the best games, so make sure you tune back in when those are coming up and join us for more games tomorrow. For now, though, thank you all very much for watching. Make sure to ignite the battle, and we will see you all tomorrow.